this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chop, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah, bah, bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Call you up like what you doing. Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Bring it up, can you keep up? Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with an ain't gone. I've been on my King Kong, call payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
틱틱 문을 차고 있던 이건 데이자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 deadstock 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌리지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge?
뭔가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade I just said wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 저지 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion in the champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fly Wait, I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Cannot sleep without the sour Pain is my superpower
This world never saw me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me.
If I never leave, I'll never fly. Wait, I'll sacrifice. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Ride through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower.
ain't it safe and not here with fear, now we're playing with fate.
Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the resident dead, they'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught.
Hello everybody and welcome to stage 3 of EMEA Challengers. We've been waiting for this moment and it's shaped up to be an incredibly exciting one. We'll get you up to speed on what has happened in the past couple of weeks in just a little bit. But first, I'm Twiggy, I'm your host for today, as per usual at this point. Let's be real, you've seen my face enough times, I don't need to introduce myself. However, I do need to introduce my desk, and that is Echo and Zesht are returning for, I mean, what is honestly one of the most enjoyable desk kind of combinations that we can have, because I can just let you guys talk for so long. You're both so smart. Echo, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad that I'm considered smart here. That's always a nice thing to hear. But I cannot wait to get into this, because I mean, groups, we'll talk about it in a sec, but they were intense, a lot of those matches, and now we're going here to playoffs, and it's only going to get better.
Twiggy, are you basically admitting you're not working any of the other days? Like today, you don't need to work, and the other ones you actually need to do something. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I'm not going to do anything any day either way. I'm just here to smile, and I'm here to move you guys on when you know, inevitably go on a tangent that lasts for 10 minutes or something like that. That's all it is. But let's take a look at the group stages here, so we can just take a look at what led us to this stage, right? If you're just joining us now for the big broadcast, then this is how things shape up after the group stages, and Northeast coming out on top, it seems like, Echo.
I mean, you say that, there's still Pixel Lumina and Team Liquid Academy that didn't make it through, but we can ignore that if you want. We can just, Northeast did pretty well. I think Navi Junior and Enterprise incredibly happy with how this went, but I do think that teams like Team Liquid Academy were a bit of a surprise that they didn't make it through. For me, at least, maybe not to everyone. I think UCAM as well, a big shock that they didn't manage to make it up into the top 2 of Group C.
Yeah, I think saying northeast is a big word, because it's mostly more east than north. But
yeah.
Besides that point, I think this group, those groups didn't give us a big of a surprise, to be very honest with you. I mean, none of this was really shocking in any sense. The UCAM one, yeah, maybe could have went the other way around as well, considering how that game between Focus and UCAM went at the end of the day, and that overtime, map-free. But still, I think there were no big surprises. I mean, Team Liquid Academy not making it through after losing players, so on and so forth. It's not that crazy in my eyes. And I think we are in a stable situation with no big upsets with the groups we had.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, look, the games we have coming up today, obviously there are going to be other games going on, but the ones we're focusing on today, the ones we're focusing on today, we're going to be doing that all the time, aren't we, right? Our first game coming up today is Navi Junior versus Focus. That's shaped up to be an incredible game to take a look at, but I forget which one we've actually got on the second one, because it isn't showing up on my screen, and that means I'm never going to know. But you guys picked, actually, I believe, which ones you wanted to watch, so that means I can just pass it off to Echo, and you can tell me about that second game.
He really meant it when he said that he leaves it to us today.
Oh yeah, like we are doing all of the hard work.
If it doesn't show up on my screen, I'm not going to say it.
50-50. 50-50.
Oh, what, you want me to guess?
Come on.
Yeah,
you want me to guess? I'm going to go... Oh, but... There you go. I don't need to guess. Thank you very much. There it is.
Connection code.
No, I knew the whole time. I knew the whole time it was MIR.
You know, we're not going to tell the viewer. It's like that. What the second game is with broadcast. You're just not going to know.
I'm keeping you in suspense.
You have to keep
That's just how it is, right?
You cannot believe this is the last
I want to
factor.
retain viewership so that people will stay around and then watch a second game, because they want to know what it is.
Down there,
exciting. It is down there. That's what I meant. Yeah. So we will be watching MIR versus Misa for the second game today. And again, incredibly exciting game. You guys have been theory crafting some of the stuff that's going on there. I believe there's some interesting stuff to talk about on that one. Do you want to just quickly dip your feet into that second game, Echo, and we can then jump back over to the first?
Yeah, I think if we're going to kind of set up the second game, what I'm really looking at is whether or not it's going to be a roll or not. I think that's the biggest thing for me. I think there's a very real possibility that it could just be a 2-0 kind of, 26 to 10 round kind of match. Or we could see Misa pick it up and run away with it and try and come back. Because realistically, it's going to be either a quick 2-0 from MIR or Misa's going to get a 2-1 close victory. But stick around and watch because it's going to be a banger either way, basically.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. You agree? We're moving
There's
back
nothing
now.
else to say.
Okay.
Echo summarize it perfectly.
Perfect. All right, then we'll move back on to our first game today. Na'Vi Junior versus Focus. This one is shaping up to be pretty a big banger, as it were. Not the sausage kind, but the I don't know. Actually, we did breakfast review a while ago. We can't bring that bit back, but this is going to be a good game, I think. And look, these are two venerated teams in the tier 2 community at this point. Na'Vi Junior, I mean, they've only been around for a little bit, but they've already made a name for themselves. So let's start off taking a look at that team here. Na'Vi Junior, I mean, made a big impression last time around, Echo.
Yeah, the fact that they managed to go as far as they did in their first ever run in Challengers EMEA was absolutely incredible. But Zesht has a little package put together for this, so I'll let him take it away.
Listen, it's one of those teams that actually have a soul. They actually have an identity that, means something. And this is the crazy part about Na'Vi Junior, because Na'Vi, as Na'Vi is like always starting junior programs or youth programs. And if you're honest, Na'Vi is exceptionally good at this. Consider that the current Counter-Strike major MVP is from Na'Vi Junior. Multiple of them play in Tier 1 who were in that academy team of Na'Vi. And so that number one thing is when you start such an academy team, you obviously need leadership, which brings in an Ukrainian man who has been in Valorant for quite a while in the form of Jonta. And to be honest, the thing about Jonta is that when you just would go for track record and you're not trying to see how his teams have been doing, you would see a mediocre coach. I know it sounds mean, but don't get me wrong. He's been working half of his career in Japan, and sure, he won, I think, one regional title there, and wasn't bad at all with the team. Swapped back in 2025 to return to Europe. Had a short stint there in Foot, but never had this breakout moment where people were like having him on a short list. This is the best opportunity we have. One of the greatest coaches that exists in the game. He was never in that discussion. But the great part about this man is that also in the interviews you see that Na'Vi puts out when it comes to, understanding what this academy thought process is that he always works with those young people and can establish a system. And this was for me this factor where you start to see with this Na'Vi Junior, hold on a second, there's more depth to it. But the amazing part for me, Echo, is it's not just like Na'Vi just picking up 5 randos or an already established team. When they mean academy team, they mean academy.
Yeah, they trialed 10 different players over the course of, I think it was a couple of weeks. They had a boot camp, all 10 of them together, where they were working together, improving together, building synergy, whilst also competing for the 5 spots on that team. Even as they got into Challengers 2, they hadn't settled on a final roster. They ran Challengers 2 playoffs with 6th or 5th spot being taken up potentially by Sizo or by the other person who didn't end up getting it. And as we can see here, that pressure that got put on Sizo worked wonders. They got all the way forward. They through the upper bracket into the grand final, which nobody expected. This team came basically out of nowhere, with these players picked up from all over the shop. Some from other tier 2 teams, some from basically tier 3, tier 4. And they made it there. They did fall at the final hurdle, but it was an incredible run from them.
I mean, you can reveal those were no-namers. I mean, they were literally no-namers to a certain extent. Jonta surely worked with some of them in Boars, and not every one of them was like not playing at all beforehand, but nobody was really, this kind of kayak situation, this kind of situation where you had this, this guy is going to be sayonara, he's going to be tier 1 in a year, just give him time. None of those guys were at that status, but with a fresh roster to instantly make it as 2nd place in Tier 2's hardest competition, to come in here and bring such strength to the table, it shows that once more Na'Vi as well as Jonta have done everything right. And if you have no idea which team to cheer for, there you go. Take them. I tell you this right here. This is not only a team which is interesting because the story is so amazing. They are unique. The way they play, you haven't seen this before, or you've hardly seen it before. It has identity. It has character. It has edges. It is unique. If you like it or you don't like it is down to you. But it's definitely a team that you should look out for, and that is so enjoyable to watch. Or you hate to watch it. One of the two.
I can't imagine hating to watch this team. They come up with so many new things. I don't know, like they're so exciting, and especially one thing we noticed during Challengers 2 was their discipline. In young players, you don't often see the level of discipline and teamwork. Their fundamentals and their trading were great. They weren't overextending in disadvantaged or even advantaged situations. They were working together, and to have that, I think we've got to look towards Jonta, who set up this team perfectly in Challengers 2 to now come into Challengers 3 ready, raring to go.
Good. Okay. Good. You guys really went for it there. I absolutely loved that. I was engaged the whole time.
We're
that
excited.
Was a real spiel. Let's take another quick look at Na'Vi Junior before we move on to our second team, because I think we want to talk a little bit about team composition, Sesh.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fascinating part for this team is that they absolutely got no chill when it comes to compositions. Again, this is where they're not vanilla. This is where they're not basic. This is where they're not boring. They play lots of Veto, so much Veto. On Ascent and Pearl, they decide to go for it. On Breeze, they keep it simple and easy, as you saw, with just that composition that exists with Neon and Phoenix. But I love this team because, again, they play their own style. They play their own identity. They don't need to go for cookie cutter kind of stuff that you buy off the shelf and apply to your tier 2 team. They truly have their own way of playing. And this is good and bad. Quickly about this, the good side is you're going to be surprised. I mean, we witnessed it ourselves in Challengers 2 SCGN, how hard it is to understand what's going on. On the other hand, if you understand what's going on, it can make them predictable in my eyes. This is my only worry about this team, that if you're well prepared as the opponent, you could have a very easy time against them. But this is a big fat could.
It's definitely something we could probably see, but again, it requires a lot of prep work, and realistically, you're facing a lot of teams. These teams didn't know this matchup until very recently, so you haven't had a lot of chance to prep for this specific matchup yet. I don't know if we'll see that prep this early in the bracket, but as we go further, I think it will start to really come into play.
Another big part of what we're talking about, what we always talk about when it comes to Na'Vi Junior, of course, is the ages of the team, right? This is a young, exciting team coming into this. You can take a look at the average age between the two here. Focus basically boomers at this point. Like that's you're getting into unk status in esports at that point here. We run a tight ship here, and 18.2 is a very, very young average age, Sesh.
It is. I mean, look, the junior is meant most literally junior. I think what was it, Echo? The oldest player of Focus is like 10 years older than the youngest of Na'Vi Junior. What was it? Something like this?
Yeah. So Molsey is 9 years older. Molsey's the oldest player on Focus, is 9 years older than the oldest player on Na'Vi Junior. The oldest player on Na'Vi Junior.
You see, like junior, like literally underline, bold, italic, all of it. It's literally junior.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, the players even past this have so much more to go in their esports journey. But before we, write the story in the annals for Na'Vi Junior, let's take a look, of course, at their opponents for the first game today. Focus, a team, again, with a lot of experience, or an org at the very least with a lot of experience, but definitely also players with a lot of experience here in Challengers, Echo.
Yeah, this is the team that they're old, but they are experienced, right? You've got people like your boy Lewis who came back into this roster and has looked incredible. Pies, we'll talk about him further in a little bit because he's just been absolutely unstoppable. But this roster is tried, tested, and they are looking to come back in now and bring some of the form that they had last year.
You know, with Focus, it's always the same thing when they revamp a roster. Then you need to have like a minimum amount of VCT players, and then you need a younger player who can shoot and things like this. It's always the same story with Focus. For me, their rosters in this one is, I think, at least on the better end. I think it's not the best roster Focus ever had, by far not. But at the same time, they are definitely a complicated team to beat. And I think the time they now had with Lewis, like between Challengers 2 and Challengers 3, roughly that month, was critical, was absolutely essential for them.
It's the kind of thing that you've got that extra month to really dig in together and work together that you just don't have otherwise. You know, he came in so quickly for Challengers 2, and now is looking, this team has the chance to push on towards that top 4 that they were getting consistently in 2025 that they haven't been able to find this year without him.
Yeah, I think that is the thing. When we look at the teams that have come up through challenges, you know, a few years ago, it was very kind of static, the kind of teams that you would see going into things. And now, as we, you know, look at kind of the Na'Vi Juniors coming into this one, there are exciting new teams trying to shake the boat, as it were, coming into this one. But a player that is no stranger to challenges, and you mentioned him already, of course. Let's take a closer look at Lewis here, Echo.
Yeah, he is just an absolutely incredible player. We'll see some of his stats in a second, and he is just so consistent that Zesh, I mean, like, you've coached a team to play against this guy. How do you do it?
I love him. I honestly have to say, I mean, this was the best roster move of the year of Focus. I mean, removing Pyro was the only right thing to do. Getting this guy in, who's by far one of the most mature, one of the most or more intelligent type of players, where you consciously are able to see how he approaches duels and fights. I love it. I mean, definitely one of the players that is, for me, it's a sin that he's not in tier 1, that he has not been picked up. Because, sure, you know, his numbers are not looking, wow, this is insane, but he is absolutely making consistently good decisions. Under pressure, sometimes he lacks, but he's also not IGLing anymore in this team, so it's mostly taking that responsibility. For me, this is perfect with the freedom he gets to have in this Focus roster. And, you know, sure, the group stage, it could have ended differently. This tournament could have already been over for them, but at the same time, I'm extremely glad to see him back in this Focus roster. Best roster move of the year about him, by far. Absolute correct decision. A mistake to let him even go. But now I see Focus stronger than ever before. If it's going to be enough, that's a totally different question.
Yeah, I mean, I want to add, as one of the Northeast representatives here, I think it's a crime that he isn't in Northeast. Get out of Dark.
Why would you go to
So
Northeast?
dark.
For what reason would you go to Northeast? Tell me.
He could win.
Win what?
He could win.
Win what?
Northeast.
Northeast. I don't know, some
piece of
baked
paper.
beans or something. Like, what do you want to win in Northeast? Northeast is not that good. I need to say this. No.
You can't.
East is good. East is
Remember
good.
who's running the ship here,
Northeast
Zesh.
ain't it, guys. Sorry.
Zesh,
Nah.
remember who's running the ship here. Prod will be on you. They already
Sure, I'm
blurred.
taking
They
it.
already blurred things before. They'll blur your face. They will. They'll mute you. It'll be over for you.
There.
This is a dictatorship, and you cannot get out of it. Right, let's move on to our next thing. And look, as we're kind of getting into the nitty gritty, the weeds when it comes to the matchup here. Let's take a look at some of the exciting players. Echo, you mentioned Pais just a second ago, and let's put him in a little head-to-head before the match even starts, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of know, especially in this meta, it's going to be mostly duelist central, right? All eyes are going to be on these players, and these two are so head-to-head, so close in almost all of the stats. The one thing, for me, that stands out for Darkzio is his clutch. He is incredible, and that's not like... He's been in, I think it was 11 or 12 potential clutch situations. This isn't like he's been in 5. He's been in a fair few, and he is winning them consistently. On the other side, Pais is better at the entry. He's better at getting in there quick, getting the kills, getting the multi-frags to then allow the team the space to follow up. A little bit of a difference in how they play, but they're both playing the Neon, the Raze. We've seen Darkzio's Raze in the past. He'll bring that back today if it's needed as well. These players are the ones to watch for a litmus test of how good these teams are going to be performing today.
For me, I have to honestly say this is absolutely going to be taken in the wrong way. I hate Pais with a passion, but not because actually he's a bad person or a bad player. But when you are on the opposite side, he's so annoying. He's so annoying because he's so good. He's actually good.
One way to put that.
I mean, he could work on his movement, to be very honest, but besides that, he's actually really, really good. The only thing that I'm worried about with this guy, and this is the really only thing, if he is not having this right day, if he is being consistently shut down, Focus is in major, and I really mean this, major trouble. Against Mir, it was obvious that he is not having his best game. He's playing all right. He absolutely doesn't, wipe the floor, but he is certainly not up to his form. And this is the only worry I have for Focus, because they are individually not the hardest hitters. Sure, they have good players, don't get me wrong, but they require him to be always on the heels of their opponent. And if they're not having this against Navi Jr., it could be problematic. I can only say from my experience, and this is where you really need to experience. This is also why I think Reborn won against Navi Jr. in Challengers 2. The first time you play against them, you don't know what's going on. They're playing always so late. They're playing so insanely patient. They are still faking when there's 30 seconds left on the clock. You cannot believe your eyes in what you witness when this team is taking their time and contact so close on the map. And this is where I think you might have all this preparation, you might have all this idea on how they play. If you don't feel it, you don't know it. And this is one of those teams where you need to feel it, because they are not your default tier 2 copying whatever tier 1 does type of team. They are extremely unique in their play, extremely unique. And this is my biggest worry for Focus, that they're going to be overwhelmed what's coming towards them.
Molzy's a great IGL though, right? So if we're going to be looking at Molzy, we could definitely see Focus doing very well with the IGLing. I'm sure he's watched Navi Jr. I'm sure Focus has watched them and they've been prepared for the new things, the Veto that is new since Challengers 2. But you're right, playing against it is a whole different ball game.
It's so weird.
To watching it, right? Like being in that moment and being able to consciously know what's going to happen next and prepare for it. I think Focus have the player intelligence and experience to do with it, but I do think it will come down to firepower, and that is where Focus lack, to be blunt, compared to a team like Navi Jr., where they have a lot of firepower.
All right, well, you mentioned Veto. Let's move it on to that. We got 5 minutes until the game gets started, so we can go with some predictions, right? What are you thinking coming into the Veto, right? You clearly have a little bit of an idea of what might be going on, but I like to get people's opinions on what it's gonna be before we actually get into the graphics. So Zesh, let's start with you.
Okay, so let's do it differently. What are we not going to see? I don't think we're going to see Lotus at all. We're not going to see Fracture, right? I think this is the obvious one. This out of the question. Yeah, then this is where we need to raise our eyebrows a little bit and be like, are we going to go on Pearl? Are we going to go on a Breeze? What direction? Where are we going with this? I mean, Focus started picked 3 different maps in the 3 last matchups they had, and which obviously doesn't indicate that they are insecure, but they also have a good variety with the time they have. I go with Navi. I'll be honest with you. I think this team is extremely good, and for me, from my own experience, Focus is not the team that is adaptable enough to overcome such a weird scenario as Navi Jr. is. This is the only concern. I don't think they're adaptable enough.
I think the Veto is, if Pearl stays in the Veto, if it's not banned out early, I think the Veto could lean slightly towards Focus. But I mean, Split, Breeze, there's so many good maps that I imagine Navi will win on against Focus, even if Focus were good on it in Challengers in their region as well, right? I think the big thing for me is, if I'm Navi, I think I'm floating Lotus, leaving it there, because I can't see Focus picking it, and banning out that Pearl, because I think that's going to be the biggest weak point for Navi Juniors, is leaving that Pearl in. If they can get it out, I think they've got this match quite easily.
Okay, I think that's enough suspense. Let's.
Can we see it? Can we see it? Yeah, can we see it?
Can we? Why, Zesh? Why?
Lotus. Sorry, they're gonna ban it.
I feel like they might, but I think they should ban Pearl instead.
I know. Listen, your feeling is not wrong, but this is just not how it works. You don't want to be caught on the back foot when you're about to throw yourself into the lower bracket just because you picked one map wrong. This is like, you have a point, but it's too far thought through. You just need to play your game.
Sure.
As you know, no, for real. As stupid as it sounds, you need to play your game here. And if you're overthinking this, you're not gonna do it because listen here, they believe they're better. And here we go. Starting off, the Haven pick is in. Not too surprised, to be honest, that Focus go for it. Not the worst choice either.
I was expecting the Pearl to be picked up instead of the Haven by Focus, so this is a little bit of a surprise. I think Na'Vi Junior have shown that they know how to play on Haven pretty well, but the Breeze pickup is the most predictable thing in the world here, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, after yesterday, I would also not pick Pearl. Being up 9-3 against UCAM,
Sure.
and you have to fight your way back, you can do this maybe against UCAM, but not against Na'Vi Junior. So, makes a lot of sense. Ascent out is a shame. I would have loved to see this. So, where do we end?
Where do we end?
Where do we end?
We leave what, Pearl and Split.
Twiggy, what do you think?
So,
Oh, we're going to announce. Oh, yeah, Twiggy. Yeah, go on, Twiggy.
Twiggy.
well, you, well,
Split. You wanted
didn't
to
have
say
enough
Split,
time.
right? You wanted to say Split.
Well, you guys were saying that they should ban Pearl, so like, yeah, that was where. Look, you guys tell me what to think, and I think that. I've got such
Amazing.
a moldable brain. It's amazing.
Very smooth.
Yeah,
Very smooth
yeah,
there.
incredibly. Like you can create the dimples yourself. It's wonderful. It's like one of those sensory toys, you know.
All right.
Anyway,
Go for the show. Let's head on. Yeah.
I don't know
No
what to say to
censoring.
this.
No censoring. Talk,
what do you
please.
mean you don't know what to say to this? It's your job to speak, right?
Okay. So, what do we have, Haven? Right?
Haven, yeah. Haven is...
Okay. What do we
Yes.
say? What do we think?
Okay, yeah, no, but what do we think, right? Hey, you're the analyst. I'm just asking you,
I don't know,
right?
I'm the host.
Predictions coming into the game. I'll start off. You know what? I will start off. I think it's going to be 2-1 to Na'Vi Junior. But what do you think? Echo?
2-1. I think that this could very easily be a 2-0 from Na'Vi Junior. I think the Haven pick coming in, Na'Vi Junior have been historically pretty good on this map. It's not been their best by any means, and they didn't look too good against it against Mandatory on Haven, but historically they've been good enough at it. And I think that's what they need. If they can stabilize better than they did against Mandatory, Haven could very easily go their way. And at the end of the day, if they're shooting, they will win.
I think the only problem is that Mandatory played the Viper, which was very annoying vision denial to the guys of Na'Vi Junior. Na'Vi Junior is going to win Haven. I'm pretty convinced of that one.
Okay. Well, in that case, we only have the actual game left to figure this one out. I am interested, though, obviously, we're going to go to the Asian Select before we head into things. You guys, I mean, well, I think it's pretty clear, you know, that we have set strats now at this point. There's not going to be too many surprises coming into the actual Asian Select themselves. So when it comes down to it, I mean, you both seem relatively convinced, or not convinced, but you seem to think it's going to be a 2-0. Tell me why exactly Haven goes Na'Vi Junior's way, Zest.
Na'Vi Junior is such an annoying team when especially they're defending and you're constantly under pressure with the aggressiveness, if they are allowed to play their aggressiveness, which they have done a couple of times against Mandatory. They were more passive than I recall them play before. And again, when they're attacking, when they are on their T side, I'm telling you one thing, you never know where they're actually going because they're so slow and so contacty about it. On the compositional aspects, yeah, I think we're not surprised regarding anything we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's going to be this mirror composition. It comes down to who can execute their own game plan. I do think both teams have a relatively similar game plan on both their attack and the defense. They're both relatively slow on the attack, and then they burst out all of a sudden and just run you down. I think it's going to really, for me, especially while focus on the defense, it comes down to Serial, how well he can perform on this Cypher.
Online, he's 10 times better than offline, which is already a good situation to be. No, in all realness, but
Yeah.
It's so complicated against this team because you easily get baited in the wrong decision against Na'Vi Junior. I think especially what's going to be interesting for the viewers out there, take a look when here Focus is defending in the last 45 seconds if they rotate or not, if they're overcommitting in their rotation or not, because this can be a clear win condition of Na'Vi Junior, that they're pulling players last seconds and therefore have a free side somewhere else.
All right, Na'Vi Junior last split. They had the element of surprise, I would say. They were a no-name team coming, well, not no-name team, but no-name players, as you mentioned, coming into it. And we didn't expect a massive amount of them. They were the dark horse. This time around, They don't have that element of surprise anymore. Focus are prepared to come up against a difficult Na'Vi Junior. They should be prepared to come into this game. They're having this chance now to take them out in the first round, push them down to the lower bracket. I'm interested to see if they can make that happen here. We've got a little bit to go until we get to the casters. Sorry for the delay, but I mean, look, what are you hoping to see out of Focus that could give them something out of this one, Echo?
Proactivity. Realistically, they need to be going proactive on their defense to try and work out what Na'Vi Junior are doing in the mid round. Because if they just sit back and if they just play that rotation game, then they can't get in for flooding, and then realistically Na'Vi's going to try and run them down anyway.
All right, well, time is up. We got to go to the casters. Thank you guys for your insight. Now it is time to put pen on paper, and I'm going to pass it over, of course, to Pavlos and MP for that.
Thank you, guys. And indeed, some brilliant points brought up by the desk. There are many things that could go on here and extrapolate. But overall, one thing is certain. This is the first Challengers EMEA playoffs matches that Focus will be playing. And that is not the same for what is one of the younger teams competing, the newest rosters on the block. They're already runners-up from the previous Challengers EMEA spot. So I don't know about you, MP, but I feel like the favorites and the underdogs are a little bit twisted here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the desk highlighted brilliantly. This is one of the best look for Focus in terms of the roster, but then again, you have Na'Vi Juniors who just came on a perfect run, or near perfect run, almost won that grand finals against Reborn as well on their first show in Challengers EMEA. Focus, they haven't won a single playoffs game. They've only won 2 maps. Haven was one of those maps in back in 2025. And when you think about Focus, you think about consistency or being in the scene for so long, being one of the driving forces for the dark scene. But on the Challengers EMEA stage, they haven't gone that far. They've only placed 4th in their best showing of Challengers EMEA, and now they have to do something else to fight against Na'Vi Juniors. A difficult style of play.
Yeah, and that was 4 out of 4. Now we got 8 teams playing out in the Challengers EMEA split 3. We're in the quarterfinals currently, and losing this match would put one of these rosters into the lower bracket. Not all over yet, but you definitely want to be winning. It is going to be Focus representing the DACH region. Na'Vi Junior, on the other hand, Northeast representatives as we jump straight into Haven for the first playoff matchup of Challengers EMEA Split 3.
A great map to start, and especially when we have same compositions, mirror comps for these teams. Na'Vi Juniors, a clear path towards A for their attacking side.
At least alluding to that idea. He spotted out some early presence. Now John is expended from Javelin to try and see who he can find early doors. Serial able to scratch one off the board, but Sizzo instantly answers back in favor. 2 of his own site taken over. But do you overstay your welcome, Pays? I don't think so. Makes good reason of his position, and a 3v3 necessary after the plant.
Makes the retake so much easier to equal the odds here. 3 versus 3 Pace, looking for something more. I think Na'Vi Juniors, they're playing this perfectly. They are not overextending, just waiting for the information. Paranoia online as well for AV, will utilize that as well.
Will throw himself into the fight once, but won't try and do it again. That's a quick entry from Pays, tripling up! Glorious stuff from Pays! Ridiculous entries on the Sheriff. Sure, you've got Shinnick to help out, but the retake is true for Focus.
A lot of things to delay the retake. Paranoia coming through. I think Paige kind of had to go forward all by himself as well, finding that first entry onto the site. Brilliant, and like you said, a triple. That's a great start for Focus, especially on their own map.
So, MP, the desk was making the case that Focus need to play their own game here a little bit, right? Na'Vi Junior, when it comes to star players, when it comes to individuals popping off, it feels like they've got them covered. So, you know, Pays getting off with a screamer of a start, I feel like it sets the tone nicely for Focus.
Absolutely. They need to have Pace online, and when Pace is online, can be very hard for Na'Vi Juniors to advance, find the area. Chinook, one of the players that we kind of talk about, me and you, that he's gonna be an important part of this roster as well.
True.
Especially in this Phoenix. Chinook once again covering perfectly for Lewis. That's gonna be the spike down. I think for Na'Vi Juniors right now, they kind of just want to discuss about the upcoming round where they go with the guns. How they're gonna approach that as well. And the tough thing for Navi Juniors is that you run this double duelist composition in many maps. You have to get the duelists online. So far, Navi Juniors have been able to do that brilliantly in nearly every match. Focus, starting this one
There could only be one
with a flawless second round, as it should be.
Yeah, exactly, as it should be. We'll see how Navi Junior head into this one, right? Echo was also saying that, look, it's looking like a decent map for Navi Junior. Sure, some recent matches against Mandatory, Reborn, really good squads against in the Challengers EMEA space. They weren't able to get some victories across there. So, you know, losing this would put them on a 3-match losing streak on this map. I don't really want that to happen.
Absolutely not. Phase. Good aggression. Making sure that Navi Juniors won't get any ground towards C, but I think that will just put Navi Juniors go forward in A.
Fun. Your boy Lewis, not sure if that was necessary. Goes in for the scout moment. Doesn't quite get much out of it, and you've spotted out Molsey as well. Gets tagged by the drone, so you've noticed his departure from the site. And with that, Navi Junior take full site control.
Good utility for the retake as well. Chinook having full kit.
That's a good flash from Chinook, but they're not going to follow up with it. Trying to split the map in two with the smoke in the middle. But Navi Junior playing this close, not going to play too far back. Cage giving some space over, but Avi's got a good lineup. And Navi Junior playing this in twos. Nicely swinging corner after corner, and with that, it's a complete mow-down and a flawless to answer back in kind.
This is exactly what Johnson was looking when they were building around this roster and were choosing the players. They want this cohesion, and that is exactly what he kind of highlighted on the last player pick, whether it was Ciso coming in, that he just had maybe more cohesion with the team. He was more dynamic there.
I'm out of here.
And you can see from that focus retake, Navi Junior smashed that instantly, handling out every aggression. Focus. Look at that stack.
I mean, it takes balls to go for something like this. Molsey and Chinook both reveal what the play looks like, and instead of allowing Navi Junior to figure this one out themselves, they take the bull by the horns and are the ones to steer the ship in the round. Sozo is the only one left. Our standing member, the straggler. Spike is in front of him, but for all he knows, focus could be absolutely anywhere, any corner possible. Pace does give himself away, and the cage may permit the spike collection. Indeed it does, though Hot Hands puts Ciso down to 15 points of health. Hard to imagine there's a way back into this, especially when the cross is covered by Chinook. One bullet should do it, and the round should be over. But leaving the corner does Chinook, and leaving the site as a whole is Focus. Wait a second. Does Ciso really have a chance to walk into the same site and get the spike plant? I mean, winning the round overall should be nigh impossible either way, but every little bit helps. Nah, thinks against it. Okay, sure. You saw a little giggle in his face as well,
Yeah.
right? He was like, yeah, maybe
10
not.
seconds left.
It's tempting, right? Like, you have so much free ground, but 50 in HP. But I think the broader picture, especially when we look at the round, how it started for Focus, this came from a lost round, but they wanted to take back the control of the game instantly. They didn't want to give anything to Navi Juniors. So they stacked 4 players onto A, and not only stacked, they fought for that A lobby control, which instantly means that Navi Juniors, they have to invest more resources onto that A lobby area, short, long, if they want to gather that control. And I think that's the rough part for Navi Juniors' game, especially when you're playing against them. If you let them roam freely, if you let them get that confident, the momentum, it's quite hard to get it back. And Focus once again making sure that there's no place for Navi Juniors to go.
They go for the second, they go for the same thing a second time, right? 4 players out on A already. This time Navi Junior nowhere near, but you gain that information quickly. Look how far forwards they've walked.
Go, go, go.
So we'll figure this one out soon. He's got his setup and all, but he is alone and realizes of the situation. No reason to overstep. He's got an easy way out, but does peek past the smoke, and that is a misstep, oversight.
Planted.
And with that site takeover, but it's not going to be a short time until Focus arrive to the case. Pace falls instantly. Sizzo tucks himself into a corner and calls in for help. Paranoia does affect everyone at the case, both teams. But Focus are running out of players, running out of bodies to throw into this issue and realize that this site takeover is no longer possible.
Great idea for Focus on the round once again, but I think a bit of a misplay from Serial right there, coming through the smoke. He had a great position on the side previously. If he just stayed there, I feel like that would have been the better play. Just hold down, or then just play fully retake. The Serial kind of meddling around in between those meant that he got taken out instantly, and that C-side was completely for Navi Juniors to take. Interesting to see whether now Focus is gonna shift around to a different style of play, or are they gonna actually triple up on the A lobby control? And they won't. I feel like this is where Navi Juniors capitalize as well. Look at this.
Sure.
I'll show them. I'm out of here.
Previously,
They're looking for a rush.
yeah.
But in the meantime, Focus aren't shying away from going for extremity pushes time and time again. This time it is going to be the left-hand side extremity. So again, information gathered. You can see Chinook tailgating it over to the other side of the map. At least after the garage clear. But the Owl Drone and Smokes will soon reveal what the play looks like. Dark2 making sure the trip is taken care of. Focus, do you really want to be sticking around? Serial again might be a little bit out of his depth, but is he? He's still able to claim names. Off the cage. Oh, Sizzo is able to read him on time. And with that, Navi Junior take the lead in numbers. Site control is theirs once again, and the Focus need to try and react quickly to this. Pays in the back line. Does he have the right timing for this? Reads Sizzo's backstab, and with that, we're down to a 3v3 squared situation. Chinook has to fall down. Aggression shown by Navi Junior, but Pace draws out the overdrive and it works superbly. Instantly, Molzy's on the hot seat. Has to deal with the AV. But at the same time, he's given space to walk back. Reek gonna get them off the spike defuse. And Molzy wants to go for another one, making sure he can deal with one as Pace handles the other. This is ridiculous. And now the spike defusal is free for Pace to continue. And Molzy is good to hold down the line himself. What a hold by Focus.
What a round. Crazy flank from Pace. Small mistake in timing that could have gone a whole different way. I think it was Sizzo and Pace fighting in that backline in A lobby. And Pace just barely turns around. Looks on the right position, takes out Sizzo, and becomes the biggest part of that round. To completely make that round for Focus. Navi Juniors having to fight in what, 3 different fronts pretty much. I think AV had a great chance at taking out the 2 players in Link, the Phoenix and the Omen as well. But I didn't quite get both of them. And in the end, it's Focus getting out those rounds. I think it's brilliant how Focus starts out the rounds. They give space and information on the other side, which Navi Juniors doesn't know. They don't know that it's completely open. But they take that space away from Navi Juniors, always on the other side of the map. So they kind of play this push and pull. You have to give out something to get something. And Focus doing that brilliantly in the start of the rounds.
And Pete, I kind of want to highlight Serial here as well, because a couple of rounds ago, you draw it back and you say, oh, Serial overstepped as well, can push past the smoke while he was on loan on the site. Wasn't that the case this time as well? But it kind of worked out.
Shadows traveling.
I mean, that could have been brilliant for Serial. Only worked for 1 kill, I think, in that previous round.
Sure, but he created chaos, right? It basically started the retake for Focus there.
And bought out time as well. I think that's one of the biggest parts for aggressive Cypher in some of the situations. You have to go forward. You have to create that chaos, like you say.
Go, go, go.
Usually
He's
you're
playing
more
Neon,
passive.
not Neon.
Go, go, go.
Not the Matrix, that is, sorry.
What?
Spike
What
down
a
A.
scream! For sure, that's ridiculous. Chamberlain didn't see that coming. Ouch.
And pays 49 HP. Doing all of those challenges just to capitalize. Getting that 1 player advantage. Oh, brilliant.
Oh, look at the
position.
shot angle as well. Oh! Smart for the jiggle peek though. Darksio
Hi, I'm pissed.
able to tease
30
his opponent
seconds
and
left.
then jump in for the kill. So this is as close as it could be, really. Again, anyone could take this. Kalosha dodging the first shot up, but doesn't bother with the second. And here
Running
goes
back.
nothing. Looking at ultimates, you do have run it back from Shinnick. Your boy Lewis a couple away from the Hunter's Fury, so it won't have it relevant this time around. Curveball thrown, and Shinnick's run it back is already depleted. Darksio looking to take a stance. Kalosha gets taken down, but Scissor takes
One enemy
another
remaining.
moment. AV holding on as well. Serial looking to jump in, but inevitably will run out of bullets. And Na'Vi Jr. answer back in kind. When 4 players are working together, it's hard to take them down.
I kind of want to take this back to before this map started and talk about the team who has the advantage. In my opinion, it's Na'Vi Juniors. They are the one team that went on a very good run in the previous grand finals. They didn't have any expectations right there. Now, they're a whole different team. They have quite a lot of expectations. At least from me, I feel like they're one of the better teams here. Pace. Trying to make sure they're not good enough team to advance here.
Ooh. Cross wall, sheriff shots paired up with normal dinks. I say normal, there's nothing normal about it. Focus might be getting away with a thrifty. Twice the amount of players alive than their opponents do.
Trick shot, cage triggered.
But Sizzo makes sure that's no longer the case. Now this is doable, especially with the fact that Kalosha and Sizzo can work this one together.
Good aggression from Focus. Down the mid. And I think they should group up here. Go for a site and hold that down. I think Focus are completely fine in taking a retake. Maybe go for those guns down in mid as well.
Yeah, they might be scared that Na'Vi Jr. might be in the
30
know
seconds
of
left.
such a target and would be holding down mid a little bit. Don't want to be punished in that way, right? You've got the advantage of being the defender here. You don't really want to be giving that one away.
Yeah.
And they've made the right choice. Oh, this is crazy. After all this silence, they've had no information to work off of, and now they know, post the curveball and the noise
10
made by the
seconds left.
footsteps. Plant will go down, but there's a lot of damage coming up for the hot hands, and it will deal with Kalosha single-handedly. Sizzo will take one down with him, but that is a thrifty for Focus, and blimey, what a time to get it.
Back and forth. I see Pavlos dancing. I wish you guys could see that.
He's calling me out, man.
Yeah.
The viewers can't see me.
Unfortunately, you can't
See, I was doing the Sova moves. Yeah, sorry.
A great thrifty. I mean, incredible for Focus. Completely shifting around on where they want to focus in terms of the map. They've been focusing towards A, towards C long, but now they went down in mid.
10 seconds left.
Tried to capitalize off of those rifles that they had. I think 1 or 2 rifles that they had on that round. That's exactly what they did. Doubling up, finding picks, and then utilizing that advantage in terms of the players. Na'Vi Juniors once again on the back foot, having to save a little bit here and there.
Gotta go.
Sorry, weak goodbye for Na'Vi Jr. this time around. Shinnok's been approached from multiple directions and will be disallowed the retreat. Got focus players all around here. It will take quite some coordination to get back in on this, but the Hunter Shuri will delay the plant, and therefore other measures need to be taken by Na'Vi, and those aren't working. Walking right into Focus's players' positions, and they're losing individuals one by one, and now no longer having site control in their favor. This is tough. 50 seconds. And it's as if you haven't gained a thing into Serial's crosshair. And it really is becoming more and more treacherous as time goes by.
It did look like Na'Vi Juniors were gonna take the site, get the plant, maybe run away with the Rift there. But Molsey holding down that C-Link. Means that Focus will not surrender that easily. Still a chance for Na'Vi Juniors, yeah?
Cover
Great
going out.
one. I think AV will go for the plan.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
And he does, so that's one step in the right direction, but that is also 2 steps backwards as Focus quickly are able to collect the pieces by the end. MP, you know, we were talking about why Na'Vi Jr. have lost a couple of matches in a row on this map, and it usually, you know, that conversation usually goes along the lines of, oh, they've had, you know, the opposing team had the resources to deal with their aggressions, right? They had Vipers, they had things to slow them down. What I've noticed from Focus, and I don't know if you agree with me, it's not the actual agents that they have, but it's the conditioning that they showed early doors, is that they're not backing away from the fight. They'll always have players on the extremities, which causes Na'Vi Jr. at the start of each and every round to slow down a bit, right? Figure out what the players for Focus. It kind of changes the tide of momentum. Who's controlling the pace? And I feel like that's Focus right now.
Exactly. And they're doing it once again. Stacking 4 players towards A lobby, making sure that Na'Vi Juniors will know that there might be heavy aggression coming instantly when you push through that smoke. Javelin on the forefront will find a pick here.
Important to get, but can you back it up? Going for it again. Your boy Lewis knocking Scissor off his feet. And Serial once again answers back in favor, so Focus back on track. After an early loss of pace, the rest of the team steps up. Can they stick the landing as Na'Vi Jr. had put C on their sides?
Focus are so comfortable with giving the C site kind of garage area to Na'Vi Juniors because they know that they have control of every other aspect of this map. This player advantage will make the retake so much easier. Chinook. Oh, he's brilliant.
Careful now.
So Focus playing this one together. 3 on one side, 1 on the other, but this time Na'Vi Jr. fully equipped for it. But Javelin's not done just yet. They've handled the most, and now it's a 1v1 endeavor. Chinook revealed himself. Recon is so important in situations like this. Chinook walks off it straight away, knows he has to take the fight, but he's revealed once again. And this time he's not holding on to the spike, and he can't hold on to it for any longer. This round is done, albeit the pick for Chinook, and Na'Vi Jr. will be seeing this one to the end.
The IGL Javelin will make sure that Na'Vi Juniors will have good chances of tying this half. A great start from him. A great ending. Closing that out with a 3-piece. Sure, we'll die in the end, but we'll buy enough time to win out that round, and that's what matters the most. Focus. I think they're showing a bit different Focus right now. Not going for instant aggression, I say that, but pace. Completely trying to buy some kind of rotation out of Na'Vi Juniors towards that stacked C garage. Maybe towards B, maybe C. And it doesn't quite work. Na'Vi Juniors, they're not buying that. They're not biting the bait. Unless
unless we see this play go astray. No, they hold back, not falling for it. But that begs the question for Navi Junior. What's the next play, right? What will they try and go for? And this time it's a double-sided approach, right? You're trying to pressure mid a little bit. You try and take up a lot of A long space. But in the meantime, you're giving up a lot of C. So Focus are happy to pivot most of the play to the right-hand side of the map.
Focus has been brilliant in reading about where Navi Juniors want to take the attack. Now, seems like B is left open.
30 seconds left.
4 players stacked towards A. Plan will go down for sure. And look at the tools that Navi Juniors will have for the post ban. Actually, right back already used to gain so much control of this site.
Spike planted.
Still Hunter's Fury online, Neural Theft if they find a pick.
And some of the resources, though, for Focus has to be used defensively, hoping that Navi Junior don't go too far forwards, and that wasn't the case. Instead, they fell back. Defensive lineup taken, Neon v Neon, and it's pace to win it. Kalosha's got a different fight in his mind, and that's one that goes in Navi Junior's favor. Hot Hands and Hunter's Fury denying any plant possibilities, or defuse rather. But still, these players exist, and Paze is the most dangerous of them all. Finally dealt with, but how much more can the Focus teammates do? Sizzo bringing out his Guardian, diffused halfway, trying to get stuck with, but Sizzo comes alive with the Guardian, and blimey, what a round!
Last round in the half.
And no wonder why he was picked for this roster. An incredible player with the Cypher. But when we see his Veto as well, he's been so good with it. Especially in Ascent, Tiso. He can create a lot of pressure on the attacking side, and right now, all that was needed was the gun skill. Winning that individual duel in Garage, and then finding out rest of them in B main. So good for them. Navi Juniors, they're looking for a direct attack onto C, a complete different look. Pace on top of that.
Alright, look at this. Fast one. Zero's able to take care of one, but how much more can you get done? Now the rifles are available to you. You've got a couple of players at the back of the site, and Moldy makes it look simple! Sprayed out through the smoke, doesn't see a single soul, but he's taken 3 bodies already! 1v2. And Kalosha might make this possible. He's tailgating it with a spike in his hands over to the other side of the map, onto A. He'll be able to cross that corner without anybody spotting him, but he doesn't know he's got the timing. Which gives your boy Lewis a chance. But they're both scared to take the fight, knowing that maybe this is a situation best taken in a 2v1 scenario.
Kalosha is great. Insane player. Great talent. Coming from Boris. Now he needs to take this 1 versus 2. Close it up. Equal in this first half.
He's got both flashes. And he's got his calls with him as well. Just chilling in the corner, waiting. Now, spotting out his opponent. And this is where you firm up on the grip of the mouse. But no, Chinook is able to land his bullets first. And with that, we have a 7-5 score with the DAC representative Focus having the lead by the end of the half. So 7-5, and it's Focus in the lead. Na'Vi Junior now walk in onto the defensive side. MP, even though it was Focus that had defensive duties previously, it was their pace all day long.
Absolutely. I loved seeing Focus be so proactive. And I wonder if the switch from Lewis being the IGL, I think last year, to now Molsey being the IGL, was the key difference. Sure, it's only one half. And they did quite a lot of good things on that roster as well. Now, will be taken out instantly. Chinook from the first hand. But Focus will claim out the A side.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a bait and switch, right? You're throwing Chinook onto the deep end and the rest of the team can commence over to A. Payne's looking to play first position. But Darkseer takes down Serial, and the things are getting a little bit rougher by the second for Focus, losing players left and right. What do you have available to you, though, Na'Vi Junior? Not much. You do have a curveball and the Paranoia, and it might just be enough. Na'Vi Junior starts to swing in, though, and this is where the pistols come alive. That looked clean, and there was nothing that Focus could do about it.
The Focus was clean on the defensive side. Na'Vi Juniors, they're clean as well. I love that sneaking through from Kolosha. Just walking on the flank, slowly closing the coffin for Focus in that round. Just closing in. Finding the pick on the Lewis as well in a long. Meant that was a completely closed out round for Focus.
This goes here.
Na'Vi Juniors.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Will find the second pistol.
This should do.
Even out
We.
on that department. Small investments coming through for Focus. A Sheriff, a Bandit, and a C side to look at.
Oh, the Bandit does work already. Javelin connecting on Chinook's head.
Last player
And it
standing.
looks quite simple for Na'Vi Junior here. Everybody's making their guns work, whether that's Bandits or Spectres. 7-7 is the score. Na'Vi Junior square things up quickly.
Not quite too flawless that Focus got on their second round, but close enough for Na'Vi Juniors. I'm sure they're so happy with that. Didn't lose out any guns. And look at the investment coming through. Double Vandals, Guardian as well for Na'Vi Juniors. They want to actually take out Focus in this round. Get that momentum started early. Kolosha. They're looking for a pick. Absolutely.
Was that a dink? Did it land?
Yeah, it was.
It's just that
I'm out of here.
wooden pillar's just too damn thick. Only taking away 19 HP. Well, a little bit more than that if you consider the shield into the equation. Let's not do that maths. Focus, on the other hand, they can stick together throughout this. I'm trying to figure out if anything has happened out in mid, but also give the idea to your opponents that they might be considering that play. Instead, though, it's a commitment of pace into long, but don't completely go for it. They know they've tagged pace down, but to what extent, maybe not. But while Focus have been playing around with that idea, Darkseer has gone for a push of his own, and that's going to be a masterful backstab. If it comes in on time, that is, and his teammates don't die in the process. B-side takeover. Molsey with another pick, and your boy Lewis wants to back it up as well. Triple for your boy Lewis. And Darkseer's flag might be coming to fruition, but it's all too late. And thrown into the ground for Focus to win their first buy on the half.
Good read from Focus. Shifting around from A. There was a slight moment where I thought Focus is actually running instantly towards A. Go with pace. But I think it was a great switch. Pulling out some rotations towards A side. Utilizing pace's aggression as Neon.
Right here.
And finding this insert in the rabbit right there. Cecil being so deep in mid. Was brilliant for Focus. Just instantly capitalizing off of that. Javelin. for the Outlaw. 3 players on half shields on the side of Focus. Oh, he's so fast.
So damn snappy. But Focus, can you do it again on B?
Spike plant.
Spike does indeed go down, and this time instead of holding back, they're looking to aggress themselves. That curveball is really damn strong, but it looks like Focus don't get affected by it whatsoever. Pace triples up. But somehow Na'Vi Jr. have got a way back in, but not if Pace has got a say in the matter. Pair that up with your boy Lewis's madness. The past couple rounds, and I don't think Na'Vi Jr. stands a chance.
I think Pace does it again. Starts the first half of this half quite fast. A 4-piece come through. I think Pace kind of maybe fell off on the second half of that first half in the later stages right there. Once again, he starts it so strong, finding a 4-piece right there, sending Na'Vi Juniors to an eco Beister. I think they're investing quite heavily here.
Right here.
Overdrive online for Dartius as well. It could mean that Na'Vi Juniors have a chance here. I do love the performance for Pace.
I mean, he's kind of the win condition of Focus, isn't he? And the way he's been performing, the way he's been fragging, not only in this game, but previous matches as well. When he does well, Focus does well. And that's currently the world we're living in. The slight takeover, though, underway, and Javelin has been well alerted by it, calling in for the troops to join in, but the dangerous thing, whether weak or buy, is that what do you do once base has already been taken?
Take flight.
Surely go for it. You have to go for it.
Spike planted.
Well, we're probably going to see an overdrive coming out from Darxio. Tagged down already, as Paige shows intent. That's not holding back, looking to take the fight head on. Darxio, here comes the stun, together with the overdrive, but it is a couple steps forward, taken up by the Focus players. That won't let Na'Vi Jr. settle. Here comes Javelin, though, and paired with Sizzo's Marshall, they've done quite a bit, but for their dismay, it is just not enough, as Focus are the first to find the double digits.
I think we talked about quite a lot on well, here comes the time. I was just about to highlight Jonta and whether this would be the correct time for a timeout. And yeah, I think this would be perfect. So does Jonta as well. Would be interesting to hear what Jonta has to say in this timeout. Are they going through the plans, or are they just going through what to do as a player, as an individual right there? Do you focus on team cohesion, maybe calming your teammates down? What is the approach for Jonta here? I think the idea of Jonta, even from his tweets, from the appearances in the videos that Na'Vi Juniors have, or Na'Vi have there on their channel, it becomes quite apparent that he's a father figure of some sort, quite good in terms of coaching these young players, really level-headed, but also smart, with over 10 years of experience in esports, in Valorant, in Counter-Strike, as a player and as a coach as well.
I mean, he could quite literally be their dad, right?
Yeah,
you've got AV Kalosha,
literally.
18 years old. He's 38, so minus 18. He was 18 when they were born. So yeah, very possibly he could be their dad. No wonder father figure conversation is being had. Fast play though from Focus, not slowing down a bit. Na'Vi Jr., do you have enough players around? I don't think so. Scissor has already been taken out of the equation. And with that site takeover, you're back to the drawing board, no matter what Jonta would have said. I don't think a retake plan here may have been foretold. Shinner also shutting down Darkseid before he's gotten a chance to approach through the smoke. Doesn't make it optimal. And Na'Vi Jr. wave the white flag. They say there's no chance getting back into this one. 3v5. They've invested heavily. Operator available to them as well. Might as well take it to the next.
But once again, it seemed like Focus are the ones doing the moves, the proactive team. They made sure that they didn't continue in the same way that they were playing on the first stages of this half. They wanted to go more aggressive, go instantly towards that C side, take it on a completely execute while Pace is trying to look for that operator. I mean, damn. Oh,
It's
no way.
oh, unlucky. But, you know, the way Pace has been playing, it just speaks volumes about his confidence. Doesn't matter, you know, who you're playing up against. And that's what you kind of want to see, right, from him. It feels like Focus are putting a lot of hope into him with this project, right? You've got a lot of experience. Molzy, you know, having had many years in VCT, no matter what, you know, roster he was under, Vitality, Apex, even OG London United. You've even got,
Right here.
you know, Serial Killer, who up until recently had
wait a
reps
moment.
into Team Liquid, right? So you've got players that can help in how you want to be playing the game, but you need someone to step it up, and Focus know how to set Pace up for success, and he's loving it right now.
No wonder why Chest said that he hates him. It's annoying to play against him. I see that.
But Hunter Shuri has been annoying to Pace himself, makes it easier for AV to clean up. And with that Focus, completely double back over to the A site. Seems to be the
I
call.
know exactly where you are.
Fox is waiting.
Darksy?
With a neural theft, he's got full information of what's about to happen. Your boy Loso taking care of Javelin means that Dux is by himself, and he will only be good for one. Therefore, Focus are definitely back in the game. 3v3. I'm looking at speed bars, and Molzy's not looking too healthy, but with the rest of the squad available to him to help, it might be a non-issue. Kalosha breaking a trip, and I wonder if that lures his Serial's attention away, or will he stick to his guns a little while longer? Do Na'Vi Jr. take advantage of this? Kalosha not walking to short instead of long. So Serial will be looking for Ghost for a few seconds longer. This is so scary. Kalosha looking to group up with AV on the cross. AV smoking it well one corner as he looks after.
Player standing.
And Shinnick holding on to his position.
standing.
Can't quite connect, meaning it's a 1v1, but Serial Killer is there to finish it off himself. 3 picks to his name, and map point for Focus.
I mean, a great round for Focus, but I think where it all went wrong was Darkseer missing that first shot and not actually taking the initial shot onto the Sova.
Yes, this should do.
You can't really miss those chances. If he finds that pick with the operator, that's instant round gone for Focus, especially if he gets to back from that side. But now Focus, 1 round away from this map, and starts is so strong. Once again, Chinook will be the opener.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, he's been having a great game, Shinnick has. He's also one of the youngest on the server himself at 18 years of age. Kalosha answering back. Pace has been quite the thorn, and having him out of the server is useful, to say the least.
I think Na'Vi Junior's right here in a small advantageous position with the run it back. Other than that, you never want to be on a 4v4 situation on the defensive side.
Na'Vi Jr. playing the pack mentality game. Using the TP over to the site. Instead of holding back, he goes in for the full commit on the part. Duxu just whizzes by, gets the pick, and is still alive to tell the tale. Kalosha will run it back. Will look to play aggressive, running out of bullets in the process, but your boy Lewis seizes the chance to walk in himself and get the pick. Duxu to answer back, but this is close. All reliant on Chinook, but Duxu being low means he's 1 bullet from his denies, and he's quickly being taken care of. Curveball. And now Sizzo knows where to look, but Chinook doesn't. And does that advantage make a difference here? The advantage of information no longer there, though, as both have spotted each other. 5 bullets, but 4 will only be needed. The clutch by Chinook, and Focus close out map 1. Haven is theirs.
Damn, what a performance by Chinook as well. But Lewis, I mean, I love to see that he came back. Obviously came back already for stage 2, but he was so important in one of those, or a few of those rounds now, not being the IGL, looking really brilliant in terms of the aiming power, in terms of finding those multi-kills as well on the round. A brilliant map for Focus, and that's all they needed to start out this one.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a treat to break down, so I'm going to throw it over to the analyst desk to share us their thoughts.
Well, Focus had to fight their way out of groups coming through on the lower bracket, but now that they're in the playoffs here, it seems to be their time to shine. A good first performance for them, and maybe giving Na'Vi Jr. some questions to answer in the break between maps. Echo, would you call this uncharacteristic from Na'Vi Jr.?
I don't know if it's uncharacteristic per se. I think we saw some classic Na'Vi Jr. things happening here with a couple of mistakes that we've seen kind of echoed through from stage 2. But I do think the individuals just weren't performing to the same level I was expecting and hoping that we would see from Na'Vi Jr. I think that's the biggest issue. Darkseid, not an awful performance by any means, but Saizo's backpack is only so big and not everyone from Na'Vi could fit in it.
Yeah, and you know, I think first of all, I mean, it's not a favorite map for them, starting with this, right? And you know, the very, very attentive viewer might have realized that free-side maps are not a Na'Vi thing. Banning out Lotus all the time, playing bad on Haven, you kind of see where this is going, right? So I was very confident I was wrong. I have to admit it, very obviously I was horribly wrong, because I didn't see it coming like this. But one thing you have to say, there's two aspects to this. Na'Vi wanted it too hard, especially in the second half. They made odd mistakes where they wanted to finish the rounds too early in my eyes, where the players were somehow a little bit nervous. And second of all, big props for Focus, because they said we're not playing the game until the spike is down, no matter if we're defending or attacking. Of course, they played the game beforehand with narrowing down the map on where they play, but true fights and combat happened in a controlled manner for them. And this is really what I think was the game plan on both sides that got them so far to beat them here.
I am now interested, obviously, to see how this progresses, right? I mean, you said it yourself, Sesh, this isn't really a Na'Vi map, and it is the pick of Focus, so it's not massively surprising that they would win it out. I think we just expected a little more out of Na'Vi coming into this. Does it kind of make you think anything differently as we move forward, Echo? Do you think after a little break they're going to get back into the swing of things and going to be able to bring back what we expect from them, or do you think Focus have got the momentum on their side now?
I think momentum, especially going into a map like Breeze, is incredibly important. Having the confidence to take the fights there across the longer angles is going to be really, really different. It could make a big difference here going into it, but at the end of the day, Na'Vi Jr. are incredibly comfortable on Breeze, and I do think that it's a good map for them to stabilize this series and then take it to map 3 and win out on Split, where they've been good before. All
right, let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from that game and break down some stuff for you. So first off, I think a big part of this, obviously, we took a look at this head-to-head before the game, and Pays definitely showed his side of things.
He very much did. I mean, look, this guy is individually, ever since Lewis joined, on a different level. And talking to the coach of Focus a bit, Kinney, he very much mentioned that the joining of Lewis gave him more freedom in terms of calling, in terms of making his own decision, in terms of how he wants to approach his role as a duelist. And I think it really pays dividends at this point in time, where he is capable of playing his game and enabling this team in his own way. For me, great to see such a player even improve more. And I, have to really say, it's wonderful to watch. Again, he was showing up, and I very much hope he shows up on the second map too. If not, this is where I start to get worried, but let's see.
Okay, we can take a look at another round there as well. Another round, a round coming into this one. The round 10 retakes as you highlighted here.
This was the make or break. This was where I was literally worried that this is going to go south for Focus. 6-3, and they are back in their condition that they want to play this kind of retake. But sloppy mistakes can cost you severely, and Javelin as well as Kolosha are doing an excellent job in this round. Javelin even second-guessing how he should approach this, considering the situation he's in. You see he has the ult. But most importantly, this round would have been so crucial to watch in case Focus have lost this game. They didn't do so. However, this once more shows the strength of Na'Vi Jr. to never count them out. And once more, Focus got the condition they wanted to play under, failed due to the individual prowess of Navi, but this was only one round. This was only one of those. The Breeze is going to be fascinating because I really want to see Split. For me right now, Focus looked prepared, and not only prepared what the opponent is going to do, but prepared really in the sense of we want to play the game like this, and we will.
Well, we have Breeze coming up for you next. It should be an exciting one. Focus, it's in their hands. It's now for Na'Vi Junior. Can they steal it away from them, or will Focus close it out? Our next map is Breeze, and we'll be coming with that to you. That's a weird syntax for that sentence. Very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Until I barely feel my feet, wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore, cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Challengers Stage 3, Challengers EMEA Stage 3 specifically, if you thought you were on the NA stream. It is one map down for Focus. They managed to get Haven in their way. That is their map pick. But these two here on the desk, they did predict 2-0 to Na'Vi Junior, so not quite the way they were expecting. But maybe Na'Vi Junior can bring it back here on Breeze. I think, look, Echo, you wanted to highlight once again Pays and Ducks here, right? Because it was kind of the story of the last map, that one of them popped off and one of them had a middling performance. It was good, but it wasn't enough to carry the team on the back. Do you think it's going to be a different story here on Breeze?
If we look historically at both of these players' performance on this map, this is actually one of Pays' weakest maps overall, which, you know, you're on the jet, you're expecting to kind of be able to pop off and play with your comfort on that agent. It's not been working so well for him, so we're going to have to see Focus really play around everybody else on the team. Obviously, you know, they're playing the Harbor composition most likely. We'll see that in a second. Whereas as we look over towards Darkzio for the side of Na'Vi Juniors, this is one of his best maps. He is so incredibly comfortable, and this really allows him to pop off in the way that he wants to.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be the interesting part, right? Na'Vi Junior now starting on the defense, and this is where I want to see, and I very much hope to see that Focus are getting their very straightforward plays in. They are just better on the attacking side. On the defense, they should struggle a lot when it comes to this map. Haven was obviously absolutely brilliant for them. There's no real weakness on any of the sides here. You need to bring it home on attack. I'm looking at 8-4. 9-3 ideally half to really cruise in a very friendly fashion towards victory. If that is going to be the case, I think Na'Vi was a bit eager on map 1. Junta's gonna let the players know, and with that being said, now I'm getting worried. But I said that before.
Yeah, delayed expectations. Okay, I mean, look, you guys clearly think that maybe map 1 was, you know, not expected, but here we are. It's a warm-up, right? And Na'Vi Junior, they're going to come back and win it 2-1, right? Is that the expectation, Echo Zesh?
Yeah.
Oh, you seem a lot less sure that Na'Vi are winning the series now. I'm going to throw it to the casters. I'm going to throw it to the casters, MP and Pavlos to take this one away.
I love that faces and words have completely two different sayings at the end of that one. But yeah, MP, it does look like Focus have got a much better grasp over the series and much more close to the expectation of the individuals that roster has, right? We were talking about the pedigree some of these players provide, but it wasn't the players with a lot of experience in the top of Valorant that showed up. Of course, it was Pays once again to show the youngsters of Na'Vi Junior how it's done.
Yeah, he had an incredible performance as well, but I kind of want to highlight Chinook as well. Obviously, just qualified into the ENC with Hungary. And Chinook being one of the players that actually made it happen with this initiator role. Now, obviously, back on the Sova, just played Phoenix, had an incredible performance with that. Now, not having that much utility to frag out himself, a different look, but I think a good look nonetheless. Focus one map away from their first playoff win in Challengers EMEA history.
Yeah, they could get there. They could absolutely get there. Found it out for Dark, so connecting with the first headshot, but it's a little bit tougher to continue on that killing spree. Does get taken down by Chinook. Already highlighted by our one and true MP. Oh. What's the play here? You can see Na'Vi Junior going a little bit of a walk as well outside of A. They're getting a lot of space. And with the position that Kolosha's gotten him for himself, this could be quite big. Let's Focus check this. They do. But they do lose 2 players in the process. Stun out, and Kolosha still holds on to his life. Molzy with a swing, so finally taking care of Kolosha. But has damage been done already? Smoked off B. And even though Sizzo is alone, I don't think that will be the case for long, especially with Javelin closing on the distance on the back line. If you're your boy Lewis, you're shaking where you stand.
He came back to Focus. Now it's time to show why he came back here.
30 seconds left.
I think Lewis definitely have. I'm not gonna finish that out.
Yeah, it's best to leave some things in the past, and that was definitely one of those rounds. But yeah, Na'Vi Junior able to bounce back quickly here. That's sort of what they need to play well on Breeze, right? One of the puggiest of maps on the Valorant pool.
Yeah, but this is exactly what you need to do on Breeze, especially when you lose out control in mid. You have to take it on the different avenues. They pushed from A main, walked that through. They had a D player on B, under B window, that being Kolosha. And I think in the end, that was why Na'Vi Juniors were able to win that round. They were able to capitalize off the map. Now Focus, grouping up towards B, but the spike is left onto A. I feel like this is just going to be a fake to try to get that spike planted.
Doesn't look like it.
And that has pulled the rotations.
Yeah, it's worked. Quite frankly, it's worked. I heard that production. Oh no, that is the sheriff. Never mind. I wanted to call out production for bringing in some music, but no, that's just the game, and
you got baited.
I got baited. Sorry, production. Oh. Sorry for doubting you. Never do it again.
Look at the flank coming from Pace as well. Not sure if it's early enough.
Ooh, look at those martial shots hitting from Dark. So these distances are what that gun really likes. Although there are a couple of classics doing damage. It just may not be enough. He's looking to see if he can interrupt this diffuse from being completed. But I don't think that will be happening, holding back. And that will be the round as well. And no punish either for Pays. So there you go, Na'Vi Jr. with a quick 2-0.
Focus, it's a decent looking round in terms of that you get the spike planted, get a couple kills as well. Sure, Na'Vi Jr. is not suffering too much in terms of the economy right there, but Focus definitely had a shot in there. Now going on a full buy. I feel like it's all up to Colossian, especially these A players. Make it more even.
Oh, look at Colossian going for it! He just weaves in and out of battle with such finesse. 2 picks for the good.
On the other side of the map as well.
This is ridiculous. Focus are left scratching their heads. They've lost players everywhere. This was supposed to be the first buy round of the game, and Na'Vi Jr. say, yeah, well, never mind. Take it to the next.
Hey, I mean, Desk highlighted. Haven, not the best map for Na'Vi Juniors. Well, what is the best map for Na'Vi Juniors? I mean, I feel like Focus is feeling that one. They know exactly what is the best map for Na'Vi Juniors. Flawless to make that one sure on Na'Vi Juniors bonus round and a Focus's first gun round.
So, what we're seeing right now from Na'Vi Jr. is what we saw Focus do previously on Haven, right? Go for those early pushes, take up that space, and cause issues from the very beginning, right? Set some conditions that Focus are to be expecting for the rest of the map.
Yeah, and what a shot in the leg for Serial as well. He got instantly taken out on that solo anchor B side. Focus actually switching up the pace, going for a quick take towards A.
Yeah, it's harder to maintain the pressure with just the jet though, and Dash already utilized, so it'll be a little bit more difficult to keep it up. Hayes gets away with one, and he's in the middle of the site, but Colossian respects that position. And with the snake bite, he'll have to get forced off the angle. Pays. If he wins another 1v1 here, would be monstrous, and he does it again! Kolosha, it was even midway through the dash animation, and he still gets taken down, and somehow Cyril finds a pick with a Marshall. Things have turned awry. Focus now are in pole position in the round. And Cyril knows exactly where he look. He's got Pays as well to help out with another side angle. This will be huge for Pays. He can just wait. Wait for Na'Vi Jr. to cross into the site himself. Darkseus aware that a play like this could be taking place, but he's going to have to be patient about it, and indeed he is. So back to 2v2. Mostly side angle. Syria out into the open, but the toxic screen keeps him hidden for a bit. Sheriff headshot lands 1 bullet, and it's got to be a very accurate bullet at that Molzy. But he won't be landing it. Gets given a chance to reload. Cloudburst goes in for another swing. Right click miss on the blades, and Molzy gets a second chance for the clutch.
Disastrous round for Na'Vi Juniors. I mean, Darkseus, that awareness to think and hold long enough for Pace to peek right there, getting the second pick as well, but doesn't connect with the knives. 2 connections were needed, but not quite enough. Focus finds some relief, but now it's operator in the hands of Kolosha. Definitely not an easy challenge.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, if Focus can pair up with Na'Vi Jr. individually, I think we're in for a treat. We already witnessed a fantastic map number 1. But one of the, the concerns that you have with teams against Na'Vi Jr. is that these individuals are just going to roam free. Focus have not allowed that to be the case, and Pays is being a prime example. Double kill, site taken over, spike down, and Pays isn't slowing down. Look at him go. He's walked so far forwards. Darkseus might be confronting him as the waves do subside. 8 bullets, but still sticking to his guns. AV being low could mean that he could quickly find his end. Well, Fangle for Pays doesn't care for cover. If he's quickest to the trigger, doesn't matter. But this time confronted by 3, and that's just too much to handle. Starting now, being approached by Navi Jr., but again have to deal with 2 different positions. Molzy and Shinnick try to hold down the fort, and Shinnick is doing an adequate job at doing so. Will eventually go down, but Cyril's there as the final guarantee, and there's nothing that can be done about the Spike's defusal, so Focus go back to back.
I almost broke a sweat.
Pays on the front line of that whole attack for Focus. Finding the first trade instantly after the shot goes through, and then fighting forward on the backside as well. Ciso couldn't quite connect. I feel like this is probably because Ciso hasn't gotten the fights in this map quite yet, so he's not too comfortable with the aim right now. When you have pace, it's quite hard to face against him if you're not hitting those bullets.
Pays with pace, dangerous pace. I feel like there's a tongue twist there and there somewhere.
Yeah.
Pace, pacing, pacily. Check down. Pays as well. This is much stronger of a hold from Navi Jr. They just sort of walked into the meat grinder. Darkzo's making easy work of this. Spots out headshots. And the round is already done. So, yeah, a bit anticlimactic given what we've seen in the past couple.
There.
But hey, who knows? Maybe Molzy and Serial can find some extra damage. But Spike being in no man's land and the alert being created by Kalosha makes this more than difficult. Even this mid-angle is being held by Javelin.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think Molzy even got to press a button right there.
Yeah, probably not.
Was taken out instantly, and Kalosha. Another flawless as well.
Hi.
Navi Juniors. Sure. Some mistakes here and there. Maybe a bit overzealous in few of those rounds. But then if you go back into this flawless round in like every other round, I feel like you're fine with not being a player for Navi Juniors. I feel like you're fine with that. Even Jonta probably feeling fine if there's few mistakes. Obviously, you would love to scrap all of those mistakes away, but they will always happen.
Yeah, it's about minimizing the risk, the unnecessary risk, right? You're taking. Darkzo, that is so damn quick. Oh, Pays though wants to bring up the pace himself, right? Turn up the volume nozzle. And we'll have to go down to Ciso, but these trades are going left, right, and center, which means it's still a 3v3. Avi's got a really interesting position, but misses a shot. Oh no! Oh, thankfully gets given a second opportunity. But nothing's done yet. Focus could get Spike onto the ground, but Kalosha being on the Neon means he can get there quickly. Operator in his hands. We'll take the slow approach, given that Javelin needs to close up the distance as well, and he's quite far from the shadows used from AV. Just for the information, just to make sure that no one is in that corner, and he figures it out. By process of elimination, they should be quite closer. And that's what they've put their attention towards. Kalosha looking towards the left-hand side of the exit, while AV trying to see who's next to that chokehold. Overdrive enabled. Kalosha realizes close proximities will be needed and uses that ultimate to absolute superbness. Javelin also chimes in by the end.
Thanks.
And with that, Navi Jr. will be defusing, giving an extra ult orb to the Hunter's Fury, but getting, most importantly, a 5th round on the board.
A rough looking retake for Navi Juniors that they had to look into different avenues, three different areas to take on that retake. Everyone had to go as individuals, but still it feels like they managed to come together in this retake and take out the duels as a group and capitalize off of that advantage as well. I love that they used the overdrive as well. Couldn't quite find a pick with the operator. Couple missed timings right there. They invest into the overdrive and not save that. I feel like Navi Juniors, especially against Besiktas in Ascent, they were kind of sticking with the Veto ulti a lot. That was a big mistake. They didn't quite use that. And it's something that happens with some of these teams, that you don't really want to use the ultimate when you have an advantage, but just to secure out that round, it's brilliant. And I feel like Jonta is very happy with that, because obviously it's much more important to get out that round than to maybe find a highlight pick with overdrive or something like that. And Navi Juniors, I feel like they're on a comfortable lead right now.
Yeah, it's so easy to fall into the min-maxing trap where you want to say, okay, we should be able to win this 3v2 and we can hold on the ultimate to the next one. And it is a very important ultimate to hold on to, but you're right, it's much more beneficial to secure that round quickly. And that's exactly what Navi Junior did. Kalosha weaving in and out.
Go, go, go.
Let's see if we can spot anyone on the swing, but Focus this time around have slowed it down entirely. Waiting to see if Navi Junior are going for something aggressive, and Darkseer is doing something like that. Waiting to see if someone appears on his screen. Pays on the other side of that, and it's Pays to win on that 1v1. I don't know how that happened, but somehow Pays gets a look at his opponent's head.
I mean, I have to say already a great timeout. By the looks of what Focus is doing instantly after that, you kind of highlighted they slowed it down, went onto a default, waiting for those aggressive pushes. And even though that it was Pays who made the move instead of Darkseer, Pays will be the ones who capitalize off of that. And now, null command online, Hunter's Fury as well for Chinook. It would feel quite easy for Focus just to run into this B site without any problems.
Focus realizing there's importance in asking questions of your opponents and keeping things on the down low, on the quiet. Asks the most important of questions: where, when, how.
Look at this flash.
Now it's been figured out, but is it too late? 4 versus 5 as Navi Junior try and get onto the case. AV sneaks past with a TP, but he needs his teammates to have any impact in this round, but takes care of an important piece in the back line, and Pace goes down to him as well. 4v3. Now the tables have turned. It's Navi Junior in pole as they're trying to aggress forwards. Morzy smoked off. They don't know he's here, and he could get away with a lot. And indeed he does. Cyril gets one of his own. Javelin's too far off. No way he can secure this. They run out of time. And with that, Focus by the skin of their teeth hold on to the site.
In my eyes, that was just a lost round for Focus when AB found those 2 picks. Got past the lines with Shrouded Step. But somehow the sole player in between, in the middle of the site, will be able to capitalize. Keep Navi Junior back. I think Focus had a brilliant idea. Lewis threw a flash for Pace, but a bit mistimed, and I feel like Pace wasn't comfortable on capitalizing off that. So AB came in and almost pulled it out for Navi Juniors, and now Focus once more. They're back on the aggressive side take. Hunter's Fury online, it comes through as well.
Kalosha gets tugged down by the Hunter's Fury, but he's able to sink his feet into the ground and take 2 players down with them. It's ridiculous how quickly this round has gone astray. Pace, he's keeping it close. How has this converted into a 1v2? It's no need to think about the past.
Yeah, so fine with Pace going on the backside. They just wanted to fight all the way to the front. Leave Pace alone there. And once again, it's up to Pace to make it stick for Focus.
So calm and focused. Dash ready. But this is difficult because he's just switched positions with his opponent. He's heard the movement, and there you go, isolating Darkseer, meaning Sizzo has got to do it by himself. And that is a tough spike plant position. Not exactly in the angle for Pace, but Sizzo knows he's in the wide open areas. And he could end up sticking it, but Pace isn't buying it. And now he knows, and through the toxins, he succeeds! There is no one like Pace! This is truly his game!
I don't think his expression on his face even changed throughout that whole segment. Just calm and collected.
One enemy.
And no wonder this Focus's roster is being highlighted as one of the best that they've ever had. Yeah, sure, you have Serial Killer here. You have Chinook, Molsey. But Pace.
Don't forget your boy Lewis. And
Yeah,
Pete.
I
Don't
mean,
forget.
he's been here for
He's been there
so
forever.
long.
Yeah. Apart from the past 4 months, but yeah, he's been.
Sure. He's pretty much Focus.
True.
But yeah. I mean, incredible performance from him. And that's exactly what we highlighted. We needed that from Pace. Well, Focus needed that from Pace. He's been performing in Haven. At least few rounds where he single-handedly won that. Same already happening here. Pace.
No. Surely don't try and peek with the operator here. Shiva gets knocked off his feet. As he gets a pick on the Darkseer in kind.
No
No,
way.
he doesn't swing with the operator. He dashes in with a shorty. There are layers to his play. Kalosha walks past him though, and that could cause issues for Focus. No, it won't, because Focus already gained side control. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm out of here. 30 seconds left.
Kalosha. It feels like Pace knows, and there's more players looking in this
Spike
direction as
down,
well.
B.
All too aware of something like that happening. Spike doesn't need to go down instantly. They can wait for a second. And the 3v2 from Javelin and AV looks very, very difficult. You've got to shock that paranoia, but what can you do with it? You're going to have to take fights head on. And Javelin has just been able to find two. Right, plays over the mansion. Molsey has to be to the left, and now his hand has been spotted. Slow down a little bit. Molsey finds it to the side. And Javelin reads it! Oh, it's a 1v3! You cannot make this up! This game is full of clutches! And Javelin puts his name alongside Paze's!
Do not hunt the hunter.
Look at his stats. He's died twice in this whole match. Or map, rather. I think that was a statement from Javelin. I don't want to lose my KD. I'd rather clutch this. Pace
KD's more
doing all
important
of
than
the
the
work.
clutch, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure.
God.
Oh my God.
I'll find them.
And to do that against Pace as well.
Get out of my way.
Hunter's Fury. No Blade Storm, I mean. For both of the Jets.
Give me those back.
Okay, Darkseer is jealous now. He wants a moment in the spotlight. He's able to find a couple of picks with the blades, and he wants to touch it for more. Look at him go. He's not stopping. Molsey will finally put an end to that.
Mid.
But it's not for long. This game has entered a different dimension, MP. Shennick's position has been discovered, but you know, when do Navi Jr. decide, yeah, maybe it's not a good idea to go for him, right? You know, Focus's economy is low, but Navi Jr. it's not prosperous either in a couple. Actually, you know what? Last round of the half, the next one, they should be able to afford every single gun if they keep at least two alive.
I like the positioning around. Doubling up in mid, then trusting that Kalosha will hit that operator shot if it comes to that. Chinook. Yeah, no chance.
So
Last round before the switch.
even Pace has been having a terrific game. Navi Jr. continue to say that they are feeling comfortable on this map than they have been this entire year.
No charges left.
Beautiful.
Does this look like a team that has been 1v3'd?
No. It's a tough thing for Focus because you have Pace popping off as well. You have Molsey getting a couple great kills as well. Then you have Navi Juniors and Darkseer, Kalosha shutting you down every turn, and Javelin clutching it out.
Oh, that's gets taken care of though. Your boy Lewis taking matters into his own hands. KO entering is something you don't see too often.
Welcome to my world.
Viper Spit enabled as well. Focus.
Planted.
Going to throw everything they have into this final round of the half. Currently in the lead in numbers. And they see it to the end. A very dangerous overdrive is available for Colossian. Sizzo's one away from a Viper Spit himself, so chaos can be created in close quarters. Roger first needs to ease up. Overdrive now being thrown in. Looking to see if he can find some shots through the toxins, but nothing seems to be connecting. Finally, getting one pick, but it's not quite the kill you wanted. You want to take care of the Viper's Pit so everything can smooth out a little bit. You're losing too much health breathing this foul air, and the bullets will put a swift end to you. This game is looking like a close one as Focus find a fifth for themselves. It doesn't look like they're going anywhere, even if this is their opponent's map pick. (7-5), just like the first map. But Focus look determined that they don't want to leave this on to split. But it all comes down to the pistol. Will be coming out on top of this one. It's Na'Vi Jr.'s turn to be the aggressors on Breeze.
Fast mid-take Colossia. Full spot Serial. AV. Oh.
Yeah, timed out. I heard a ting, you know, the sound that's made when someone writes in chat. So there is a chance this round is reset, but we'll wait for the admin team to take care of this. But let's walk through this one in case no reset is decided. At least Pace gets taken down through the smoke, and it looks like this will be a simple endeavor as Na'Vi Jr. know exactly where to look for Chinook. And there you go. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tech timeout here to figure this one out. But yeah, I do believe someone wrote in chat quite a bit before we saw first confrontation.
You hear that too. I think something that we kind of highlighted in the halftime of that halftime in between us, that Pace was the front line for Focus. He was the player to focus on. Sure, Molsey had a couple amazing rounds as well, multiple kills, but then when we check at the rest of that team, they were kind of hanging around in that 5-4-3 kill department, which is gonna be tough when they go to the defensive side. You have to have these players stepping up as well, because Pace cannot be everywhere. Well, I mean, it's Pace, technically he can with the operator and switching around things, and sure, but I mean, realistically, you have to have other players stepping up. Lewis, I think the last round of that first half was one of those players.
Sure.
And definitely one of those players that I do expect to step up as well, especially now that he's on the not IGLing role. I'm sure he's helping mostly right here and there as well. But he's been, to me, he's been an incredible player for this Focus roster.
Taking entering duties into his own hands. Sort of have to do that when the roles are a little bit mixed out. If you're hoping Pays is going to do a lot of the fragging, you kind of want the attention to be taken elsewhere. So you allow Pays to do his thing, right? Again, it's the conversation about setting up your star player for success. And that kind of draws me to Na'Vi here, MP, right? Because what I noticed about their squad is that they can have a star player in every position, right? And what I mean by this, you can have people pop off at any moment, right? You know, this is normal across all teams, but having the capability to be a star player within a team, right? Being the one that's set up for a crazy moment, for, you know, a sequence, for, you know, a set play, is not something you see often. You usually have that being sort of funneled into one singular person. But for Na'Vi Junior, we see that across all of them, right? We see that for Kolosha, we see that for Darksio, we've seen that for Sizzo. And I find that really interesting about the squad.
And it kind of depends on what map they're playing, on which side of the map they are playing. For example, Sizzo, I feel like he shines especially on those lurks in the attacking side as Veto, but he's incredible on the defensive side as well. That just depends on the map. Then you have Javelin, who's incredible with the Sova. He can clutch absolutely like he did on the first half. 1 versus 3 situation. Then you have Darksio, who can just find clips. I mean, all of these players are so good that they can do anything that you want individually. And like you see on the bottom of your screens, the round will be re-rolled. The disconnection was before the damage was done, as I think we all saw on the live screen as well.
And it's also a matter of being alerted of a disconnect before damage is taken as well. Sure, one can disconnect before damage is taken, but there's more proof to it as well, you know, with players saying, oh, he's disconnected, let's reset. And that's exactly what we've done here, folks. So back to the drawing board for the pistol. The red you see in number 13 there is wrong, as Na'Vi Junior have not secured this one, even though they did previously. It's going to have to be replayed and overwritten. Let's see how this one goes. Again, Focus have made a decent job of closing up the distance, but can they keep up a better pace on the defensive side?
Oh, Focus going all out on mid. Maybe adaptation? I love how Na'Vi Juniors, that's completely focusing on B. Nothing to be seen on the drone as well.
Ooh. They don't get to spot Scissor either. Well, Spike goes down. No issue there. And Focus are playing this one as a unit. All 5 players grouped up together. Darksio, though, able to take one down before they get a chance to approach. Bowie Lewis, though, in hot waters. Contested ones at that. But the damage done doesn't necessarily mean that it's converted frags. Focus have been able to do quite a bit. And finally, Kolosha dealt with. Sizzo appears from the back line, and he seems to be the difference maker by the end. Na'Vi Junior with a first round dub on the attacking side.
Right there, Sizzo, even though he has been offline on the defensive side, will be the closing out factor. Sure, I'm sure Na'Vi Juniors had a great chance at that round without Sizzo being on that flank, but Sizzo being on the flank meant that they absolutely closed that one out, and him being able to play out that flank
right there
late enough to not get caught off guard was brilliant. Focus completely stacking this A side. Kolosha is looking for picks. There's 4 players waiting for him.
It's a good flash. Pays gets away with the first kill as well. Kolosha picks up the spike, looking to run, but I'm looking at Zero's position right now, and it's quite the dangerous one. Does he have the right weapon for the case, though? Classic. To do it, and indeed it does. How about that? Shutting Na'Vi Junior's round with a simple pistol has got to be a very satisfying thing. Focus have completely changed the tide around, and this game could truly go anywhere. This is our last man standing, but it feels like it's a formality at this point.
Toxins going up.
No way on earth
Toxin screen down.
he'll be able to retrieve the spike with his life intact. Looking at Chinook closing up the distance. He's been spotted. Headshot lands. And there goes that.
I mean, I guess classic is the right weapon. Serial, I think otherwise having a tough map in terms of finding kills, instantly got shut down on the first half of that first half. I think it was second round or third round coming up. Meant that he had to be so careful in his flanks when he was solo playing on the other side of the map. Now finding some success with the classic could mean some dangerous stuff for Na'Vi juniors. Don't want to feed this Viper. Now we will get to buy still.
Syria was being forced off the angle though. And Darkseer finding the high ground is superb. Double kill and the entry. Chinook though is a little bit too much to handle. Pays taking advantage of the toxic screen dropping. But shortly after means that Na'Vi Junior are the ones in control. It needs some heroic efforts from Chinook and Malzy to get this one done. Thing is, there is cover available to the attackers. And they're looking to vacate the premises, which makes things even tougher. Malzy spots out two, you know, one is close by, but where is the question? So much time has passed since you last accounted for Kolosho, so he truly could be anywhere. Malzy's able to take care of him, but that wastes a lot of time as well. So even if you do end up with a picks, it's hard to imagine you're winning this. Unless Malzy can defuse it right under their nose, and I think he might be able to do it! You can't be getting away with this, Malzy! An absolute robbery!
I don't know what to say, Pavlos.
I don't either, man. There's nothing you can say that's correct.
Malzy and Pace. I mean, front line for Focus. Pace once again fighting it forward. Closing the distance. Going for the aggressive fights. And Malzy being the start for just defusing the spike in the bubble. Na'Vi juniors finally having to save. It's paying off, I guess.
The way that the game has been transpiring, I feel like a 1v1 taken versus Pays and won from Na'Vi Junior is always a positive, right? You feel like, okay, maybe he's not impenetrable, right? Maybe he's not invulnerable.
Even this might be a good trade, actually. Like, having just Pace out of that round. So good for Na'Vi juniors. It doesn't matter if you lose one or two players because Darkseer, Javelin. I mean, this triple threat will always capitalize.
Wait, this was a pistol round.
Planted.
Guys, focus. Like, what is going on? Oh, Kolosho, the timing of that is superb. Let's see if your boy Lewis can turn it right back in his team's favor. It's going to be tough, especially with Darkseer having the lurk here, 10 HP. Your boy Lewis seems to be aware of a position like this, but the timing will be everything in this round. Yeah, your boy Lewis is delirious, doesn't even know where to look. Na'Vi Junior hiding. Pull the fuse halfway, baited in for more. Spots by the recon. Javelin will be toying with him. Your boy Lewis wins the first one, but he needs to stick it if he wants to have a chance in the round. But Javelin played this one superbly, and if Thrifty would put Na'Vi Junior right back into the driver's seat.
I think it's the three most threatening individuals in this roster. Kolosho, Javelin, and Darkseer, especially in this map. Will once again make it sure that Na'Vi Junior have a chance in this map, that they will keep the lead in this map. It doesn't matter whether it's eco or not. Once again, it's back and forth. Feels like it doesn't matter kind of buy Focus has or Navi Junior has. Could be either one. Winning out that round. Kolosha opening this one out perfectly.
But I feel Sizzo's been locked in his place, right? If he moves, if he budges in any sort of position, he'll fall, but his teammate comes to help out.
Okay.
Sizzo ends up winning a fight there. How is that even possible?
Look at the damage
man.
done, though.
Yeah, true.
But for Darkseid, he has the Outlaw.
True. On the other hand, the Molesy is the one in charge of this A site. And he can hear the commotion.
Scanning ahead.
The players approaching. Recon will not be spotting him.
30
He's got
seconds
this corner
left.
to hide in. Can we try to play the sneaky game all round
Spike
long? Yeah,
planted.
Cyril losing his life basically is the
Last player
end to this
standing.
one. Can't quite find the headshot accurately there. Navi Junior poised for the 10th. Your boy Lewis, last man standing, and he's been in this position a couple times already in this map. We'll be walking in. Just the Guardian, not the end of the world. Hey, but at least you can get a little bit closer to the null command. Yeah, maybe secure it altogether. That's exactly what he's done.
Gun here.
But double digits for Navi Junior nevertheless. And now a gap is being created.
Only human.
So interesting for Focus is that they used one timeout. I think that was on the first half, if I'm not completely mistaken. They have another one ready here. It could be very well used here, especially with 4 ultimates. Maybe they feel confident with these ultimates. Defend this site. It seems like Navi Juniors are trying to go for a fast B, or maybe just want to have Darkseid fake some pressure towards A. It seems like it's gonna be a default. Okay.
Look at Kolosha. Look at him go. He's forcing the issue. Overdrive enabled, and now he's vacated the premises quickly without losing his life. Which is not bad, but Pays realizes, I might as well go in for a look, see who's around, what body I can claim, and indeed finds one. Back to the drawing board for Navi Junior. Look at Pays! Look at where he is! He's stashed even more forwards! While Chinook wins the 1v1, Navi Junior are split on 3 different positions with no way of grouping, given that Pays is where he is right now. This is so awkward.
Now, I don't even know what the call was for this round. Sizzo will get taken out in the mid as well. Such a confusing round in terms of where Navi Juniors were positioned right
here.
there.
Right here.
Sure, I guess there was an idea.
30 seconds left.
Is Kolosha faking for a javelin there?
I mean, whatever the plan was, Focus disrupted it. And I think that's the clear part in this.
Player standing. Spike down.
Pays' aggression paired up with the responsiveness from the rest of the squad as well to capitalize on the information gained. This game is far from being decided, and this round illustrated just that.
Disastrous round for Navi Juniors. I think every single player was actually taken out individually. There was no chance for any of them to get traded at any point. They were so split up. Sure, Focus now used 2 ultimates on that round, but they still have a crazy good ultimates to take on a retake, maybe aggressive with an all command, Hunter's Fury as well. Oh, Navi Juniors looking more straightforward, and this is what I like.
Yeah, but Focus still have a good answer in place, right? They have 3 players in one side of the map, able to deal with the first player thrown in. And back to the drawing board for Navi Junior. If they don't find space control, any advantage on the map, they're still in trouble. They've used most of their utility to try and break into that A site.
One player down as well. That's going to be the Jet of the team, Darkseid.
That was a lie, though, what I said earlier about most of the utility, because there is still a paranoia, there is still the overdrive, and the recon should be able to come through for the post.
I think Spike will eventually be planted, but what's the post plant gonna look like? Wipe the spit.
Planted.
I mean, a good investment, but the way that Focus is gonna position in this retake is brilliant.
I don't mind this. If you want to be winning this retake, you've got to have main control. And Pays is a one dangerous man, is the boogeyman in this instance. That Na'Vi Junior do not want to be handling. Distracted by the Hunter's Fury, by the rest of the team flooding in. Pays has got the perfect amount of space to walk through, but Ali has got another thing to say. A 1v1. Shinnick taps a spike, 3 bullets. AV, surely you can't clutch this. Runs out. A bullet in the chamber, and that has got to be frustrating. Na'Vi Junior. Oh, the horror as Pays rips right through them.
We have to look at this again. Look at the 3 kills coming up quickly.
Concentrate.
AV almost a 5 piece, but can't really reload at any point. 3 bullets is not quite enough to win that one out. I think this is Na'Vi Junior's timeout. And in a great place it comes. Na'Vi Junior still in the lead, but a tough place for them.
I mean, my head is rolling through the previous round from start to finish. And I think the mistake made from Focus was, from Na'Vi Junior, is that they stopped fighting Pays. Right? They knew they were in a 2 versus 3 there. They got the first pick, and they said, "Okay, job's done. Let's focus on to the other side of the site, so the rest of the team won't be able to gain too much space for free." But that ultimately gave Pays a way back in. He can win 1v1s. You can't let him roam free like that.
Jan, I think that ties into the point that when you give Pays so much freedom there, you give out so much control of that map as well. They didn't really have any control of the whole A side because they were crunched in by every side.
Thanks.
You kind of have to fight forward in some place to take that control. Maybe hold down that main. Na'Vi Juniors couldn't capitalize. Now coming fast. Pays will be taken out. Darkseal doubling up.
Numbers favor Na'Vi Junior at the moment, and they're no slouches when it comes to the thrifty rounds. They have won a couple of pistols before, and they're looking poised to do it again. 2v1. No matter what weapon you have, you're at a disadvantage when you've got 2 barrels staring at you and only 1 staring at them.
Spike planted.
Focus on the back foot, and this has got to hurt after everything you've done to keep the score close, keep the tally even.
What a way to die. My ultimate is ready.
This might be slipping through their fingers either way. Serial approaching. Tying being of absolute essence. Viper's Pit, but do you really want to be playing in the dark? He knows where 1 is. Knows where the 2nd could be, but a 3rd is a complete unknown, and Javelin takes advantage of that. Going around, headshot landing, and Na'Vi Junior still threatening, closing up this map and taking us to a 3rd.
I think that was 2nd Thrifty at least for Na'Vi Juniors, and one name comes into mind for me. Jonta. A timeout called. A round called, I imagine, because that was such a different looking round compared to what Na'Vi Juniors were having. Sure, they were on an eco, they have to go for something different, and they capitalized off of that, even though Pays connected on the first shot individually. Or initially, rather. Wasn't quite enough. Now focus on the back foot. They don't really have or can't really afford to lose any more rounds here.
That play them a little bit more constricted. That's a massive dagger to have. You've got full information. You know where 4 out of 5 are, and by the process of elimination, you can figure out where the 5th is as well. But that mow down, the spray down through the smoke. Your opponents may be invisible to you, but you know where the cross lines are. And the sprays are superb.
And that comes from the combination of the double initiator, your boy Lewis and Chinook. You saw the timings. The flash drive coming through at the same time as the recon bolt came through. Flashing up 3 players on the site. What a brilliant doubling up from Focus. Just completely shutting down Na'Vi Juniors. Damn. Such a simple play.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you kind of want in a situation like this, right? Na'Vi Junior are looking to run away with it. They bring out a 50 of their own. They're starting to spoil Focus's day here, right? The whole point of this is that Focus are keeping score with Na'Vi Junior on Breeze, one of the most dangerous maps that Na'Vi Junior have been boasting all year. And that's already commendable. But they're showing up with their own style. It is zero care attitude.
Making Na'Vi Junior seem uncomfortable, actually. I feel like that's something that we didn't quite see, especially in the stage 2.
Sure.
Na'Vi Junior, sure, they've lost some maps, especially against Mandatory. They couldn't quite win out the grand finals. That was the combo. Beautiful. But they couldn't win against Reborn in the grand finals.
Yeah.
And now, I feel like this is the first time in stage 2 that they're looking really uncomfortable. Since Focus is the one that have a map up on them. They have the buffer. They're free to lose this map. Na'Vi Juniors once again on a timeout.
Yeah, I agree with you, MP. And I feel like I'm drawing some parallels here as well. One of the reasons why Na'Vi Junior was so good, you know, throughout the previous Challengers EMEA split, you know, getting into the finals, it was already surprising everyone, was due to their unusual style, their own style, you know, their aggressive nature, the way they play together, right? It's not something that you often see. They're not really borrowing a playbook from a tier 1 team. The reason they didn't manage to do so well against Reborn is because Reborn were able to match them individually. And we're seeing this from Focus right now, right? Pays is matching them individually, and this is giving confidence to the rest of them to keep fighting them, not kind of give up on this. It's not Kalosha and Darkseer running away with things. They are being confronted and defeated in many occasions. I'm not calling this map over. It's far from it. I feel like this could go anywhere at any point. But this is what's making this map interesting.
All I'm hearing is we're going overtime.
Could be. Could be. But there's a real possibility Na'Vi Junior get 2 in a row here, and this is where Darkseer steps up to the plate. Together with Avi, they've taken up mid control, but can they move into B without issue? Serial needs to be careful. He's got another player infiltrating the back lines. Avi on close proximity, but Serial seems to have his number. Going for the jiggle peek, the information is there. What do Na'Vi Junior do with it? It looks like the whole bag. Not fully taking over the site just yet, given that Focus have converted all of their attention onto B.
Hey, we're getting away from that danger as well.
They're going back in.
Na'Vi Juniors. Oh, and look at Avi. Oh, Focus is going down the mid. Avi's position would have been perfect if Focus came down short. Brilliant call.
It's a double fake and switch.
30 seconds left.
Worked like a charm for Na'Vi Junior. And again, all it takes to reset the tempo is a round win, and they're looking very likely to sealing the deal with this one, having site control on B, with 4 players against the 3 of Focus, with Pays being out of the equation, with Shinnick being no more. Who do you have to get you out of this hole, Focus? A couple of flashes available, but this has got to be a very coordinated attack, and Na'Vi Junior players are everywhere. Smoke to give them some space to start walking in, but Kalosha has figured out the timing to disrupt as they go. Your boy Lewis in trouble, being concussed. Mosey is the last player standing, but this time won't be able to ninja, especially with a snake bite in play. But it's missed! No way, Mosey! But yeah, the smoke goes off. So will have to be an outrageous defuse for him to win that one. Got us shaking for a mere moment. Given that snakebite fell short off the mark, but no. Map point, a very real possibility for the young squad of Na'Vi Junior.
That was crazy. And good thing for Navi Juniors that they had 2 players shooting out that bubble. Meaning that this time around it wasn't quite enough. And once again we go to a timeout. This time around it's Focus's timeout. They need to win out 2 rounds in a row. Get all the way into the overtime. And I kind of want to bring this back to the discussion of Focus being around for so long as an organization, being a staple for Doc. But still, they never have won a Challengers playoff game, which is insane to me. I feel like Focus has been around for so long. They've had multiple great rosters, insane individuals as well, but somehow always they fall short when they go into the playoffs.
Yeah. Crazy how that happens. I mean, the glory days of Focus was way back, wasn't it? It was way back in their first ever Valorant season where they won the EMEA Challengers promotion, you know?
Yeah.
But
Screen down.
it's hard to match it when you do what you're set out to do in the very first season of competition and never being able to do it again.
All the glory days. I mean, back in 2023, they had something in Ascension, but again, there, Colossia. Equaling out the odds. Moz is so close, up front and personal, but Colossia will be dealt with.
First steps in the right direction for the DAC representative. But Navi Junior are suffocatingly close. But Mosley's able to punch Javelin into the nose. And with that, you have found some stability. Navi Junior players across the map and disjointed. A one-on-one that pays will win with ease. And AV far off a potential plant. Well, he's just given away his position as well, so even though he might be able to secure a spike plant, it's hard to imagine he'll get away with a round win altogether, especially up against the 4. Sees where 1 is. The rest of Focus turn their attention towards A once again. They're all holding down together, right? Shooting gallery. 10 seconds, so the spike has to go down to increase chances. Dash in, disrupt. And this truly is going all the way, folks. 12-11. By the end of the next round, either Navi Junior square things up, take us to split, or overtime on the table.
Win conditions. Navi Juniors, Hunter's Fury online. Not the best weaponry. A couple of rifles here and there. Half shields for AV and Ciso. They have to go for lower rifles as well. But on the other side, Focus, they have the Operator, Reckoning, and Hunter's Fury online. And with Pace going for the first pick. This could be good for Focus. Unless AV. Aggressive positioning, but will capitalize off of that. Chinook.
Keep the stage is welcome. Okay, nothing's over. Things, you know, when things are getting so pressurized, I don't know how to describe it at this point. Mistakes will happen. And now it's down to a 3v3. All duelists.
Look at Navi Juniors.
Off the server. Pays, Colossia, Darksio.
Spike planted.
Let's see what the rest can do.
No Vandals left for Navi Juniors, so they have to go all the way to elbow.
Javelin teasing. Potential position at the back of the site. As Focus put in their attention to try and lure him out. Yabui Lewis able to have enough time to deal with Javelin. Onto the spikes diffusal. Mosley will be able to get it through halfway, maybe all the way, as the rest of his team is a shooting gallery up against them. And indeed, overtime is secured by Focus, not giving out without a fight.
Switching sides.
Great retake for Focus, and in the end, I feel like in that round, it was literally the gun difference that won Focus that one. Maybe if there was a rifle in the hands of Javelin, he would have been able to find this, but not with the Seraph. Maybe if it was a Vandal for AV and Ciso, they were able to win that round. But no, Focus winning out 2 rounds in a row means that Na'Vi Juniors didn't have the economy needed for that one. Closure up in hand. Focus looking to aggress instantly towards A.
Oh, this is going to be pacey, isn't it? Focus looking to dash in. Flashed at first. And now you're looking at Na'Vi Junior, how they're going to respond. Not fully buying it just yet. Kolosha wondering if this is just a fake attempt and will be sticking to his guns. Obviously, he is on the Neon, so can get here quickly. But how do you respond? Do you wait for the spike to go down? Dark Zero, I don't think so. Smoke to fade. Aggression from Pays. And this is his game that he wants to play. Double kill. Shut down, but maybe he's done enough. Focus want the lead and they want it bad. But they've done their job. They put Na'Vi Junior under pressure. Now they need to figure out how to set this one up. Paranoia for AV. Do you wait for it to be thrown before you go for the fight? That's a good stun, and Cyril has just been shut down. Your boy Lewis gets given a little bit too much space, but AV continues to frag. Down to a 2v2 as Molzy looks to hide between the corner. Paranoid, doesn't matter. Scissor finds the right angle for it. Shot that can be an issue. Sends in a second one, but here comes the Vandal play. AV, low HP, but Sizzle to hold on to it. But no time!
Poison orb emitting.
Not quite enough for Na'Vi Juniors. And Focus capitalize off of the tempo switch. Pacing that round insanely high. And that is where pace drives. Absolutely demolishing any fast attack from Na'Vi Juniors, any fast retakes. And even though that Ciso will find the remaining player for Focus, it's not quite enough. And now it's Na'Vi Juniors on the back foot for the first time in this map.
That's nuts to say. AV looking to play things aggressively, and he was a saving grace for Na'Vi Junior once they needed them, and he'll be that one again. Pays out of the equation. He no longer boasts a positive KD. How can Pays not be boasting a positive KD in this map? I don't know. Na'Vi Junior answering back in kind. And they're making this one simple, easy, swift, clean. Your boy Lewis looking to disrupt them just a little bit, but it didn't take long for Na'Vi Junior to equalize.
Pace dropping down instantly means that Na'Vi Juniors, they feel so comfortable moving forward, fighting those duels. I mean, right now, it feels like the biggest threat for Na'Vi Juniors. And it doesn't only feels like, it is the biggest threat for Na'Vi Juniors. That is Pace. And even though he's so close in kills with Molzy, your boy Lewis, but he's always getting so much ground in the side. He's getting so much control. And it seems like Focus wants to go A once more, but with the crunch.
That's a great flash, proactive from Na'Vi Junior, wanting to make sure that Focus can't quite get the fight. Straight away, Paranoia, disruptive again. Na'Vi Junior using a lot here, but can they get something out of it? Darkso says he can. Chinook no more. You're trying to keep them back, but Pays has just been enabled, and Cyril wants to back it up as well. Okay, disruption, and it seems like Na'Vi Junior don't know what to do about it, but Javelin might just have the answer. A double kill, and now what does Pays do? He feels a little bit confronted, a little bit scared, as your boy Lewis goes for the pun. He gets closed in on Crunched! Your boy Lewis now! A 1v3, can he settle down? He's been spotted. Hunter's Fury is going right after him, down to half HP. Can't feel confident. Can't feel at ease. Flashed. Recon broken. But he's being toyed with the right way. Na'Vi Junior, methodical on their crunch down. Stay cool under pressure.
They don't want to give this map away for Focus. I mean, with the map will come with the series. They don't want to get dropped in the lower bracket. Na'Vi Juniors will grasp at anything. And once more, it was Pace who was making that round. He was going forward, broke that smoke, then went through with the harbor bubble as well. Finding the initial pick right there. Aggressing forward in the neon wall as well. but that was a bit too overzealous. Focus. That third timeout for them in this map. Now on the defensive side, on the back foot. Seems like Pace is going with the rifle. I wonder if that's gonna switch onto a AWP. Just depends what it's called in this timeout.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine, because if Nava Junior elect to go for a fast play and Pace is on the wrong side of the map, then he sort of forced into a retake scenario, and you want him to be able to have a situation in which he can lurk with a rifle. But no, operator is what's called. Okay, I'm seeing pings, and I'm seeing a lot of mid presence. Nava Junior. It looks like they've made their intentions clear.
You probably want to look at Darkseal whether he plays first or last in that A main position. I feel like he will be a crucial player in this round. It doesn't matter where Na'Vi Junior is going to take this one.
If there's no resistance top mid, I think Na'Vi Junior are going to keep on going. But if they do, they could potentially get funneled into doors where Pace is lying in wait with an operator. Kolosha's not by. Spotted now, Mosey has to respect it. But instead, the stun comes through. Kolosha can't go forwards much longer. Shinnick shuts him down. And with a minute on the clock, Focus may have shut down Na'Vi Junior's attempt.
Let's have to find a pick. Something to equalize. Great split from Focus. Playing really passive. They don't want to give out anything for free. Darkseal?
Now you know it's a fake. No one else has supported Darkseal's play, so two players on over to the B site can Focus. Oh dear, Serial. He's feeling the heebie-jeebies. He can't quite get the shots landing in the right place, but Shinnick's there to help. Two left. Surely this should be a simple endeavor from Focus here on out. But you can sense the nerves. Sizzo, no matter where he goes, he'll find opposing bodies against them. And a flawless round for Focus to bring them once again neck and neck with their opposition.
Overtime.
Was it too tricky of a round? I feel like Na'Vi Juniors at some point they should have kind of aborted that mid-aggression. I mean, then again, you have these players who are really comfortable in those aggressive positions. Kolosha, who has been able to capitalize off of those. Darkseal as well. I mean, sure, go for it. But we go again. Focus. Switching the tempo down.
Pace is being sneaky. But Darkseal wins the 1v1. Oh, so important. And it couldn't have come at a better time.
And the player that got taken down. Crucial one for Focus. How do you even break into the site here without Pace? I guess it's just walking
managed
in.
to do it with your boy Lewis before. Can they do it again? Molsey trying to take a fight through, but he can't afford to spray across the smoke. Otherwise, he's a dead man walking. Sizzo getting another pick. Focus falling further behind. But again, your boy Lewis trying to make it work in the back line. He's paranoid as hell and cannot see a thing. Perfect utility coming out from AV, assisting the rest of the roster to clean up. And it's clean round after clean round. And this time it's Na'Vi Junior's turn to take that up for themselves.
I mean, one of the most important duels that Darkseal has had in this game. Winning that one out means that it's most likely gonna be Na'Vi Junior's game. Not only you're losing pace, which is at itself really important, but you're losing the jet as well. And pace once again, operator in hand towards A lobby. It seems like this time around there's no one to face against him. At least not initially.
Little by little, Na'Vi Junior giving themselves more and more opportunities to close the map out. Focus have always found an answer. Now, can't help but sense that they're a little bit more reactive to what's going on, and Darkseal could feel his way through That choke. One pick. But your boy Lewis being out means there's a weakness over to the A site that Na'Vi Jr. are looking to exploit. Pays, misses a very important shot, and that could mean the demise of Focus, not only in this round, but the map as a whole. Still a close endeavor, but Spike plant going down. Numbers advantage for Na'Vi Jr., and you might as well double your players on the server.
Tough plays for Serial and Chinook.
No way. This one's done. Na'Vi Jr. have done what was necessary. Darksio really stepping up when it's required. But Chinook and Serial, the double S's from Focus, looking to see if they can make this. What a flick! Is there really a chance? Yeah, you can't replicate that all too often, can you, Chinook? And Darksio brings out a quad piece to lock Breeze in. Boy, did Focus make them work for that one. But we're going to a third mapper. We're going to a Decider.
What a map. That was a crazy overtime. And I hope that we're going to see similar thing on the last map as well. Crazy individual performances here and there. Great team performances. I think both of the teams had great ideas in terms of rounds. Focus tempoing rounds a little bit differently here and there. Na'Vi Juniors having different ideas. I mean, what a brilliant map of Valorant that was.
Yeah, very enjoyable. We'll throw that over to the desk so they can give us their thoughts.
Thank you, guys. I mean, a close affair. It almost slipped away from Na'Vi Jr. They almost had quite an awkward start to the playoffs here after a really good group stage. But back in their hands now. It doesn't matter what the score was at the end of the second map. It's now 1-1. And they can take it to split next. That is going to be an interesting time. If Na'Vi Jr. can collect themselves, I mean, Echo, this really isn't what we expected from them coming into the playoffs. Obviously, silver lining, they did win the map, but it shouldn't have been that close, right?
It definitely didn't feel like it should have been, even in this map. Like, the performance coming out from the three players, I'm specifically here looking at Kalosha, AV, Darksio. Incredible performance put out on this map. And the fact it was this close, I think, is a bit of a disservice to how well these three players individually performed.
Absolutely. I mean, look, the interesting part is it's the second time ever in the entire career of Na'Vi Jr. that they had to play in overtime. And this was against Bonk. So this was a first test of actually dealing with pressure in a game where you were about to be thrown into the lower bracket right there, where there's do or die on a map that you have chosen. It should have not been this close. I think it's very interesting to see for multiple perspectives. Focus was delivering one hell of a hard fight. They were finally realizing how to play on the attacking side a bit too late. However, and this has to be really emphasized, Na'Vi Jr. won this, and it's great they brought it over the line, but for me, the sad part to a certain extent is they looked uninspired in how they played, a bit monotone in their approach, and this was definitely better than Haven, but still, for what my expectations were for this team, a slight bit too disappointing. Not by much, not by a big margin, but it should have been much better for them considering the map.
Well, expand on that real quick, because you do have a highlight of round 8 and round 9. I think there's things you want to bring up from that one.
Bring it in. Let me look at this again, because it's quite interesting to a certain extent that those rounds were not reasonable. They were not reasonable in many ways, and this is just the first half. This gives you a brilliant idea, because this was like a 4 versus 1. Pace was absolutely dominating in the previous round. Na'Vi had no money. In just the second half, round 14, 16, and 20 were won by the team that had a much worse economy. And I mean, not just everyone has a Guardian and maybe one Vandal. No, we're talking about significantly worse. This game was dominated by the momentum shifts that both teams got themselves into. However, the game stabilized towards the end, and there we saw that they can bring it over the line by a bit here in Na'Vi Jr. It was not the decision by Focus. Unsurprisingly, it didn't end that way.
I don't know if I want to call it stabilization, though. I don't think it really stabilized. It just came down to winning the fights, winning those duels, and especially with the overtime, you know, 2 attacks won, then 2 defense wins, and then finally we get the closure of that overtime. It felt like it never stabilized through the team, and coming into Split, a map that is also known for its crazy overtimes, I think we're going again 16-14 at least.
At least.
At least.
Okay, all right.
Really?
Wow. I mean, that's one hell of a prediction. Yeah, as you say, we are going to split, and I'm sure Navik Jr. will be hoping that it's not going to go to another overtime like that, because that was really on the brink of disaster for them. Focus definitely bringing out more of a performance here than we predicted off the get-go, but Navik Jr. have the opportunity now. They've given themselves the opportunity to close it out with that overtime victory. We'll find out what happens on split very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Hello everybody and welcome back to EMEA Challengers Stage 3, and it's going down to the wire in our first series of the day. 1-1 here between Focus and Na'Vi Jr. Focus took away their map pick 13-7, and a departure from what we expected out of the series. Na'Vi Jr. made it look a little difficult there on Breeze, but now they have a final chance to close out the series here. Focus, I think definitely it's hard to say where the momentum is right now. Obviously, Na'Vi Jr. won that last map, but it was not at an easy time. I think Focus are feeling good about themselves at this point. It's whether or not they can implement that here on our final map of Split here, Echo.
And I think especially against a team like Na'Vi Jr., who is incredibly good on this map historically, this was a bedrock for them for their second place finish in EMEA Stage 2. They're going to be feeling comfortable coming to this map. Even if they lost the previous because of, or even because they won the previous one, they're going to be feeling even more comfortable coming into Split. And this now means Focus, they're going to have to pull something out of the bag because they're currently 50-50 on this map in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the game versus UCAM, especially when they're playing defending there with their new composition, which is back into reinforcing a standard double duelist, no sentinel. It kind of worries me a little bit. I mean, on the positive side, Shinnok is back on a, let's say, traditional duelist in the sense that he can operator. You know, he can play the op finally, and it's going to be great look. We're going to see lots of that in my eyes. At the same time, I vividly remember the focus defender side was especially uninspired in the sense that they were not too crazy about how they want to approach it. And as we see here, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Echo, but same. Not even Navi Jr. has changed anything.
Yeah, Navi Jr. is sticking with the same composition. Close as Sage. Anyone that remembers back to Stage 2 playoffs, you will remember this and how incredible it was. But all of his tricks are now out there. You can't show off any of these fancy walls and expect it to surprise people now. So Focus, they're going to know about that as well.
Well,
it's pretty interesting. Sorry for that. It's kind of one important thing is when we swap sides, right? Because this double duelist is going to be stalled to death with the composition of Navi Jr. It's not going to be fun. On the attacking side, it's going to be interesting for one factor. How much can you annoy the operator that holds deep angles early on? How much can you deny and say, no, you cannot go there because you're committed in your position? You're playing against a Jet, so it doesn't really matter. But at the same time, with Navi Jr. and how they play on pace and how they play on time and how they're playing really rather slow in their approach, I want to see it. I mean, Breeze was not so slow, don't get me wrong, but most of the time they rather do. It's going to be interesting to see. I like the Navi comp. I like it a bit more, to be honest.
Okay, well, this is the only map that Navi Jr. won in their grand finals in Stage 2 Challengers. Let's see. It's been a little while since they played it. They did not play it in the group stage, so let's see if they can pull it out of the bag this time against Focus to close out the first series. We're going to throw it over to the casters now. Pavlos and MP.
Thank you very much. This is going to be interesting, folks, as the victor of this final map continues their way on the upper bracket here in Challengers EMEA Split 3 playoffs, while the other losers bracket is there waiting for them. MP, we've had an interesting set of 2 games so far. You could say we've seen it all, but I feel what we'll be seeing a lot of here is a counter of styles, right? Which style will come out on top of this?
Yeah, I feel like Navi Junior's comp is perfect counter for the composition of Focus. Like Chest said, the delays that Navi Junior have in their kit is incredible. And when you're fighting against the double duelist composition, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to delay and have those rotations come through and maybe try and split those duelists apart from the rest of the team. But for Navi Juniors, they can't go on the defensive side quite yet. They have to face against Focus in the attacking side. Not the best composition, in my opinion, in the attacking side.
Well, it's 3 maps consecutive on this one for Navi Jr., but it's only 1 win out of the last 5 for Focus. Let's see how these things change as it's Navi Jr. as the aggressors from the offbeat. It is a mid-play that already took place, but it's the crunch on Heaven that has the most impact. Only 1 player left on the side, and that's your boy Lewis trying to take fights of his own, but the damage has already been done. A site takeover will be going to Navi Jr.'s way, and Sizzo maybe holding on to his life for a little while longer, turning around, spotting out Shinnok. Low HP bars all across. Shinnok finally getting that one across the line, but a 2v3 has to be recovered.
Dowling so far ahead of this, thinking that we'll come and lurk here, but no, Focus is looking on to different avenues. In a great position to deny Serial here, though.
That's true. It's always tougher in pistols as well, especially when it's low HP bars to come off.
Enemy remaining.
With a win on a numbers disadvantage, Darkseer making quick work of this, and he is just continuing where he left off from Breeze. He really had a standout performance, and that is a hard thing to stand out with so much talent on the server.
I love the double layering of the attack that Navi Juniors had here. Like, initially they went for mid. They wanted to have that contact. They wanted Focus to know that they are in mid. And they actually probably wanted to know, wanted to fake for Focus that they were in mid with full team. And from that, they just walked through surprised the 2 Heaven players and found the first picks. And even though Lewis got something back, it wasn't quite enough. Navi Juniors still looking to walk towards ramp, even though that Darkseer It's all alone right now. Should be a fairly easy round for Navi Juniors, but as we saw in Breeze, and I think on Haven as well, some of these ecos have gone completely different way. But look at Javelin. It's just okay, it's just walking through B.
Your boy Lewis is a little bit stuck. And won't be able to take anyone down with him, apart from the damage dealt onto Darkseid, who will quickly be replenished, or maybe not so quickly. As Pace handles him.
Spike planted.
Let's see if the Bandit can do anything else here. A little bit too difficult, as there are shields available for everyone. Spotted will make it even more difficult, or will it? Mozzie snuck by into the back line. If you touch the spike,
One enemy remaining.
you might cause some alarm for Navi Junior, but no, AB's Guardian takes care of business. Sure, they lose 3 players throughout this round, but the win by the end is all that matters.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe one of the better players on that previous map, especially in terms of stats. We'll start this one hot as well. From the shadows online already in 6-0. Sure. 4 of them were from that eco. But still a good start to get that confidence for the side of Navi Juniors. A lot of rifles invested. And I feel like that was the plan for Navi Juniors. Throw away the small guns as well. Go with full investment here. Double Guardians. But other than that, it's a completely even route.
Poison's off.
Screamer of a shot for Serial. And even when he concusses, he's able to get quite a lot of damage across onto Javelin, down to half HP himself. Navi Juniors stopped in their tracks, but at least they've gained some ground over the B. Can Spike get there on time before Darkseid loses his life? You can hear the commotion, everyone approaching, they're not checking. Oh, they are, but it's a little bit labored, delayed. Your boy Lewis to handle him, but it's given Sizzo a lot of space to perform himself. No way Navi Junior have got the numbers here. No way they're the ones in control. They know where Chinook is as well now, so they'll be looking in his direction to handle him. They take the fight together, but still end up falling. How does Chinook clutches? So many back and forths in a single round, but it's focused to come out on top.
Chinook back onto this straightforward duelist. I think something like that was the thing that Shest highlighted. This jet will become so important, especially with the operator in hand. But already crucial for the side of Focus. Expensive round for them, but it's a round win nonetheless. Navi Juniors will capitalize off of that and go with the Outlaw, knowing that Focus will not have full shields. Chinook already taking damage.
So what's the plan here for Navi Junior? Full investment. Only here he's got some spare cash in the bank.
I think Navi Juniors are great at understanding how split has to be played. You have to work around mid. Otherwise it could be so hard. When you work around mid, you kind of pull and push his defensive side players on the different positions right there. Chinook has to kind of give out on a position and fall back a little bit. You see your boy Lewis and Pace falling back on the side as well, and now they're giving completely control of the mid. And even though Navi Juniors doesn't know that, but Focus has no control of the map right now.
30 seconds left.
But decided aggression shown from Focus, but Serial instantly loses his life as an Outlaw was scoped in his direction. A wall to permit the cross. There's nothing Mozzie can do about these players walking forwards. But he's trying to stay close, under the radar. Chinook looking to back up the paint shawls with a spray of his own. Can't quite connect the bullets. Focus are really struggling to get anything across the line here. And Darksio is tempting to throw in a showstopper. He's just causing alarm on the other side. Make them feel a little bit more scared. Even though Chinook and Mozzie are closing in, it's hard to imagine they'll win this. But Mozzie's come off with an insane sequence. It just isn't enough at the final mark. Scissor will hold on to that, but how did that round get so close?
Neither one of these teams can create a bank here. All the time, it's going to 1 versus 1s. It's a close feed once again. It shouldn't be this close. Navi Junior should close this one out easily in a 4 versus 2 situation with two-pronged attack, or rather defensive side. Somehow Focus will make sure that it's a costly round for Navi Juniors, and Darkseo once again looking the outlaw pace. It's gonna be the first one.
Oh. Out of charges.
Never count them out.
Here.
No matter the gun. But Scissor seems to be the counter here. So Navi Junior starting to create a bit of a lead for themselves. I think this is one of the first rounds where we'll be seeing a pretty one-sided score by the end in terms of players remaining. Doubling on the off angle, and there you go, 4 alive. And that changes things a little bit for Focus, not keeping it close here, obviously lacking the facilities to do so. And here comes the buy, and I wonder if a discussion will come paired with it, and indeed it is. Time for that timeout.
Focus has to think about how they approach this defensive side, whether they want to go aggressive onto A side, try to capitalize off of knowing that Navi Juniors will always have at least one player towards A. But it's also tough because a lot of times they have put like 3 players towards that, so how do you counter that? Maybe with the showstopper that Paige has online. Do you actually want to do something aggressive right off the bat of this timeout? Is it too obvious? All of these questions is something that they will have to battle throughout this timeout. And Kine, I'm sure he's wondering what to call here. Sure, he has a lot of things in mind. But right now, Focus, they're on the defensive side. They need to start getting some rounds on the board. Sure, you have the double duelist composition that is usually better on the attacking side, but then again on the Navi Junior side, you have a very heavy defensive side comp with the Sage, who can delay all the time and counter that double duelist composition. Seems as now Navi Juniors maybe aggressive pick towards B. Maybe Chinook is just holding that off angle.
Cover going out.
Really basic looking round. For the side of Focus, Navi Junior shifting that Viper wall. Great ground created.
Seek is thrown. Zero's position notified. Showstopper out, and it lands directly onto Javelin's leg. And look at Focus. They want to play aggressive to the back of it. They realize that Navi Junior hang around in mid, and they want to punish it. It's down to Scissor now. Last man standing, and it's Focus's turn to have a one-sided round go their way. Great read, great reaction, great cohesion.
I agree. I think that they did insanely well right there is to play forward on the contact. They know that they have showstopper, they have the advantage. Let's go forward, fight it against Navi Juniors, pressure them, take the fight all the way to mid with some utility on the side, and a flawless round for Focus as well. Instantly capitalizing off the timeout. Still left with multiple ultimates. Nightfall being the most prominent. Na'Vi juniors are simpling it up.
They're still grouped together this time around, though playing around in mid, which Zero will quickly realize with this push. But as soon as that toxic screen breaks, Doctor may choose to swing, and he's all by himself. Doesn't matter though when he can get away with that. Pays no more. And it looks like Na'Vi Jr. are going to take full advantage of the pressure created, but your boy Lewis is such a difficult player to take down. Finally handled, but Mozzy's there. An added layer to this defense. So much available for focus here. Na'Vi Jr. have not been able to answer.
Mozzy want to fight this up from a personal Resurrection Online for closure. He doesn't want Na'Vi Juniors to do anything with that. Give out those numbers. And the instinct to fall back, double up
Shadows traveling
with his teammates, I imagine. No.
30 seconds
Will
left.
eventually group up with Serial.
You will not kill
You
my
want to go
ally.
in for this alone. Oh, the timing's rough. So you trade 1 for 1, but at least you gain site control. 14 seconds. This is going to be tough. Cutthroat, you've heard the movement, and you know where to pre-fight. Kalosha downed instantly, and that is going to be the round. There's no time to get the spike into the ground. Mozzy knows just to run away and get this one secured. Focus closes up the gap.
Great pre-fire from Serial as well, through the smoke. Without that, would have been a completely different round. Focus now 2 on the board in a row. 3 total. I feel like Na'Vi juniors, they're more cautious. Sure, got instantly shot down right there by your boy Lewis, finding some good picks. Seems like Na'Vi juniors, they're looking for a similar round, but with lesser weaponry. And Dark just loves ramps.
Go get him.
So Na'Vi Jr. troubled a little bit. 2 rounds in a row where Focus seem to have had the answer to their plays. Disrupted.
They're concussed.
Great blind paired up with a Trailblazer for the chase, but instead of Pace backing out, he steps forward. 2 picks, and he wants to go in for more. Be the distraction for your boy Lewis to stand out. Javelin, self-assisted flash, but the guiding light is into the side. Shiddick gets a double collateral, and that should settle the bill. Focus say thank you very much. We'll take the equalizer.
I mean, what a timeout coming for Focus. 3 rounds in a row after that. Now gaining the momentum on their hands. And I would have probably expected a timeout from Na'Vi juniors right here as well, but no, they're continuing the same pattern. 5 players towards A. And trying to do the same thing. I wonder if Darkseer is gonna go the ramps again. Or is this gonna be the side take?
Darkseer's going for it. Although he does land where he wanted to go. He does get shut down, but your boy Lewis doubles up as well. Na'Vi Jr. having major difficulties breaking into sight. Javelin is able to find a crack to walk through. Not unscathed, down to 62 points of health. But in the meantime, Focus have had all the time in the world to explore the rest of the map, so very confident to keep idle around A.
I think this has been the trouble for Na'Vi juniors in the past 3-4 rounds. They focused too much on one place and leave us so much space on the other side. As we see Mozzy, Pace closing in, checking every corner right there.
Flash doesn't affect your boy Lewis, but Javelin's bullets will. That's a great equalizer, 3v3, and surely you'll be paying attention to May now. We're trying to close up the distance quickly. But that position's being taken care of by Sizzo. Navi Jr. now having the lead in numbers. Pays, will you bring out the showstopper or try to take the fight to your opponents? Has got a blast pack and will use it. Can he find the last player, Serial will, before he is needed? So even though things look like they go astray for a second, Focus bounce back quickly.
Awkward looking round.
I love explosions.
For a second, it felt like Focus just completely lost control because they weren't fast enough on rotating towards that side. Navi Juniors, like you said, equalizing. And yeah, I feel like this timeout was called 25 seconds in the previous round, where Navi Juniors just completely lost two players rather. No wonder why Jonta is calling this. We need to see something more broad from Navi Juniors after this time. I don't think we can see a direct execute anymore.
Sure.
Or even 4 players, 5 players focusing towards that B side, trying to go for the ramps. You have to look for different avenues. It hasn't worked 4 rounds in a row. It has to be a different type of play.
Yeah,
maybe
they're forced to play Valorant
as well. Yeah.
I think the best way to put it is that they're forced to play Valorant, right? And this is exactly where Molzy wants to put them in, right? In a position where they've got to think how they're going to outsmart the opposing team rather than just taking fight after fight. It's not going to be that simple. You've got to play the map. You've got to play the mind. And it falls exactly into how Focus want to be playing it. They have the tools to force situations. Navi Jr. simply haven't had a chance to stop them.
They haven't really gained any control of the map either. Once again, the ramps is the place where they look for. Different style this time. I mean,
thing is, MP, go ahead and I'll ask you this in a second.
It's hard to look different avenues than the A when you have a Viper's pit in mid. You kind of have to go one way or other. Navi Juniors.
Okay, all right, Pays. Back into his good old ways. And you're up against an eco-ish round from Navi Jr., but you don't have to make it that simple. Well placed. Make shells, Kalosha falls back, Pays gets caught though.
Cover going out.
The thing is with these rounds, you never know when they're over. Guiding light, Molzy. Thinking it's best he backs out. Nightfall. Does miss the mark on a couple of players, only affecting the one, but it affects the most important one, the one relevant to Molzy. So back to the driver's seat here is Focus, but Navi Jr. are basically pinted in. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Kalosha has also been revealed. And with 13 seconds on the clock, you can only imagine that Kalosha will try and hold on to his life till the end. As Focus guarantee a 6 here. And here lies the question I wanted to ask. You're looking at the composition of Navi Jr. and you've got to imagine that it's mostly tailored to prohibiting Focus's moves on the attack, right? So you see most impact that they can possibly have on the defensive side. What's a good amount of rounds that Navi Jr. can collect on the attack, right? Have they already secured it? Is it 4, or would you want a little bit more than that?
I mean, I think they're already there, especially if they can get that pistol round down. I think they will more than comfortable on the defensive side. But then again, obviously you want to close out as many rounds as possible. But 4 rounds, definitely doable with this defensive side comp. Evie has already gone deep in B. So much control taken.
I think it might just be an illusion of control, though, at the same time. because Serial knows that this could be a play and interrupts it instantly. Darkseer throwing in a showstopper, lands on Serial. Molzy looking to counteract that play quickly, and indeed does so successfully. Slow orb at the back of the site, which does prohibit Molzy's movements, causes him to fall as a resurrection comes up as well. Na'Vi Jr. guarantee even more numbers. This is impressive. And with that site control, they've got a 4 versus 2 that is really hard to imagine Focus wanted to take on.
Didn't seem that good when AV died, but somehow Na'Vi Juniors with the ultimates, they will capitalize off of that, or will they? Shino can Lewis, they're going for it.
They've got money in the cash. They've got money in the cash, in the counter, for a little bit more.
One enemy remaining.
The last round of the half.
Javelin.
But yeah, it's a good look from Javelin. Good positioning at the end to make sure this doesn't even get close. But here we are, Na'Vi Jr. with 5 already. Like we said, decent for their comp and their plan in this map. But can they make it even closer in this final?
6 rounds for Na'Vi would be quite disastrous for Focus. Na'Vi has been incredible with this defensive side comp. Shit, now you have to show your prowess with the AWP, but doesn't quite hit Molzy well. Get traded out instantly as well.
He's winning his fight on the other side of the map, but that's not where Na'Vi Jr. are looking to go, which means that the Focus players need to move out quickly, get into position. Serial's doing just that. Into the back line. Javelin's looking. Has an off angle already been made? Yes, it has. And now it's Focus' turn to have double the amount of players than their opponents do. He's throwing down painters onto the site, paired up with a seize, but Kolosha able to avoid it just on time. Toying with the idea of a plant. Not quite committing, hoping he can lure someone out into the open, but if he lures everyone out, it might be too late. Closing in the distance is Chinook, but AV wins the 1v1 against your boy Lewis. Serial chooses the right time to shine, and now a 1v3 required by AV, and he is on the wrong side of that wall. Chinook pointed in the right direction, guarantees Focus has the lead at the end of the half, but are 2 rounds enough?
Down A.
There's something about a DACH versus Northeast standoff, and this series truly has created a grand introduction to the playoffs of Challengers EMEA Split 3. Let's see how this one goes, as only 1 half remains unless overtime comes into play like it did on Breeze, to decide the victor of this match. Who will be going forwards or who will be dropping to the Elim bracket? We'll be finding out shortly as Focus turn their eyes towards the safe side.
Initial damage coming through the javelin. Focus from that contact will speed up the pace, Ciso. Can he get one more?
He'll try to. And he's done great to reset his position, but he's approached from 2 different angles. And that's a little bit too much to handle. And they spike part goes down, but look at your boy Lewis, he's being sneaky. And it might just work in favor of his team. He's let one pass, but he could get to time on Javelin, and indeed that's exactly what he does. So now they can focus towards the other side of the site, into screens. Your boy Lewis shows himself, might even consider taking higher ground. Kolosha needs to be worried about a potential lurking that way, but indeed your boy Lewis continues to be a menace and allows the timing for Molesy to jump in, focus with the first blood of the attacking side.
I'm so happy that Lewis is finding great rounds, important kills as well. And from that, he was able to capitalize off of 2 kills, being, like you said, a menace. For the side of Na'Vi Juniors, they couldn't quite go forward with the retake. Lewis was playing that flank control. Na'Vi Juniors couldn't capitalize off of that pistol, but then winning out. 5 rounds on the attacking half means that they have some buffer here. Quite interesting that Kolosha actually invested a Sage Vault towards A. I don't really know about that play. Maybe they try to bait out focus and knowing that the Sage is on A, they want to go B, but I think that's a ranked play. Focus is not gonna fall for that.
And as they do, that would be very funny. Especially after you called it a ranked play.
Toxins
So,
going up. Poisons off.
a little bit of a bait and switch. Making them think it could be an A hit with the toxic screens going up, as well as placing a play in that direction. Na'Vi Junior have vacated the B site premises.
30 seconds left.
Eventually, focus will go towards B. But there's only 1 player left right there. All the rotations coming through towards A means that Javelin's all alone.
Yeah, Pace doesn't need to aggress here, but he feels like he has to. Paranoia thrown in. The chase. It's a little bit uncomfortable. If you lose the Vandal deep, it can give your opponents the opportunity to gather it. And you don't want that when you're up against pistols. So the smarter decision is taken. For all focus players to drop back completely. The smoke is used for Na'Vi Junior to move in, although it's also exploited by the attackers to hide within it, which Molesy will walk past forwards. Your boy Lewis as well chimes in together with them. Focus, make this one look simple.
Now it's where the real game starts. Focus. I mean, decent looking rounds in the first 2 of this half. The other one being Na'Vi Junior's eco after losing the pistol. But if that's the way Focus is gonna take this, having some control of this map, or actually maybe in full control, I like the look for them. Maybe. Oh, a brilliant pick.
And they might want to just settle it down after that. Focus, looking down up the pressure, but there's just so many things that could slow them down. Including Javelin's bullets. Trailblazer going in for another look. Focus running out of tools to make something out of this round. And Na'Vi Junior simply are not giving them anything. Maintaining the status quo very much pleases them.
Quite similar in the way that Na'Vi Juniors actually approached this attacking side as well. They wanted to take control of ramps, control of A heaven, and play from there. The same thing happened for Focus that happened for Na'Vi Juniors. They just lost players. Chinook.
30 seconds left.
Can't connect.
planted.
Oh, Molsey wanted to take the 1v1 there, and it was important that he came out on top of it, javelin, threading the needle. No idea how he did that. But an Outlaw on a 1v4, far from optimal. Wouldn't you agree? Na'Vi Jr. definitely do.
I love explosions.
Great round from Javelin. Great round from Na'Vi Juniors.
Sure.
In how composed they were after those first 2 picks. I felt so fine in giving all of the spade for focus and just focusing up on that retake in a 5 versus 2 situation, and that's exactly how you play that. That kind of was the look for Na'Vi Juniors as well in some of those games in stage 2 as well, which I was in awe how such a young team could be so diligent.
Where are you?
But this is quick. Focus want to bring up the pace, and they've avoided most of the disruption from Na'Vi Jr. But one of the disruptors have arrived. Sizzo turning around just on time, even though Syria wanted to take advantage of timings and be a menace in the back line. Didn't quite work out. Pays realizes he needs to step up. Position though, telegraphed. And back to the drawing board as you cannot feel comfortable planting the spike right now.
Look at Molsey making moves. Is he gonna go all around the map? They're looking for a flank angle, I think. I mean, they have the time for it.
Spike planted.
Looking clean from Na'Vi Jr. Able to take those fights their way. Molsey is going to have to do a lot to distract his opponents from your boy Lewis's position. And the slow, oh boy, insult to injury. You want to close up the distance, but Kalosha's just not letting you. You know your opponents are defusing the spike and there's nothing you can do. Looking to run away. Yeah, don't downgrade, upgrade. And with that, Na'Vi Jr. are starting to get into the groove on the defense.
Well, they're even giving Kolosha the defuse. Resurrection online. Clean looking defense from Na'Vi Juniors. I mean, the basic stuff, fundamentals. Oh, the classic fundamentals. But I feel like they're right for Na'Vi Juniors. They know when to capitalize off of that advantageous position that they have in terms of the numbers of the players. They know already that Pace will always be looking for a pick, especially when focused down a player or two. They're so diligent in how they approach the retakes, how they cover the flanks. It's great to see. 18.2, I think, was the average age for Na'Vi Juniors. And, I mean, I feel like we have to credit quite a lot on the coach, Jonta.
For sure.
Even though you don't see him on the server as a name, all those timeouts, all the preparation, things that have made these players into the players that they are today. I'm sure Jonta has been a part of that process for so much. Darkzio. This is so good.
Bad. Oh, Kalosha
No
even
way.
gets a headshot on the zip line. Serial with a sheriff. Can only account for the one. It's already asking a lot from him to get anything done there. But 2 players left for focus. Shinnick and Molsey at least have got rifles in hand. And if they're able to smoothly gather this B-site control, it would be a big win, but they quickly running out of time. 10 seconds. Kalosha closes up the distance and knows exactly where to spray.
I got the spike.
4 seconds, goes in for another one, and Kolosha does the exact same thing. Na'Vi Jr. feeling at home on defense.
That was nasty.
10 seconds left.
He wasn't even trying to aim
Remaining.
for the second player. He was trying to go for a Chinook. I mean, lucky shot. Those are not accurate anymore. Na'Vi Juniors slowly but surely closing out the distance in between the rounds between them and Focus. Chinook, Bladestorm online, so much faster around. The pace is high. But as we talked about, Sage is the agent that will slow everything down. Eventually, Focus will get the side. Na'Vi Juniors having to look for a retake.
Spike planted.
This is a very important one.
Charges.
If Focus can hold on to this, they could continue their winning campaign on the attack. But Pace can't really hold on for long, and Kolosha having the Resurrect has brought everyone right back online for this fight. Showstopper damaging up. Focus trying to play aggressively, using corners to their advantage, but there's just too many bodies for Na'Vi Jr. It's just impossible to handle. Equalization, and the Pace is well and truly in control of the Northeast representative.
I think Echo highlighted that we're gonna see overtime here. 16-14 at minimum. But if Na'Vi keeps this pace, I don't think that's true. I don't think Focus has a shot at overtime if this continues. And to make sure that it doesn't continue, a timeout is called for the side of Focus. I mean, 4 rounds in a row, that's definitely a timeout territory. Na'Vi Juniors having 3 ultimates up for the upcoming round. Could be crucial as well. Focus, they could do something surprising here. With some money on the bank, maybe invest an operator for Sinnoh. Have that X factor in this round. A really risky play that would be. But I mean, I feel like Focus needs something like that. They need something surprising. Maybe operator isn't that on the attacking side. It could be on a different map, maybe. Split. Very hard to play. They will just settle for a couple of rifles. Darkseid, on the other hand, will still keep that operator. 3-1-1 seems to be the split for Focus.
There.
It's been quite hard for them to find anything.
Yeah.
Like, they get the site, they find a pick, but then Kolosha has a resurrection. And from there, they get the player back, but they also get a kill as well. Pace will find the showstopper, another layer on this round, where Focus could have a shot.
It gives them a chance. The thing is, they haven't been able to get away with anything without having any losses in return, right? Na'Vi Jr. have always had an answer back in. Always had a way to keep Focus hurt.
Look at how Na'Vi Juniors are approaching this on the defensive side. I mean, I think they have a perfect spot. Doubling up in heaven, then you have Sky in vents as well. Pop flash. What?
Well, the showstopper lands at least, and your boy Lewis is able to square things up. But Darkseid at close quarters with the operator. That's something you cannot read. Javelin, drive-by. And it just makes things worse.
There.
Your boy Lewis, all by himself. He's chosen the right site to work on, right? You've only got the 1 player over to this side of the map, the 2 over on B. But this has got to be clean. 15 seconds, and the pressure is all on him. Na'Vi Jr. on the precipice of gaining the lead. And for a 3rd map in a row, Na'Vi Jr. are the ones to make things ever so tough for Focus.
Good stuff on the later stages of that first half for Na'Vi Juniors, they were able to capitalize off of the pistol round, found some couple of the gun runs as well. I mean, the defensive side is just completely different focus. They can't really do anything. They cannot find a break here. Now 4 players going forward in B lobby, but once again it's shut down by Sisa's ultimate. Viper's Pit online. Actually, just 3 players towards B side. Seems like Focus's main objective is towards A.
Na'Vi Junior have stopped exploring, which does allow Focus to just overload a site. Thing is, they've entered. They will potentially be entering the site where they can be slowed down the most, and this wall will cause issues. By the time it breaks, there will be assistance, and you can already see Javelin making his way over here. This is not as simple as it looks. Broken. Here they go, looking to mess up with timings, but the slow orb will delay them. This is rough. Focus need to walk past it, and the 2 duelists are able to do it, but they're leaving the rest of the team behind. Can they get their shots accurately across? The answer is yes, but partly because AV is being a nuisance. TP out, he saves his life, and Darkso finds the right moment across the smoke. Another one
30
lands.
seconds left.
It's ridiculous. Focus cannot catch a break. Na'Vi Junior everywhere. And they really want to be claiming this map in series for themselves. Serial and your boy Lewis together, joint to the hip. Viper's Pit to give them more chances. But Na'Vi Junior not done. They're looking to rush by. Snake bite to the back of the site. Serial is hurt, down to 59 points of health, but he's able to smooth out the play, taking one down. Closing up the distance, there is a shorty in there somewhere, which can do a lot of damage. Looking to find the information, and Serial's making this Viper's Pit his own domain! Right when it was needed! Focus stand up! It's Serial with a quad piece, and it's not over just yet!
Viper's Pit invested in a 4 or 2 versus 4 situation. I mean, it's risky. But it's exactly what they need to do. Serial going to look for a pick right there. Getting the odds even closer for the side of Focus. And closing that one out. Equalizing the rounds 10-10.
Shadows traveling.
And Focus finally finding something in the second half to grasp on.
Here.
Now they need at least 2 more to make it overtime. 3, make it stick. Oh,
Spray's going on, and Sizzo looking at taking advantage of the information gained from it. That is crazy. Shilik no more. Without a jet, how do you enter into sites with so much disruption? How? So much crowd control. FaZe will have to do it single-handedly, but it hasn't been easy to enter at all. Darkso deep angle with the operator as well to remove a lurk. And now, if confrontation takes fail, that was a bit delayed, a little bit awkward. Still Javelin, though, comes out on top without an issue. So even though Focus had to work tooth and nail for the previous round, this one is simple for Na'Vi Junior. It is flawless.
And the teamwork as well on that last kill. Guiding light coming through AV to take it away. And I mean, you said it. Focus got the round, but then getting beat down right there.
Here.
How do you even feel with that?
Here.
Like, that's such a tough situation, especially with the history in hand that you haven't won a single Challengers playoff game. And now you're down to the stretch once more.
I mean,
to have that.
Sure, you can look at the reality that you're 3 rounds away from potentially winning your first Challengers EMEA match.
Playoff.
But there's an even bigger reality that Na'Vi Junior are just that one step closer, and they've got guns and you don't. Spray from Kalosha softens up the attack. Serial Killer gets a good pick across.
One enemy
The
remaining.
acrobatics from Pays look to be a distraction for a slight while, but again, Na'Vi Jr. throw in everything that they have at this attack to slow them down, and Focus can't do a thing about it.
I mean, that was an eco, half buy. Low buy. But now Focus. Rifles in hand. Back against the wall. 2 operators on the side of Na'Vi Juniors.
Oh, goodness.
And a showstopper at that
Time
as
to
well.
mobilize my pack.
So, Scissor's playing that one mid. They're both mid. Both operators are mid. What? Okay. I wonder how that one's going to work out. Showstopper available, like you were about to say.
2 different angles.
It's just like, cross mid, we dare you. One's blocked, but you've got to confront the other one, surely.
Oh.
And it is confronted and taken down. AV, backside, alone. That's a good pick from Pays, but AV still to be dealt with is problematic, especially when he mows everyone down! A one-man army, I say. 1 bullet to his name, and if he makes this one an ace, it might be the coolest of the tournament. Has time to reload, smoke away. He's got friends approaching, and the Seekers will put more and more panic in Serial's mind. This one's done, Serial. There's nothing you can do about it. The world is closing in on you. You're being squeezed to death, 13-10. And boy, what a win. Na'Vi Jr., they worked for this one. They had to dig deep, but they got it across the line. And Focus have to get dropped to the lower bracket.
I mean, Na'Vi Jr. surprised at us at stage 2, but now it's not a surprise anymore. I don't feel like they're underdogs anymore. And when we talk about Focus and Na'Vi Juniors, I feel like Focus was the underdogs here because of the success that Na'Vi Juniors has been having. Incredible performance by these youngsters. A great look on how Na'Vi Juniors can advance, even though that they're mapped down, even though that they're close rounds and they are struggling here and there. Timeout will come, Jonto will save them, Na'Vi Juniors advance once more. I mean, Desk, tell me what happened here.
I'll tell you what happened, MP. Na'Vi Jr. won. You know what? Maybe they made a bit of a meal out of it, but I'll get their thoughts on exactly why that is in just a bit. I mean, first things first, Focus, they had victory there in the palm of their hands, I feel like, after map 1. Just let it slip in map 2. Still came into map 3 there on split. Fired up, right? I mean, most of that game, they were ahead. Up until Na'Vi Jr. had a timeout, got 4 rounds in a row. Suddenly, they're even on the scoreboard. And I feel like Na'Vi Jr. is such a momentum-based team that once they had that taste that they could make it, it was a foregone conclusion already, Echo.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as they got that momentum going, even if Serial pulls off a massive clutch, they were able to switch it back on, come back in, and eventually close it out. Like I said, it took maybe a little bit more work than it needed to, but Focus only got 3 rounds on that second half, and that is how strong Na'Vi Junior's defense is.
You know, it feels for me like there is a very smart coach who once said, don't give any gifts. Ironically, 6-time German champion who said that. And this guy was probably saying the same here. Jonto realized also when we take a look at Breeze that what Na'Vi Jr. has done when they were defending a lot was giving gifts. Like giving stuff for free, let's say. They didn't let Focus work for the fight, work for the kill. And you could really see this towards like somewhere in the middle of the second half, that what Na'Vi Jr. started doing is realizing and understanding in their preparation or whatever it was, where the main slot is for the team of Focus. And then they said, you know what? You come to us, we get a kill in the very slightest non-committed angle, and then we see what you're going to do. Beautiful stuff, really. I have to say that part there of the defender side was excellent from Na'Vi Jr.
All right, well, I will get their thoughts on that very, very shortly here because I have an interview ready with Darkcio. So thank you, guys. I'll see you in just a little bit. Congratulations, Darkcio. I mean,
Thank you very much.
Over on the desk, we were a little worried for you for a bit there after a really good group stage. It looked like, off the bat, you were not really feeling it today, but you came into your own by the end of the series, wouldn't you, sir?
No, honestly, for us, like we were not stressed because like we all trust each other, and like we knew that in every situation we can come back because like I don't know, like the environment of the team, it's like, you know, not like a team, it's like a family, like with the coach and the players. We are like we are just like brothers, and Jonta is just like our dad. Sometimes a bit mad of us because sometimes we are playing like dogs, sometimes like God. So yeah, it's very funny.
Well, okay, making your way through the whole farm. So look, that's internally, right? Externally, do you think things have changed now that you're not really the underdog team coming into it, right? Do you notice a way that teams are preparing against you differently from stage 2 to stage 3?
Like honestly, maybe people like now saw us not like I mean see us not like underdogs, but us, we every time think before a match that we are the underdogs. Like we are an academy, not long time that we are playing together. We came in the split too, but we are putting so much effort, and like the Jonta is just like the GOAT, like how is with us, and like the management of Navy and everyone. Like what is good in this team, it's like all the players like are giving like the best of him. And like because of that we can see the result, even if it's a short period that we are playing together. I hope that we will keep improving like this, and as a team of young players like this, I think it's pretty good performance, and we are very happy for that, and we will just keep working to become even more better.
Okay, that's great to hear. I have one more question for you, and you have to answer it in 3 or less words. Are you going to finally win the grand finals in stage 3?
Honestly, me, I trust us, but we will just prove on the server who we are. We will try our best, and we will see.
Okay, good to hear. No more than 3 words, but you know, that's fine. Okay, man. I have to let you go now, so thank you so much for having a chat with me, and good luck with the rest of the playoffs.
Can I say thank you to all the fans who are supporting us? Like, of course, the Navy Nation, like every people who are following us, maybe the parents of the player. I just want to say thank you to all the players in my team. I love them so much, how they are with me. The coach, the management, everyone. I just love everyone. Like even the support of the people on Twitch, on Twitter. I love you all, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, great. Thank you for chatting to me, Doug's here.
No problem. Bye bye.
All right then.
That was so lovely.
Yeah, that was absolutely wonderful. But now we do have to go very quickly in the post. Right. So let's take a quick look at round 20. I believe that was highlighted by one of you. So go ahead.
Go ahead. Let's take a look at it, because it was absolutely insane. Because this could have been a turning point. Again, this was post timeout. It was Focus changing up their direction from focusing on middle, deciding to rather take it slow, play a paced round, and then in one go on the A side. What they've done correctly here, very much, which I like a lot, is they were not focusing on getting the spike down. We want them to make a mistake. We get the kills in advance. But as I said, Navi Jr. was literally not giving them a single gift. 0 gifts. Until there was an ult down.
Yeah, until they get into this post plant, Serial playing around the Viper's pit with absolute perfection. He was even looking the wrong way here, but was just ready to swing on over. The opposing Viper coming in. 1 versus 3, a 2 versus 4 here as well. Focus. It felt like maybe that was going to be the tipping point for them to take away the series, but no, Na'Vi stabilized and they took it anyway.
All right. Well, I mean, with that said, Na'Vi Jr., I think, ended the series in the place that they assumed they would be from the get-go, right? Moving on in the upper bracket, Focus going to be going down. It was a really good showing from Focus. I think we've highlighted that over the course of some of those highlights there. But unfortunately, they are going to take the position that the second seed would out of the groups, and they are heading down to the lower bracket. It's not over for them. They can fight their way back, and they, I think, have the experience to be able to do so. But our next series, and our last series of the day, is going to be MIR versus Misa, and that's going to be an exciting one as well. Could be a blowout, could be one of the closest games that we'll see. But we're going to head to a break now, and we'll be back with that one very shortly.
still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts.
Am I
You're in the right place for good Valorant gameplay. Welcome to Valorant Challengers EMEA. I lost a bet and we are here once again. Stage 3, second series of the day. And I'm bringing back apparently the 2008 energy with that one. So we have our next series up and ready for you. My name's Twiggy. I'm your host for today. I'm joined by two vastly more serious people than myself. In Echo and Zesh. Well, maybe not actually, but it's MIR versus Misa here for you this time around. Another Northeast team coming into this one as the first seed. And there was the same group as Focus as well. So if Focus put up a good fight, I can imagine that MIR are going to look pretty good here, Echo.
Yeah, I feel like MIR are coming into this relatively hot. They are looking like, maybe not the team that people are expecting to win, but they are looking very, very strong. This roster, there's some names on it that people know, like Redgar, but there's a lot of young talent as well. And we know that it's the Zuma Rise Up time right now. The young talent is shining, as we've seen with Na'Vi Jr. So there's a lot of expectations on this squad.
Okay, hear me out. This is OG knowledge right here. This is... Okay, I have to say, this is like Parry Vision in Valorant. Okay, all the OGs will now understand and they will agree with me that this is Parry Vision in Valorant. And it's quite interesting, to be honest, because this team, similar to the one I just mentioned, was pretty bad in, the previous part of the year. They were absolutely not present. Sure, they made it to Challengers, but it was like a best of the rest kind of situation where they were absolutely not present and they were just not looking great. And is it now, just someone being absolutely washed with a bunch of kids. But if we take a look at it, and I think this is the most interesting part about it, the progress that we have witnessed from Mir, going through it from challengers by challengers, I think that is the most fascinating part, because this was challengers 1, and thankfully production highlighted it. Group D, 0-3, and amazingly enough, no hate to the people out there. They even lost against the MENA representative, and this is a rare sight. No, really, no disrespect, but this is a rare sight. This usually doesn't happen to Central European teams. And when we go over to Challengers 2, we're gonna see, it's at least got a bit better. They won one game, but it's not that much better. But Echo now in this big 2026, in this big June, it looks much better for them.
Is looking so much better. As you can see from the group stage results in this stage here, they won out against Focus. They won out against UCAM, who was previously the top of their group in stage 2. They have improved so much over this last month, and they are now looking like they can rush on through and try and take playoffs by storm.
Yeah, I love it. Honestly, this is a great story, because there has been finally a time where this team has seemingly gained confidence, and that's the great part for me, that this team has gained confidence. And it's not only because Northeast, with the amount of slots it has, it feels like the last in Northeast is always like just a leftover and is not actually good, but in reality they are doing pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, a player to highlight, obviously, you already mentioned his name, Redgar, right? Talk me through the difference in this stage compared to, the last few months.
I mean, he's just shooting, man. It's that simple. I mean, Redgar on the left is Challengers free Redgar, and the other one is the past 90 days Redgar. The man has gained confidence again. And this is amazing to see that he is back, grinding himself up in the right direction. Because the thing is with IGLs, we can always have this stupid discussion. They're not necessarily, they don't need to frag, they don't need to kill. It's not how it works most of the time. You still want them to put up some numbers. And Redgar does exactly that. It's very satisfying for me, Echo, that he comes back and that he's carrying a big load from his team.
Yeah, I mean, he's not on the Reyna. I kind of wish he was, to really get back onto that old form, the Redgar Reyna. But the way he's performing now, IGLing, he's leading this young roster forward. And that is exactly what is needed for MIR to try and push forward into this new age.
Well, they're going to be up against Misa to start off with. They've already dispatched of Focus 2-1. They dispatched of UCAM 2-1. Misa should be small fry for them, right, Echo?
Yeah, you could maybe think that. And realistically, if we're looking at Misa, I'm kind of thinking of this team as they started the year pretty hot. They started it really good. Essentially the opposite story to MIR. But they've started this downward spiral. And then now they've made it here because of their performance in Challengers 1. And I've now got this question in my mind is, are they able to return to their old form that they showed earlier this year? Or are they going to continue this downward spiral?
I mean, I don't feel like it. This is like one of those teams where, unfortunately, though I don't want it, my hope is pretty low. To be frank with you, I don't feel like it is one of those teams where they have a higher capability in that, but simply because of their play style, and that's just my personal opinion in that regard. But I want to be wrong, about it, because this could be a pretty close matchup in my eyes. It could be a close matchup, but Mir is on a streak, and this is what I find difficult for Misa to deal with.
Yeah, is there a specific reason, do you think? Oh, look, what is a kind of...
Something.
Unless you got something.
I got something.
You got something.
With the teams we have remaining, Misa is unfortunately in two very crucial departments not looking good. That's retake and post-play. They are not doing good either. In retake, we're talking about, a 26% win rate across all maps ever since April. And in Afterplant, a 66% win rate. Those are all numbers, big talk, whatever. But, you kind of want to win those because those are game-defining scenarios. For now, looking at the maps, I'm pretty curious about this one.
Yeah, I was specifically looking at Breeze for Misa as a kind of ace up their sleeve to try and surprise MIR. I don't know if it's what's going to come through, but that's my hope for them, is that they can pull something special.
Okay,
off.
hold on.
Haven, okay.
This is unusual though. You see this, right? This is very interesting to see, because this is not a common decision that Mir leaves over. Mir is not a Haven team in that regard so much. They last played it in March, just to highlight this. They voluntarily said Turkish team and Ascent, I have no business in that.
Well, I mean, that does leave... Oh, I mean, there's the breeze that you are looking at,
interesting.
Echo. So what does this read to you guys, Echo?
I think, to me, I'm now looking at this as the Haven is very, very exciting. I think, Misa, you're expecting to go there. For MIR, I want to know what they can pull off on Haven, because they are good, and Redguard has played this map for the last 6 years, and for a lot of it at the top level. He knows that map, he knows how to play it, but has he still got it, and is he able to come up against Misa, who can shoot there?
This is I'm gonna be honest with you, this is like, you know, you had to pick your poison, because also Ascend is not really a thing for Mir. On the other hand, you know, this roster didn't even play it, so what do? You rather dodge that one, and now you have to really hope that they are still in a situation where they have played this kind of composition and this kind of map before. With Haven now being in, we see slight swaps, and then Astra is out there as well. They have the chamber too.
Yeah,
it's getting spicy.
The Astra Chamber, this is not going to have the same stopping power in the immediate sense against the duelists, but I feel like in the mid-round, when Misa are contacting up on their attack, and even on the defense, if they're trying to re-clear A by contacting, or even Garage, MIR might have the advantage in those fights now.
Okay, this is kind of interesting, and you know, taking also a look at the Rebel League, it has been ages since this guy has played Chamber. It's been a long time since we've seen him that kind of agent. This makes it all much more interesting. This makes it all much more exciting, because he himself is also an individual who doesn't use a lot of operator on this team. Like 0.5% of the rounds he placed his gun. This is going to be absolutely exciting how they're going to approach it. It could be a major surprise or absolute failure. I don't know if there's going to be anything in between.
All right, well, let me get your predictions then, because if it's going to be, you know, one way or the other, that will be a very fun prediction to go through, of course. Echo, I'll start with you so I can give Zesh some time to mull it over. What do you think is going to be the outcome of this game?
To me, I think it all comes down to Elite. We've seen a big reliance on how Elite is playing by Misa, and if Elite's having a relatively rough game, Misa rarely win that game. So it's really going to come down to the Cypher on this map. How is he able to play around it? Because if he can pull off the good stats that we've seen from him consistently at the top of the board for this team, then Misa could quite easily take it away, especially when he's playing Cypher against Double Duelist. But if he underperforms, they don't really have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. Couldn't have said it better. He has been all right throughout this group stage. Definitely not bad, don't get me wrong, but not as good as he has been in the last 2 months. To Omir.
To Omir. Okay.
To Omir.
Am I gonna commit to something? I'm not sure. Do I want to?
Oh, commitment is overrated nowadays.
I did get it right last series. I was the only one, in fact, who got it right last series. So, you know what? I'm gonna say 2-1 Mir again on this one. We're going 2-1 for the Northeast teams coming into this. I believe we're about ready to get going. So I'm gonna throw it over now to our casters, Pavlos and MP.
Thank you, guys. This should be an exciting matchup. I feel like the first match of the day for playoffs set the stage nicely, how close the game was. And I feel like this one could be as well, MP. We've got a team that could be on its return to performance we saw earlier this year, and return to glory to a lot of the players as they have a lot of VCT experience. But for me, it's Redgar and his young CIS team looking to see how far these lads can get. What are your thoughts on this?
So to me, I think Mir were an underdog team throughout this year, and to me in this tournament they have already completed 2 upsets, especially against UCAM. They were pretty much just lapping them around, which was incredible for Mir, because you don't really win that high against a team like UCAM. 13-3 on Split, 13-4 on Lotus. Incredible performance. To me, I kind of brushed Mir as being yeah, sure, this Northeast 4th seed on stage 2 or stage 1, whichever it was, to being just one of the teams that do not get past the groups. But now they are in the playoffs and they are looking ever so strong. MIR, I think they've been incredible in this month that's been off from the challenger stage, and they've improved so much with so many comps around. And when we look at this composition as well, like the desk highlighted, they are switching things around. Chamber on Replic, I think that's something that I'm gonna look for.
What we're looking at right now is a potential 8 hits. With 3 out of 5 players posted up. That is Replic already. Making your wish come true, MP. Eyes on him with first blood. Brave taking a deep corner for himself. He's got power nearby. A new and old duo.
Oh, you ain't coming back.
Depending on how you look at it. But Brave gets taken down, and with that, you've got to wonder, what's the step for me? Because they don't over-aggress off of their picks. They're just keeping Misa guessing.
It's a great freeze as well. I mean, sometimes the best move is a no move. You just stay still, hold out the angles, force Misa to make some kind of mistake, some kind of play at least. And that play for Misa is going to be a rotation towards C. I think by the time that MIR will be at A side, Misa will realize, okay, this was a wrong call. They'll have to go for a retake. An advantageous position.
Nice headshot for Para. And that makes it a little bit easier. Comes the squad, still 3v3 and a long way to go. Kushner gets dinged, so that's going to hurt his efforts. Trying to get back in, and Redgar, right where he left off, continues to spray. Leading from the front. As Para tries to square things up, just a little bit hurt. Down to 19 points of health, even though he's taking down one with them. It's hard to imagine a second is doable. Maybe a second is doable, but the clutch, maybe not. Redgar, very clean with his shots on the Ghost. And with that, first blood goes to the Northeast representative.
You heard it from the desk. Redgar has started to shoot. Things have been changing. I mean, his performance at the start of this year in the different tournaments that he's been part of in different leagues, it's been quite underwhelming. Even Redgar in like what past 2 years. It seems like he's finally getting his form back.
Yeah, I mean, Redgar form, we're talking about world champion form, right?
Yeah.
So he's built up the expectation quite high. Hard to fit into that. The past few years, he's been living in his own shadow. But rebranding himself. Good positioning from Brave. For this, all I can imagine it achieving is a pick. But at the moment, it's gaining a lot of information.
MIR. Quite good at what they're doing in this second round. Just holding for picks, waiting for Misa to make the mistake. Reblick. Looking for something more. We'll find it.
Goes for the spicy shot as well, for the headshot. Brave there to interrupt the rotation, but it's given enough of an idea that Mir can just simply move into C, and that's exactly what they do. Clean up, elite low on HP means that a bullet should do the job, and indeed that's the case. Bishops, that's the headshot.
Go, go, go.
I do like MIA as a project though, MP generally, right? Because you want to pair experience, knowledge with young potential, right? And you do have just that for me. And you've got one of the most knowledgeable players in the CIS scene when it comes to Valorant, right? I don't think there's a more notable CIS IGL out there at the moment. I don't know if I've got a blind spot right now, but Redgar is the guy you sort of want, bringing players up and teaching them your ways, getting them to practice Valorant in the most optimal form right from the very beginning. mold them into essentially what you want them to be.
Absolutely. And it's so crucial for players like Cospain, who is just 16, I think. Such a young player. And the experience that he's going to be able to take from Redguard in different situations, the maturity that Redguard will have in his IGLing will be great for Cospain in the future as well. It's Misa. Trying to look for Reblik, but it will be Reblik who's going to be dealing the most damage there.
Cage trigger.
Some spray shots do land. Well, I think most of the damage is taken up by Brave in that one, down to 10 HP. And mid, a very a very old school Gambit way of playing, right? Lay low, keep your opponent guessing. This is very reminiscent of the old Redguard days.
Here.
I love this approach. I mean, you kind of highlighted it. It takes me back as well. Just freezing, waiting for the mistake. Misa, right now, that they're not budging. They have deep information on A.
30 seconds left.
And this time, Misa are just very much set up for exactly what Mir were going to go for. Really nicely handled from the defenders. And if you're Mir, you've only got 2 players left. You need to win some fights quickly, especially with 15 seconds and ticking down. Smoke laid out from their opponents, giving a false sense of security to the attackers, and these bullets are coming in through smokes left, right, and center, making it impossible. Very nicely done. And you can see that Misa are pumped up about that.
Same place. That C backside where Misa qualified into the playoffs, winning against Team Liquid Academy.
One enemy remaining.
Really making sure that there's not gonna be too many Northeast representatives into this playoff stage. That would have been 4 if Team Liquid Academy made it through. Oh, Reblik once again finding some damage in A lobby, but now he has follow through as well. Cospain there, Kushner to punish.
Already a great job done by Misa. Massive disruption. Redguard's going to try and lure his opponents towards mid, breaking down the trip. Thing is, if you want to have a standard chance, you sort of need to group your players together, but at the same time, you want to elude the idea that you're heading elsewhere. Misa unbuying it. 2 players holding A is more than good enough.
Is it already too obvious?
Feels like it.
I mean, Misa has great information on every other avenue.
30 seconds left.
Sure.
One enemy remaining.
Fuzzy reveals himself, so Redguard knows where to shoot, but with him having assistance, Power joins in to add a few bullets through. Fuzzy cleans up, Misa square things up 2-2.
I think the idea of Mir is great. Like, go for the information, go for the picks, then try to freeze, try to make your enemy do some kind of plays. But when Misa have the advantage, there's no reason for them to make any plays. They have all of the information on the defensive side. Mir, I think they have to be more proactive right now. Saving up. 34's online, which means that Reblik can maybe find some picks.
Cospain moving in and out of carriage. really landing his share of shots. Yeah, the way they've been playing is trying to give hints of information here or there for Misa, trying to make them move around the map and exploit it. But it feels like Misa have a very good understanding on how to handle it, and that's just not overreact.
Going up.
Now, Mir, I think they're doing this round great, making sure that there are no long sight lines, where Misa can be comfortable that there are no players onto that side.
30 seconds
Now
left.
they have to rotate a few players back to their prey, make sure that no players are found with the tour de force and MIR. I mean, they're running the clock down. 15 seconds on the clock, and Brave is waiting for the players to mow down Overdrive on line as well. And I mean, Pablo's, what can he do?
No, not much. Not much. Brave was the one to start the kills to go Misa's way, and he'll be among the ones to finish them as well, quickly rotating over to B where he was needed. Quick shutdown for Misa. MIR, that was, again, a pistol round, a weak buy. But it's definitely a feeling that they'll need to show something different, a different pace perhaps. Here comes their buy round, and I'm just looking at the ultimates, one away from the run it back, so they might try and funnel an orb in that direction. Cosmic Divide helps with the execute, maybe even the post plant, but we haven't quite seen them in a position of like that just yet, right? They've had trouble entering the site to begin with.
Mir. Last time they played Haven was against Mandatory 3 months ago. That was 1-13. Sure, now finding a great starting pick. But you have to wonder, how much have they upgraded their gameplay from that? How much different it's gonna look? You
Well, this
have
is looking
to
a lot more
start.
aggressive. A lot more quick. Raz able to find the first pick. Buzzy no more, but you've got Elite at the back line still. It can be a menace. He's stuck around. Playing around with the camera and connecting quickly onto Raz. Spain answers back. And Bishops also backs it up with more. Redgar closing in the distance on the back line, creating a lurk. Now that's more like it for me. It felt like Misa crumbled and disappeared out of thin air.
Great advancement from the initial pick. I felt like it happened quite quickly for the side of Mir. They found the pick. They were kind of waiting on what to do, what the call is going to be. And when the call came, they just cascaded through the site. Took control of that and made sure that there was no chance for Misa to get any kills back. And Bishop's actually doing a lot of talking here alongside Redgar as well. Interesting to see all of the inputs from these different players.
I mean, it's cool to see, right? Because we were talking about, you know, how young some of the MIR players are, but they're not only young in terms of age, right? And when you look at their experience across, you know, competitive play, for a lot of them, if not most of them, this is their first Tier 2 season. Right? This is their first experience competing at a Challengers level. And they've been doing pretty well up, you know, during that. Up until this point, they've pretty much only had Premier experience, so...
And compare that to the opposing side of Misa, you have most of these players who have played in the VCT stage. Completely different style of teams.
I mean, Buzzy's been around since First Strike. Even though he's younger than Bishops from the other side, he's been playing since First Strike.
I think Pora as well, he's been around for forever.
Yep, yep.
Spike down, C.
True. The beta of Valorant. The other times. Ancient times. Forgotten, perhaps.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Okay, well now we've got a 4v5.
Yeah.
This is the first actual close round that we could potentially be seeing. Cosmic Divide thrown in, and Kushner brings out a wall of flames himself to start walking through. Team following up. Neon trying to aggress inwards, and Brave has bought enough space for the rest of the team to pursue as well. Overdrive only doing chip damage, not quite the closes they were looking for. Meaning Replic is all by himself, but he might be a one-man army. He might be enough. That's just 2 to his name. But Power and Elites line their forces together to guarantee Misa get the win by the end.
Damn. The chamber on Reblick. I mean, it's not so much as the agent, but it's Reblick being able to completely focus on his aim. I think that's the strength of the chamber as well. And Reblick, sure, not the youngest of the team, but still 21. And we were comparing the first strike and MIR, young players. I mean, Horror was on that winner team on the first strike in Team Heretics. That grand final, 3-1. Oh, MIR.
Kushner could get caught here, but no, instead he's in a great position. And Mira a little bit disjointed. No one was able to follow up after Raz. Rest of the team caught behind the smoke, not knowing how do you perform after that. Being lost, really. Misa taking full advantage of it. Bishop slow, holds on to his life for a little longer, but it doesn't feel like this story is going to last much longer than this. With 1 HP, 35 on Redguard, they're just laying low, trying to prolong the inevitable. Misa closing in as a unit, in tandem. And with this round, they'll create a 2-round buffer as well.
No chance.
And even though Redguard is able to take one down with him, it just won't be enough. This is clean, and there's nothing they could have done about it.
To me, in Haven B-side is one of the hardest plays to attack. And MIR, one of those teams that will not find success right there, especially in that round. Oh, I mean, what a perfect position for that slide.
No chance.
To the side of Kushner. MIR on a timeout. Double timeouts already coming through, one from each of these teams. In round 9. I think it just speaks volumes how uncomfortable both of these teams are right now. Misa kind of had to go for a timeout. Maybe it didn't feel correct on the way that some of these rounds went. MIR losing out multiple gun rounds as well means that they have to look for maybe different avenues, different ways on how to play this map. We just go for a more default style of play. Are you that confident that you want to go for it? Right now, let's go for eco. Spain kind of juggling some guns here.
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Shocking.
There's definitely a little bit of a struggle to get guns on the board here for Mir. Let's see if they can get anything done out of this red card with the Sheriff. One thing about Mir, a lot of their wins so far have been pretty damn close in the split. 3 maps required for both their series up against Focused and UCAN. Can't say that was an easy ride, but they're making this one look close as well. Not much needed, but they've got the numbers, and Raz with the Vandal shuts this round down.
Remember, bullets hurt.
Yeah. I guess the timeout worked.
Yeah.
What? Out of all of
like I need
those
to see that in
rounds.
replay.
Yeah, like the whole round. I mean, Kushner even at the start of that round made sure that Misa had the advantage, but somehow Mir were able to capitalize towards that A area. Find Misa caught off guard, and MIR once again looking towards A side. This time around, Misa quite quick to rotate as well. I was kind of feeling similar to BBL Pacific on how they rotated, but it seems like Misa don't want to do over rotations, and that means Pora is all alone in long.
Kushner, low on HP, does get shut down by Replic, but a lot of the Misa players are being caught one by one, not really join in together with the efforts. All of them want to disrupt, but they're not doing it together, and may take advantage of it. Elite, last player standing. Will not be able to deal with a high-low. And now that's 2 in a row for MIR.
But when you look at this composition, you have to win attacking side routes, right? You have Chamber, Phoenix, and Neon. Technically, 3 duelists. I mean, some people... I would classify Chamber as a duelist. Sure, it's a Sentinel. But I think the game is wrong. I think it's a duelist.
Yeah, the way the game is played, sure, yeah, the way the game is played, a lot of duelist roles taken. But then you can argue, you know, he's more of an anchor role as well, which is closer to a sentinel. So, you know, it's less about the utility, but the role you fill. And you still do have a trademark, which, yeah, anyway. So that's a debate for another time. Misa now on lower weaponry. I've actually stacked up the right side. MIA have no business in continuing this pursuit, but they're still able to make this one work. 2 for 1. I bet they're happy with that exchange.
Yeah. Misa, that one hero rifle doing some work towards the seed. Redguard will make sure that there's no more rifles to be taken from the side of Misa. Reblick creating havoc on the other side of the map. Will probably make clean work of Verzi as well, and that is exactly what he's gonna do. 7 rounds on the attacking side from Mir. I think that would be crucial. Especially when we go to their defensive side. Not gonna be the easiest, especially against Turkish team. An experienced team like Misa. But I think one of the talking points here as Brave will probably be dealt with unless...
Watch him clutch. Watch him clutch. I doubt it. Yeah. So, you were saying, MP?
I think Misa, even though that they have amazing roster in terms of their experience in the Turkish scene, I feel like they've been really overshadowed by Besiktas, Reborn, all of these other teams from their own region. Them not being able to qualify on the stage 2 as well, not being able to win against Besiktas here and there, not being able to win against Reborn. I feel like they've been quite underwhelming, especially when we look at the names, the players that are on this roster. I'm expecting so much more from Misa.
Joke's over.
Yeah, but then again, a lot of these players we've been sort of wanting more from for the past couple of years, right? So this is not a new thing per se. But so far, so good in this round. Brave stepping up massively. 2 picks to the good.
I know exactly.
And in the final round of the half, a massive advantage. Thing is, one of those picks I think where they run it back. So what do you do from here? Bishops, very deep. Gets caught from the overdrive, and Brave continues to be on the streak. May want to react quickly by moving into C, but you've got a very quick Brave running your way. And it looks like there'll be 4 defenders ready and waiting. Kerbal to delay. Cosbane gets the first pick. Misa are wondering if they want to disrupt or let the spike go down and then go in for the fight. They've got the numbers so they can afford to do that. You've got power you're waiting for. Mir, what are you waiting for, though? Expecting Misa to play aggressive. And that's exactly what they do, especially when the smoke subside. And Mir have made the right choice. It's a 2v2 now, 24 seconds. Thing is, once you get the spike into the ground, 1 player is occupied. But with Misa falling back, that's no longer relevant. Shot not too short. Oh. Elite closing in, and he's found so much ground. Cosbane expects it! Headshot lands! Barely standing, but he's done the job. Para This is too difficult, especially with an operator. Or is this a tour de force lined up in the right position? It is indeed. And the last round has to go to MIR, a close half, a very difficult one to navigate, but one where the Northeast representative will be in the lead for the time being.
Oh, you ain't coming back.
One enemy remaining. Down A. Thrifty.
So that doesn't bad.
Close game so far, but 7-5 is the lead for MIR. First half looked a little bit treacherous, right? Mid trying to impose their own style, their own pace. Misa, sometimes we're on top of things, sometimes not. But now it's their time to show us what pace will follow as they have taken on the attacking side.
The big question mark here was how Mir is gonna face against Misa. What are the changes coming through? And there has been some changes. One of them being this replic chamber. White being able to go for the pick instantly.
And with Redguard losing his life, may not have a chance at all. Para looking to see if he's holding that position. Indeed, the recon will spot him. Raz having a frenzy, able to get the damage across, so it's going to be a close one. Brave sticking to his guns, though, in the smoke, and he's disrupting the rotates from coming through. Raz looking to isolate Para, can't quite do it, and little by little, these Misa picks are starting to add up. Replic, though, cannot be ignored. But nevertheless, Misa end up with a pick. 3 players also standing by the end. They make clean work of it.
Right pistol start. 1 for each team. And Misa should be able to make this a clean one to equalize the odds at 7. I think a great idea for the side of Mir. You have to kind of push this chamber all the way to Surus, play that TP on the B-Link, but it's something that's been done for the past 4 years, 3 years, something like that. Misa already aware of that. Stack towards C.
Watch your eyes!
I kind of like the idea of Misa exploring towards B. It's something that never really gets stacked on a pistol round.
And that's exactly what Misa are doing. Aldro, no one's home. Knock, knock. No answer. In they go. So Spike will get planted.
Spike planted.
The ult orb into the running back.
Should have no trouble pulling this one up. Perfect plan. Better guns. I don't even think MIR is gonna go for it. Do not want to feed anything more on the side of Kushner. 1 orb gathered from that death.
This is a matter of not giving orbs away, though.
Yeah.
Just hanging back. This will get interesting, though, MP, because you look at the investment made from Misa, and it's only a couple of players that bought into rifles, the rest with pistols, so this is going to be a competitive bonus from them. A very competitive bonus.
I think Forest should buy as well, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's basically a full buy. Then you get another one on the upcoming round as well. Kushner, sure, having only 750 on the bank, but if he will get all the way to run it back, surely someone will buy him a rifle. And having a great shot here. 3 players towards A from the side of Mir.
They're looking to play aggressive. And good reveal onto Kushner. Raz taking advantage of it. So the first pick goes to MIR. And Misa quickly adapting, though. Instead of dropping back, trying to reconfigure, they're trying to take advantage of the movement of MIR into the B site already. Power looking to see if he can grab someone. But MIR are quick to react again. So 5v3 on the retake. And this is where Misa have struggled in the past. I think worse than tournament currently in terms of these post-plant situations.
5 versus 3 as well. Quite tough.
Shadows traveling.
Well, they made the right choice. Burzy, that's a good first step. First pick onto Cospain, and Power doubles up. Those are some clean shots connecting. This is clean! It cannot be cleaner! Someone call the janitors! The mops are out!
5v3 what? It doesn't matter. A great entry from the side of Mir, but they couldn't capitalize off of that. I think the pincer move, incredible. You want to fight from the both sides together at the same time. Maybe a small disconnection from there, and Misa will be able to capitalize. Just spamming through. Finding great picks.
Watch your eyes!
Kind of feels like if Misa get one more round after this, they start to run away from this. It's their map pick.
It feels like it.
Hasn't been great for MIR previous. They haven't played it for 3 months. Even though they've had decent rounds. Yeah, I mean, that's a great highlight. Sure, they could have scrimmed it. And they, 100% they have.
Let's see. Bishops. He's found himself a nice little there. Potential for a pick. Second shot will do the job, and a Vandal collected may add to some complications. Wait, no way. A back-to-back thrifty. This cannot be happening.
Joke's over. You're dead.
It's not over till it's over. Though the run it back is short-lived. Cospain paranoid, but he's able to dance around the middle pillar nicely, and he even trades his life out. Red Blade joins in. One-on-ones everywhere. And Bishop now with an upgraded gun up against Power of 15 seconds, and it's the Turkish player on the hot seat trying to plant Bishops. Gets it across the line. A thrifty for MIR.
I guess it can be happening. I mean, back and forth. They continue from the earlier game that we had here. It doesn't matter the guns. It doesn't matter the economy.
Heading to the above.
Run could go either way.
Let's see now.
Reblik now, operator in hand. I mean, sure. Surely now. If you find a peck, if you find the advantage, you will win the round. Maybe?
Brave gets caught off guard. Raz's dash catches him on the swing. And now MIR, though, decide that the best way to go about this is disrupt. Don't allow Misa set up at all. They play in numbers. They play together. They play grouped. And nothing takes down this pack mentality.
Great shutdown. finally a great looking round as well. Clean. Good hold from the side of Mir. Yeah, no wonder this is a timeout from Misa. You have to go for it. Running back online. Tour de force as well. Replic probably won't be playing with that. Operator in hand. Now Misa have to think. Where's the opening for this map? Where's the opening for Misa to take the lead here? Don't wanna be 1-0 down going into Lotus, which is Mir's map pick. Especially when this was, well, sure, a great map pick for Misa, but also a counter against Mir. Seems like Misa are struggling. Not only as a team, but some individuals. I feel like some duels are not going the way that Misa would like them to go. As a Turkish team, especially.
Yeah, fair.
Elite, to me, he is usually incredible on the attacking side, finding lurks, being able to be that menace. This time around, I don't know whether it's the playstyle that Misa has played or what it is, but I feel like Elite hasn't been able to find that.
Yeah, it's hard to handle, that's for sure.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Has an adaptation been made here? Bishop's getting first blood, and the weaker weaponry from Misa is not really going to help their case this time around, even though it was after a timeout. Cost pain will fall, but that was just his ultimate. Cast aside. And for now, Misa just regather their strengths. Vandal found off the ground to give this another go. It's going to be difficult. You've already got 3 players around C. If you do attempt going to B, Mir will also be well notified and walking directly into Bishops. Looking the right angle, spot it. So that corner won't be peeked again. That's a good stun. Cospain takes advantage of it. And the rest of the team will also chime in together. The chase is on. They really don't want to be giving them any space, but they must be careful. Para, able to take one, Tell getting it towards B. Reblick being the grand denial to that endeavor. And Reblick backing it up once again as Mir find themselves into double-digit zone.
I really like Reblick in this chamber. 17 and 12. Operator in hand. Finding a lot of value as well. Cospain being able to provide value for his team as well with the run it backs. Finding picks on the defensive side, but going aggressive as well. I feel like Mir finally are looking like a great team. Misa, once again, going towards A. Mir putting the fight against them equal in terms of the trades.
So it's not bad for Misa. I don't think they mind going one-on-one in this situation. You've basically weakened up the defense. And I do enjoy working around the map together. Trademark broken in the center of B. The spike will be going down, and it looks like Misa has made the choice on how they want to be holding it. No one onto the side itself. Everyone in and around mid. And Mir slowly realize that they haven't really used too many resources to break into the site itself. Aldrone, though, expended, and Red Guy needs to be careful of Elite's position. Still, though, as Cam is broken, there is still time available for Mir to think about this one. One smoke will make this a little bit more difficult, so the fight has to take place. Misa forcing Mir's hand, and it's working. The 2 players left decided this round is not for them, not winnable. Therefore, the guns taken to the next round are more important. Misa are able to answer finally, and they answer well.
I love your point on Misa being happy on one-on-one trade. Like, you're playing against the chamber on a Sentinel. When you get a one-on-one trade as Misa on the attacking side, it's great for you. It opens up the map so much. Make sure that Mir has to make some moves. And once you break that trap from the chamber as well, makes so much easier controlling the map for the side of Misa. Mir once again putting 2 players towards A. This time around, it's gonna be mid. Where Misa is going.
It's a great start. And again, the one-on-one, they're happy with it. They'll drop back and reset for another. In the meantime, though, Bishop's exploring himself, but doesn't matter when Redguard gets caught like this. Instead of sticking to their guns, they're doubling down. Full A-site takeover, and again with 2 players on top of their opponents.
And I mean, it must be a save from here, right? That's so far away. No control of the map as well. Just like that, Misa finding another round on the board. Elite. Wonder if he's gonna be able to find something. Just trying to cover for that operator. Doesn't want anyone to pick it up for the side of Mir. I think Mir is fine with that operator being left on the ground. Tour de force online for Replic, so they're probably all good with that.
Go, go, go! Go, go, go!
I don't know if you're getting the same feeling as I am, MP, but it feels like so many of these rounds are all or nothing for MIR. It's either very one-sided, they're able to get the first pick and roll their way through the round, or they don't get the first couple of picks. It's done.
I feel like it's gotta do with their way that they're playing this game, especially on the previous round. They were stacking 2 players onto A, only 2 players. The other 3 players were so far away from A side to do any kind of rotations towards A that once the 2 players were gone down on A, 5 versus 3 situation, there was nothing that Mir could do at that point. And maybe it's the composition that you have chamber. You kind of have to do these stacks. You have to have maybe 2 players towards C, chamber on B, 2 players on A. You can't really have that Cypher anchoring towards C because you don't have that with the chamber, or you don't have that luxury with the chamber. With Cypher, you would have so much information, double trap, the camera as well. But with chamber, you just have a player and 1 trap, so you kind of have to leave that Astra on the C side as well, as we see Bishop's doing right now.
Let's go!
That means that Mir has had to concede a few of these rounds.
Nowhere to run!
Hunter's Fury out. More for scouting purposes than anything, and finally the 3rd tag does connect onto Kushner. Well, that is some info gathered, at least. And off the back of it, Mir, it's going to be a couple of players to play a little bit more aggressively, push up onto A, and now there's a breakaway chance. Thing is, that position is blocked off by a trip. Misa, however, maintained their group to play. Stick to their guns. All but power up. Bunched in together for the garage push. And run it back, enabled by Kushner, frontlining this attack. Reblig, wary of this push. That's a great wall as well to provide extra cover for the aggressors. Bishops ends up with the pick, and Mir try to aggress quickly into the back lines. Misa haven't quite gained access to the site yet. Does that mean they're going to switch up the position? They're pincered in. 2 players behind them. The hot hands is going to force them into a really tough situation. Overdrive also enabled, and Misa are running around like headless chickens, confused, lost, not knowing how to deal with this. Percy can't believe his eyes. He's seeing 2 players with their backs against him. Still ends up with the 1, but is it enough? Right into the hands of Replic. Sure, he might be able to end up with the plant, but the classic is out for Replic. The right click will land on the back of the head, and Mir are right back in their winning ways.
Once again, I was worried whether Mir is not going to have the rotations come through, but great performance by the duelists Raz and Cospain right there to push out the flank, not act too early as well, and find those picks with the hot hands and overdrive. A great combination there. But I don't know what is happening in this game though. It feels like back and forth, back and forth. Neither one of these teams are on the driving seat. Every round starts 50-50. Doesn't matter the odds, the guns, the ults. Reblik, forced to TP back. 2 operators online for the side of Mir.
That's a choice and a half, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's as if they're saying Misa is not going to be getting any close. But that's not the way Misa have been playing. They've been very confrontational, sending the smokes in a way in which they can get as deep as possible without being spotted.
The retake is going to be so hard if Misa actually decide to go to B.
That's exactly what happens. Run it back for Cospain, and I think he might get caught if they do aggress even further. The overdrive is expensive. Oh, what a shot! What a screamer! Maybe it won't be so difficult if Misa overstay their welcome, if they over-aggress. What's the call?
Cage triggered.
MIR are slow about this. They're sort of hoping that Misa play aggressive themselves. Hunter Fury used preemptively, not even for the spikes defusal. This is strange. Para confronted, that's great flash. What? Still Para coming out on top of a 1v1. How's that even possible? Shorty close quarters. Redcar is able to get a couple of picks out of nowhere. A shockdown and a headshot to boot. And the aggression from Redcar once again to save the round. Reblik had already defused it halfway, so the formality is there for Redcar. 12 on the board and threatening map 1 win.
It should have been a difficult retake, almost impossible with the double off. But somehow Mir pull it off. I mean, Misa kind of fit them the first pick. And now Mir, 1 round away from the first map. Would be a tremendous first map for them. Being able to go into Lotus as well after that, their own map pick.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge there, MP, and I think you hit the nail on the head. Is if you lose this map, Misa, this is where you sort of put your hopes on. How do you come back on Lotus, right? That is MIR's safe place, right? I was going to say safe haven, but that's an actual map in the game. So safe Lotus.
I'm out of here.
They've had quite a few great games in a row here. They have, so can't really let that happen. Thing is, we're not in that territory just yet. Especially with Para getting first blood. Untraded. Barely any damage either.
I love this for Mir.
But Brave is ready for it.
I know exactly.
The wall comes in right on time. And Cospain pushes right past it. Okay, back to the drawing board. This round's done. Maybe the next one will be it for MIR. Maybe.
I think it's classic.
30 seconds left.
MIR. Go for the save. Reblik will be faced against Bercy. Gonna miss the first initial shot as well.
Spike planted.
Look at Elite as well. Just running instantly. Going after this gun. I'm gonna hunt them down.
That means the right choice to make.
Yeah.
Bishops doesn't have any credits left. Cospain neither. Cannot keep himself afloat, and neither can Reblik. Flawless round from Misa, and boy, how do the turns table. This has gone astray for MIR, and Misa looking to take this to overtime.
This goes here.
Quick question, Pavlos. Have we seen any cosmic divides in this game so far?
I've definitely seen one.
Okay.
I don't know if I've seen a second one though.
Probably missed that.
It was over on C. It was during during a retake of sorts. Don't remember quite. Well, I don't know. I've definitely seen one.
Fair enough.
I don't remember a second. And it was definitely in C. Kushina. Nice pick. And this is aggression from Misa. MIR wanted to take the aggressive stance this time around. Didn't quite go their way. And this is a tough pill to swallow. Because if they can prevent OT and secure this map, they would. But it all comes down to what site Misa elect to push into.
Isn't doing the same thing that Mir did on their attacking side, just freezing. Letting Mir do the play, do the dirty work, look for a pick. That's what Red Card doing.
30 seconds
Cypher
left.
trip to block any more movement. Look at the rotation from Bishops. He thinks it's gonna be C.
Ten seconds left.
So, last second. For the spike plant. Bishops had to win that 1v1. And without it, it's all up to Redcar. Looking to stay away from the owl drone, not get spotted, but it's going to buy so much time. In he goes again. Power looking, jiggle peeking. The gig is up. And Elite is there to close it out. 12-12 overtime. And there is no clear victor here. So much to be decided. But safe to say, MP, neither of the teams have separated from one another at any point.
Absolutely not. I love the try from Bishops to just push through the B side. Find an opening there, but not quite enough. Once more, we are on overtime. First match, second map went to overtime, but this is already showing it's gonna be an even fair, at least in this map. Haven, overtime, nothing new for none of these players. You just have to capitalize off of what you know, what can you perform.
Tripwire destroyed.
Shortcut.
And here comes MIR grouped up into C. Misa looking to interrupt as quickly as possible. Elite sticks around and he's got friends now as a fight takes place to the back of the site. It's a great flash, but Rats can't stay alive too long in the back lines, and Brave really stands up to the plate. Power there to help out. It's getting messy. Replic having to force out every gun possible, but it's still not going to be enough, as the Turkish representatives are now the ones on map point.
Mir had their shot. Now it's Misa's shot to close this one out. Elite, he's so comfortable on that backside. It's pretty much his kingdom. See backside. Doesn't matter the team. Now Mir, they have to shout. Replic with the op again. Back in short.
We need to have what it takes to close it out right here, right now. Early warning system with the likes of the Aldro. Mir looking to see if they can disrupt this attack taking place before a retake is necessary, but Redgar losing his life is devastating. Replic shutting down one of the lurks, which means this is doable on the 3v3. Both curveballs available. This is going to be close. Aldron to reveal where Crossbane is hiding, making sure that he won't get spammed through the wall. Smoke coming through. Allows a slow peek out from Red League, but he does end up being caught. Great read from Kushner, but Cosbane is able to answer back against Power. This is difficult. Drop up. You now know where Brave is. The one-on-one, and Brave will win it! 40-12. Map 1 goes to Misa. But boy, that could have gone either way.
It was such a close feat. I mean, at many points, it seemed like Mir is gonna take Misa's map pick right there and just go all the way to Lotus on their own map pick with a 1-map lead. That would have been so devastating for the side of Misa, but Misa will close that one out. Get one chance on Lotus to maybe close that one out. If not, on map 3 on the decider. But before that, before Lotus, we have to go to the desk to break this one down. It was a messy map, but break it down.
Indeed. I mean, we can talk about MIR's performance, their great performance in the group stage, all we like, but we have to remind ourselves that they didn't really 2-0 a game there. And hey, the story continues, right? Not quite able to finish off their dinner here, although it was never really in their hands to begin with here on Haven. Misa's map pick, of course. We're heading to Lotus next, where their prospects definitely do improve MIR, but for them, I'm sure they would have liked to have got this done in 2. They've got to go the full distance now, Echo.
Yeah, they do. And if we are looking at Lotus as the next one up, right, this definitely does favor MIR. They're much stronger. Historically, Misa's struggled there, but the fact that Misa were able to stabilize here on this map in a chaotic, to put it politely, map, that does show that though these players are locked in, they are ready to perform, and they managed to win a map with a lead not performing well. Brave had to step up in a big way. And if that is going to be consistent, maybe we can look at Misa as, taking Lotus, maybe surprising us there. But we need to see that consistency again coming into the next map for that.
Okay, hear me out. So it's one of those things where I have to clearly admit that it was a Veto type of thing. You could have played Ascend, and you felt even more uncomfortable in Ascend, or maybe don't prac it at all, but you wouldn't not insta-ban a map that you're not pracking at all. So it's a decision they made. It's a conscious decision they made, a map they're not really exceptionally good at. It wasn't horrible. I think we really need to step away from that, but you see that this composition has different win conditions that didn't set in today. And it was a winnable scenario. I mean, sure, Mir was, especially on their attacking side, starting really slow again, and that was the tiny bit too slow, where the opponent was absolutely in position. They got a bit faster after their timeout, so on and so forth. But yeah, it's inexperience mixed with a composition and a map you don't really play. It's a Misa pick. So I think we can take a deep breath here and say, you know what, it is still doable for Mir. But on the other side, very important for Misa to go here into the lead in the series.
Yeah, well, let's take a look back at that map just a little bit. I think we only have one real thing to look at, and that is a Reblik highlight package, from you, Echo.
Yeah, I mean, Guy was popping off, right? With the operator, we talked before about the fact that he's got a very low operator pick rate. With the op, with the outlaw, he was really playing. And, his rifling is good, but so many important kills with the scopes came out for him. And yeah, okay, maybe they didn't win the map because of it, but they won a lot of rounds and kept that close off the back of the pressure he was putting out on the chamber.
That's a lot of damage per round considering the ACS. It's pretty impressive, to be very honest with you. Yeah, it's one of those first map things. Seemingly we need to go through all 3 today, and that's just how it goes. It's going to be exciting to see. Avon is off, and we're going from one free-site map to another free-site map.
Yeah, I mean, look, MIR never let Misa kind of out of their grasp that whole time, right? Made it difficult for, well, each team made it difficult for the other, right? And heading into Lotus, where MIR are going to be feeling a lot more confident, I think it is going to pay dividends that MIR did not let map 1 run away from them at any point. Therefore, I think they're still feeling pretty good. I think at the very least we're going to get a 1-1, and then it's up to that third map, Echo.
Yeah, I could definitely see the third map, but, maybe Misa surprise us. Maybe they close out on Lotus map they haven't won for a while.
Well, with that said, I'm going to throw it over to a break now. Thank you guys for watching map 1 of the series, and we'll be right back with map 2. Hello everybody and welcome back to Stage 3 of Challengers EMEA. We're almost halfway through. I mean, technically we could be halfway through. We yet to find out our second series of the day, because if Misa do manage to get this second map, it will be all over. They'll be moving through in the upper bracket and sending MIR down to the lower bracket. 14-12 was the first round, or the first map round scoreline. We're heading to Lotus now, Echo, which MIR, I think, will be feeling a little more confident on.
Yeah, this is a map that they are pretty good at. They've looked very good against both UCAM and against Focus. It was a 13-4 with UCAM as well. Very strong performance, and they'll know that their opponents not so good on it. They've not won this map in over almost a month now, I think it is. And against Team Liquid Academy, they played this both times in the group stage of Stage 3, and they changed compositions between 6 days. They changed their composition to try something else. They went from the Viper to the Vice, and it still didn't work. It looked worse after they moved to that Vice. So I'm really not feeling like Misa are confident and comfortable on the map, and MIR, they're going to be feeling happy that they're going here.
Well, it looked hella weird, to say the least. I mean, look, they were coming in the Liquid Academy and lost 11-14 or something along those lines. You know, they were not doing that great on attack. 6 days later, they swap, as you said, Viper out, Vice in. They win they lose 9 defense rounds in a row. It's not looking good on this map, and I have to say, you know, the one factor that was highlighted before, and I don't think it's correct really, is Misa over-rotates a lot. They're so hard on rotating incorrectly in some of those rounds when there's no signal giving to them. Composition stays, Vice is in.
They've stopped the raise out for the Phoenix though.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. My eyes are getting older. Yeah, very true.
I quite like this. I think this, basically leaning into this mirror composition, it allows Kushner that little bit extra freedom to just go and, you know, take flashes, take fights himself, instead of being a little bit reliant on teams to allow him to satchel into space. I like this switch.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you really have to debate on the attack side. If counter Vice wall, it is the right thing, because you literally have one guy only being able to truly dash in, except all 5 line up. At the same time, you're not playing against the Viper, so also from that perspective, you're not playing against a wall that you can really well counter with that Phoenix. Let's see. Of course, it helps with some spaces, especially in attack. Taking a look at Tree. Yeah, and so I really have to say I'm debating this choice. It's a comfort choice maybe, and that can pay off for sure.
All right, well, we enter Lotus, which is MIR's map pick, with Misa with the advantage in the series. Can they close it out here, or are we going the distance on both series for the day? We're going to find out now with Pavlos and MP.
So I just realized my mic was muted. So yeah, we'll find out indeed how this one will go. I feel like generally Misa stepped up towards the end, right? They realized, okay, our opponents are under pressure. They don't know how to handle it. But can they do the same thing on Lotus? I think that's the most important question here, MP.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible map for Mir. For Misa, it hasn't been that good. We can see that from the comp switches that they've brought in. For the side of Mir, they've switched so many comps in this 1 month break that all of these teams had, from Challenge 2 to Challenge 3. This is one of the comps that Mir hasn't changed. Their Lotus have been incredible. So why switch? There's no reason for them. And I wonder whether Misa can actually do something against it. Great thing for Misa probably could be that they go for the mirror composition. There is just something, well, you don't have to play against a different composition. I guess that's an advantage maybe for Misa.
Maybe.
I'm grasping at straws.
Yeah, we're grasping at straws because what they've tried in the past hasn't worked. This is something new again, but I'm glad they get a chance to, you know, I'm glad they do switch things up when things don't work, right? Because if you try the same thing over and over again and it just doesn't work out to plan, it's good that they're bringing the Phoenix into the equation. Let's see if Kushner feels a little bit more comfortable on this one. However, it is Misa on the attack at the start. And one of the questions we had about them on this map was the defensive side. unable to
I'm out of here.
connect too much together. So if they build enough of a gap on this side of the map, maybe they won't need that many defensive rounds. But let's see how this one goes as they're lined up outside of C. May have 3 players defenders available, but instead of Misa walking into that direction, they're going to completely subside it altogether over to B, where only Reblik is holding.
Nice ball. We'll make sure that Brave is the only one to capitalize off of that B control. Eventually, the rest of Misa will follow, as Mir will give so much control for the side of Misa.
Yeah, they're happy to go for the 5v5. See how Misa decide to play this. Usually kind of want to put a lot more attention to one area, try to isolate. And indeed, they do chase after Reblik, but it doesn't really give them the kill. Down to half HP goes Reblik, and now Mir can go in for an attack of their own. But these smokes seem to be working in favor of the Turkish side as Elite and Berzi both get their shots through. Kushner landing headshots. Elite as well. No entry is safe, as Mir's hopes lie only on the shoulders of Reblik, whose life is very much short-lived. Misa go 1-0.
I think Mir just gave too much space for the side of Misa. I understand being a little bit cautious, not wanting to lose out anyone and go for the 5 vs 5 retake, but just giving out everything for the side of Misa. Misa got Heaven, they got Hobbit, they got pretty much B-Link as well. And they were in control of A main with that late play coming through as well. Not much that Mir could do there.
Catch them.
Good for them, it's just a pistol round.
Gotta go.
These maps are not completely designed for pistol rounds, sure. They will help quite a lot, especially if it's gonna be the similar map that previous map of Haven was.
Bring them down.
Misa permitted entry for now on A, but they're looking to see if they can find the right moment to swing out 5 strong. Good stun. Exactly where Kushner was attempting to plant. But it seems like Misa are well equipped for this.
Gotta go.
I'll be falling victims
Enemy remaining.
to the onslaught of Mir.
Spike planted.
Swiftly, quickly, as would is expected. With the discrepancy in firepower.
Might be a second flawless in the first 2 rounds. In Cospain, you could find something. That's poor. Is he trying to go for it? Nah.
I think Power is close enough. Yeah, he's close enough. Oh, boy. Yeah, they found it.
Yeah, he has to be.
They found it. Imagine if there's a world, you've got to attempt. You've got to attempt it, right? If there's any chance you win that round, that is the way. Especially up against the 5. But yeah, back-to-back flawless. That's not too bad from Misa. It was a big struggle to get clean rounds across the board for them in the previous map. But getting the first 2 out of the way is a good start.
Good investment in this round as well.
There.
I think they're looking at the right side as well. Look at this heavy attack that Mir want to set in the rubble instantly. Misa is having none of that, completely focusing on the other side of the map.
Thorns down.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Wall tripped.
Kushner out first. They run it back. No one's really followed up on it due to the wall coming up. And now they're looking to walk together once more. And this time, Mir are respecting it. Spike plant should be simple. Another 5v5 to be expected.
It's not gonna be easy for Mir. No control of anything. Raid. Is he gonna go for it?
Go, go, go.
Ooh, they're looking to take space out towards the defender's spawn, but this is exactly where Mir have most of their forces. Cospain taking charge first, but Misa able to converge on that position nicely. Brave finds cover. A really nice timing on it, especially when he was confronted by 2 at that moment. And time is dwindling. They can't close in on this position, especially due to the fact that these Misa players aren't falling. This is exactly what Misa needed, and winning their own bonus gets them at 3-0 already.
I think it's probably Misa reading exactly how Mir wants to play this. Obviously, we want to gain control of the map instantly at the start of this map, like we saw on that first match in Haven. Now, Mir wanting to establish control in that rubble area, meaning that they had 4 players down there. Misa, they were just leaving that alone. They didn't want to contest that, but now, with the advantage on the side of Misa, they want to go for it.
Now we wait.
And Brave goes, and so does Elite. They're really going for it this time around. A complete crunch at the start. Mig couldn't answer back in any sort of the same capacity. Overwhelmed by the flashes, the reveals, the pace, the movement. Becomes all too much. And with this, the round coming to an end as well. A 4-0 for Misa.
I mean, this was supposed to be a complete stomp for the side of Mir. Misa were supposed to get Haven just to get that buffer for all the way to Breeze. But all of a sudden, Misa has flipped that script pretty much. 4-0 already on Lotus, and Reblick just trying to grasp for that gun. Keep it for now. And for the upcoming round as well. But think about that match against UCAM that Mir had. They went on the defensive side. They won 10 rounds on the defensive side. Their defensive side should be great. But Misa is completely destroying that. They're breaking the illusion.
Gotta go.
And once again, they're making the correct decision onto C.
It's empty. Like you said, the correct choice. I think Mir realize they've made the wrong choice themselves. Walking past Elite's wall. Elite actually will be under a lot of pressure here from multiple directions. Surely they realize his luck. Oh, it's being played out like this. Curveball eventually comes in. There's so much time has been bought. Misa clear out the site entirely. Spike will be going down. Hard to imagine there's a way back in with lesser firepower.
Running back online.
As he spots. Unspotted.
Not ready yet. Cover going out.
Go. Kushina could choose to use run it back, but instead opts to hold on to it. No reason to risk such a good ultimate when it all looks too clean. Misa completely stepping up here. Sure, this was against a weaker buy, but this is painting a completely different story to what we were used to on this map from them. Sure, there's the added context, MP, that, you know, we were talking about Misa underperforming on the defensive side. Well, starting on the attack seems to have solved a lot of those issues.
Yeah. I mean, as a Turkish team, why not? Go there, get the confidence from that, and then go to the defensive side. I don't think Mir has been pushed in Lotus like this since, what, 2 months ago? That was their first time in Lotus this year against Team Liquid Academy, where they lost 1-13. After that, they haven't been beaten like that. 9-2 record for the side of Mir. Misa is looking to make that 9-3.
I'm out of here.
Ooh, Elite playing that one aggressively, but Raz also wants to step it up. You can't help but feel Mir feel uncomfortable. Now trying to rely on individual power, individual brilliance.
Shame.
But nothing of the sort seems to be coming their direction. Apart from this from Replic, a little bit of extra spice from Redguard. Maybe this is doable, but with Misa bunched up, hard to imagine it will go Redguard's way. Or does it? He's able to isolate one.
Last player standing.
Burzy answers back on the other end. Redguard needs to get both remaining players, and they just ran away, wanting none of this. Redguard, the fact that he's not defusing anymore, that is very much known by his opponents.
Remaining.
Goes in for another one. Headshot lands again, but with Burzy having all the time in the world to swing for another time, will lock it in. So far, so good for Misa. Nothing going Mir's way.
It has to be timeout territory. Has to be. It is called. Finally. And Pablos, you're absolutely right. Nothing is going on the way of Mir. I mean, sure, you're finding a pick here and there. Reblick, Redguard, both finding a pick. It's not quite enough. Misa being completely in control. Now timeout being called for the side of Mir. We have to remember, Misa will be able to capitalize off of this as well, especially with 3 ultimates coming up.
You have got one enemy.
Nightfall. Steel Garden as well. And from the shadows online for the side of Misa. Ultimates that are quite hard to fight against. Especially when Mir is probably gonna go save in the upcoming round.
Yeah, what really is said in moments like this for me.
And look at Misa once again. They're going to the exact right spot where they have to go.
They're reading their opponents like a book, truly. It's they've opened up page 1. This is chapter 1, round 7 of Lotus. It looks like A is the clearest. Let's try and pick that out. But maybe they've got a blind spot now, MP, because they lose a player. And it's not the full committal. Kushner gets a pick. There's the fear of Eden getting caught, so will walk himself out. Nightfall will come to the conclusion that no one is close by on this A hold, but a Vandal found from Kushner to keep his flow going, tripling up, and he's just doing it by himself. You thought that was a weak point for Misa, but no, think again. That's the strong point.
One enemy remaining.
That's pretty much ultimate traded for another one. Thor using the Nightfall, Kushner getting running back. But now comes the interesting round. This is the round where Mir actually wanted to focus on that timeout. The gun round. Sure, I think they probably kind of talked about the previous round as well, briefly, but this is where you find something, if you find somewhere something. This is where it has to start. But look at Misa. Finding a new avenue. They don't want to go A. They don't want to go C. Let's go for another place. That's going to be B. Good thing for Mir is that they have the chance to play Mount as well.
And with that, Mir may have an opportunity, but again, with Elite making it difficult, it's hard to stay even. Overdrive getting a lot of damage from Raz. But is it enough? 2v2 when the Misa players are split. This is the first time they'll have to adapt mid-round.
Great position for Reblick, but he has to wonder. Have to look for different avenues. And it seems like he's actually had a shot of grouping. And taking this as a duo. Yeah. It can't feel good for Mir, knowing that the spike will go down. 2 players will be up. Positions noted, though.
Last player standing.
Ooh. Para. Now forced into the clutch. Closest may have gotten this entire map. Defuse on. One continuing the defuse, the other holding the line and trying to disrupt it. Cospain holds his teammates back. And with that, Mir introduce themselves to the score sheet.
Hey, they're on the board. I mean, it has to be bittersweet right now. Sure, you can probably draw something from that. But being down 7-1, I mean, enjoy the one round. Now you have to fight to find 4 more on this half.
And he gets first blood. And this is where we're supposed to happen. This is the most Cospain. They're all blinded. The most perfect arc rose. Catches them all off guard. Oh, yeah, throwing in hot hands to close the quad piece. That is ridiculous work from Reblick and Cospain. After what was the closest round of the map, Mir get a close one in their favor.
And that comes from a minor mistake from Para. He tried to clear that with the Prowler, but didn't quite clear all the way. And Cospain not being noted from that angle means that Mir will have a second. Pablos, I wonder if we actually have a game in our hand. Misa going for a timeout.
I honestly think we do, right? Because I think 7-0 is irrelevant to how things go, right? A 7 is just a number at this point. Sure, it's a lead, but if you think about it in the grand scheme of things, there are 3 rounds left in the half that could potentially net a 7-5 score. Now, Misa is still notoriously not good on the defensive side, right? They could very much not be able to square many rounds. So Misa's win condition truly is to have a massive gap as the attackers. Now, they start in the right direction, but it's about closing it out in the same direction.
I hear you, and I think the coaching staff from Misa are on the same line that you are. We need to get as many attacking side rounds as possible, and that's why the timeout was called right here. Even though it's a great lead, 7-2, only 2 rounds lost in a row. A lot of teams in different situations probably wouldn't call that timeout. But Misa will, because they need those rounds on the attacking side. Still, 3 ultimates up for the side of Misa, same for Mir. Do like the setup of Mir here. Double flashes on contact.
Could be a good stun as well. The Paranoia follows up. Cospain with first blood, and the Misa realize there's a trap set up. Now they're trying to see if they can back up Elite's position, who's also gone quite far forwards. Oh, they realize there's a wall there. So, triggered. Nightfall baited. That's not too bad for Misa, but that is not too bad if they don't go for a commit. Redguard is able to walk in and get some spills of war, getting out of there scot-free.
30 seconds left.
Still Garden. How does that affect the situation? Are the pistols out? Me, don't feel too comfortable to play aggressive off the back of it, and it allows the plant, but you need to pick after this. No plant. Switch over to the B site, and you've got Redguard putting a seize down, meaning you can't close this up soon enough. In they go. Redguard down. 6 seconds, and they do have the plant. This could be anyone's, but Kushin needs to win that pick, and if he doesn't, the rest need to stand up. Elite stays alive, and there's a Steel Garden available to them as well. Elite escapes it just on time. Not quite sure if the same can be said about Para. Elite, though, might just be enough. And as Para teases them, toys with the fact that he could be anywhere. This becomes a duel fight where Para closes up the distance and Misa are right back into their winning ways.
planted.
What a round once again. I don't think I had any hope for Misa when the clock hit 12 seconds, 11 seconds, and they were switching around the side. Somehow they grasp at straws and win out that round. I don't know. Mirza seem disjointed here.
Retrieving flash.
Quite unnatural, especially in their own map pick of Lotus, which has been so good for them.
Look at Mia, they're playing aggressive here. Buzzy gets caught by both the flash and the paranoia, looks to get out of dodge but can't quite get away on time. Para, how does Z respond? He's got the pick out of Raz, but instead of holding back and trying to take the fight to them, they're just walking into B. Realize there's a weakness across this map and they want to exploit it. Spike drops though, as Cospain and Bishops open up the door, take the fight directly to the doorstep of Misa.
Go, go, go.
Can they stabilize? Spike attempt to go down, but instead of committing to it, walks right into the lion's den
Bring them down.
and gets away with his life. This is such a peculiar round.
I don't know how Brave is alive.
I'm out of here.
Oh, he wins that duel as well.
No way. They're going back to B, surely. There's two this time. That's a great flash. Kushner takes ground advantage of it. Bishop CP's away. There's the information there for Misa. They can commit for the plant. No, but they can even go to A. But can they read Red Gust's position? Will they turn away on time? Sure, Brave can get away, but can Kushner cross? He can, indeed. Gandalf's open.
Spike planted.
They know where Bishops is. Both will take the fight to him.
Cover going out.
This is so odd. Bishops and Red Guy now playing this one together. Misa wanting to avoid fights altogether, especially with Brave being low, but he's created a look. And Red Guy doesn't know. Kushin chimes into the right time. Misa are dancing circles around Mir.
Last round in the half.
I need this replay. Perfect wrap around from Kushner and Brave. Damn. I mean, this is dancing in circles. And Misa, once again, they go for the A-rubble fight. They feel confident. They feel confident that Mir is never gonna win this. Again. Only 2 players to face on the side of Mir.
Oh, good flash. Maybe 2's enough. Overdrive out. Sees a bit of an issue when Cospain is able to answer back. Misa, I'm not quite sure a committal here is the right choice, especially with Cospain still sticking by and having Redguard to help.
Misa is no stranger on this. Well, past 3 rounds, they've been able to capitalize from disadvantageous position, and look at this once more. The timing is perfect.
Spike going down, but it's just a fake, luring MIR into their crosshairs. The perfect bait. And if you're Reblik, you cannot feel happy about the situation. Focus at the task at hand, find a gun on the ground, use it. You've given away information. Opening up the door will reveal his angle even more, and Elite is there and ready to greet him with a smooch to the forehead. 10-2, Misa. This is as confident we've seen them in a good while.
Enemy remaining. Spike. We're done.
Now, this is the most one-sided half we've seen all day. Misa to be the ones in command of Lotus. Yes, I repeat, of Lotus. Not what we expected coming into this one, but the weaknesses we identified was on the defense. Can they get this map across the line and beat MIR in a 2-0?
Stealing sight. Shadows traveling.
Careful now.
Bring them down.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Still, this is a bloodbath, and there's no keeping up with this. The only one that can is Replic and Bishops. First blood going to Mir. First step in the right direction.
Move.
Sorry.
Yeah. I've been talking to a muted mic. Yeah.
That's all right.
That's
we'll see
crazy.
if Misa can do something about this on the back foot already. I was not muted.
One enemy remaining.
No?
I think so. Anyway, apologies for the technical issues, everybody. Mir seem to have this one under control, though. Unlike us, for some reason. 4 now on the board, and that gap is slowly closing. That's to be expected for the pistol on the follow-up.
One enemy remaining.
It's interesting to see whether Misa can fight against the demons that we kind of put them against. Well, they have put them against. They cannot play that good on the defensive side. Now, rubble fight will commence.
Brave. Nice first entry. Kushina and Power are able to back it up nicely as well. Some really good performance coming through from Misa. As soon as they get guns on the board, the confidence is exuberating, taking matters into their own hands by aggressing. And Mir now need to find an answer to this. New question.
Here.
How do you win a 2v4 when Misa have never left?
For Misa, it was quite easy to win these 2 versus 4 situations. Mir doesn't start.
Cover going out.
At least not quite yet. I wonder if this is... Nah. I'm not even gonna go there. I don't think Mir is gonna go for the save. Because that has been the thing for Mir, especially on the defensive side, but they can't show that on the attacking side on this type of situation. 4-10 is the scoreline.
Especially when they also have cash in the bag for later. You know, you lose this, you still are able to get some sort of an investment in this next time. Sure, it's looking like a very unlikely result for them. Berzi cleans up on both ends, having the assistance of Kushina and Elite around. 11 on the board, and Misa closing in on a very dangerous 13. 2 left to get there. Will it take 2 to make this work? Or can Mir hang about a little longer?
They need to start it here. Misa, brilliant at the rubble control. If you looked at the utility as well, great. Now they want to take the fight forward in B.
Very aggressive coming out from Misa, but realize I don't want to overstay their welcome, especially with Mir stepping it up. They're walking right through Hot Hands. It makes sense because there is a run it back from Cosbane. No casualties, albeit the damage inflicted. And right back to square one. with Mir changing their minds and looking to see if they want to move into the eastern side of the map. Western, sorry.
I was thinking, which side are you looking at it? It depends.
Where's the compass, dude? Misa. They still have 3 players around, though. It's a good rotation from them. The thing is, they might be a bit exposed, and that's exactly the case. Berzi only good for the one and instantly goes down. Mir have this one under lock and key. A very much needed round to give them a sense of control in a match that really hasn't been going their way.
Yeah, and many more similar rounds needed as well. A lot of individual performance for the side of Mir needed to face against these Turkish demons. I mean, they're incredible. Once again, they've been brilliant in terms of individuals. They've been so good as a team as well, the cohesive group. Utility to fight a Rubble, it doesn't matter which side they are on. Utility to execute on C, on B. The duo of Brave and Kushner to find aggressive picks on the defensive side, on the attacking side. I feel like both of these teams have similar ideas, but Misa have been usually the one executing them earlier, like the previous round. They've been able to utilize that curveball right before Mir were able to. Cospain, though, have had a tremendous match.
Now we wait.
That's very true. 18 and 12. It's been quite the pucky game, but Misa have spread out the load across all of their individuals. No, not leaving any stone unturned. Making sure they don't get caught off guard here. Capitalizing on any free ult orb they have access to. Baiting over Vice wall as well. So Mir, they've done all that just to vacate the premises. But it does keep the C players busy.
I think it's hard for Mir. Like, look at the decisions that they're making. Kind of rotating towards A, but then deciding, nah, we don't want to go there. They're second guessing themselves, it seems like.
You see a warning ping coming out from Misa as well towards Sands. So they have an idea of what's about to happen. Brave gets taken down instantly, but that's on the wrong side of the map. The C is where the focus is given from Misa. Elite, aggressive, is able to step back as well and take the next fight at his own terms. Can't quite connect for the second, as Rebliek is able to secure a double kill himself. Misa are in trouble. They need Kushner to do the heavy lifting. The flash comes through, denies the plant, and that's a big denial. 15 seconds, especially if Berzi can coming on time. Kushner needs to stay alive. Left. The smoke to cover. Going for the pre-fire. Finding a headshot to Replic. There's no way he delivers there. The flash as well. And Bishops is lost. Lost in the source. And Redcut with only 5 HP should be a simple picking. Berzi closes up. Looks at the right direction. And round 1 by Misa.
No, round 1 by Kushner. What? I think I need a second replay out of that on the desk to add from this replay that I hope we're gonna get. That was insane. The second kill as well. True smoke, pre-firing, then putting the curveball up as well. I think they're preparing for the replay. No, we have to get it at some point at least. That was crazy from Kushner. Setting up Misa on that point, Amir, they have to go for it. They have to fight Rubble. 4 players to face against Mir.
Berzi's looking to step out of tree, but Cospain's ready for it. He's found a double kill. Is there any reply in kind? It looks like Kushner's got the answers necessary. Does get shut down and Brave no longer. has the energy to run with the overdrive anymore. Raz, however, does as he keeps it going. Reset galore. Elite shutting down Redguard. This is not done. Elite is heading in the right direction. Raz looking in the right position. And this game shall go on as Mir hold on to dear life.
6 more to go for Mir. It's quite a lot. Cospain is doing all of the heavy lifting. So is Kushner for the side of Misa. Mir, 4 ultimates on the attacking side. And once more, it seems like they wanna take on Rubble. Misa, this time around, no guns on the board. 3 players towards Rubble. What can they do?
It's hard to imagine they'll be able to do too much. Weaker weapons and all. It's all about trying to focus on how you close out that penultimate round, right? It's a long game. I don't doubt Mir are able to square up another one, maybe a couple more.
Elite being pulled towards A side means that Steel Guardian is available, maybe equalizing the odds in terms of guns.
That's so true.
If they want to use that.
Yeah, but Nightfall was the first to drop, getting the certainty of the amount of players around. Kushner is doing quite a lot of work with the pistol and now has a Vandal upgrade to keep things level. This is odd. This is peculiar, but Burzy can't quite become relevant given that Replic is holding down the back line. So surely, if you're Mir, knowing where your opponent is, you're going to avoid the side entirely. Kushner, no. This is not allowed. This is illegal. Every term imaginable, 7 bullets, and here comes the Steel Guardian. And Replic seizes the chance to swing to keep this one alive. Goodness me. Did Kushner look to make that one look close?
First 2 with classics as well. Sigh of relief on the side of Mir as Replic will find Kushner eventually. But that was way too close for comfort. And Misa will take a timeout after that. Honestly, I think Misa is quite happy with that round. Even though that they lost 4 kills for Kushner. Full guns available. Timeout called. This is the time for Misa to close it out. I wonder
Could be.
if Mir actually has a shot at taking this one to OT. I mean, it's been 2 months since they lost in this map. After that, they won 8 games in a row in Lotus. Would be a devastating loss here. Mir, once more. Rubble, Misa, 4 players as well.
Oh, I'm looking at the hot hands here on Cosplay. This is about to hurt. We've got a bit of a matrix going on with all the walls, and Brave comes out on top first. Raz doubles up quickly. Cospain as well chiming in, and the runner back has nothing to offer for Misa. As clean as it comes, Mir are taking charge. They're feeling confident,
Down A.
and they're not going down without a fight. Back into the eco realm, Misa will go, and by the time we see a 5v5 once again, Mir will be on double digits.
Yeah, Raz stepping up as well.
Closing into it.
What a round for Raz. Find that initial pick as well. Nullifying Brave's aggressive position instantly after that first pick of Brave. Great for them. I mean, these guys are just forcing the issue. They want to fight Rubble.
Not again.
No. 5 players for Misa.
Still though, if it's not approached in the right way, this could go wrong very quickly. And Misa indeed, with the weaker weapons, are able to get most of the picks. Sheriff's doing so much damage.
It's
and
over!
They are shut down! The weaker buy! The 5v5! They back up the plan for a second time running, and this time it works. The 2-0 from Misa. You doubted them. You questioned them. But they took over where they were the weakest, and they proved the haters wrong.
That was like 15 seconds. They brought in one more player to make it 5v5, and they won that round. Misa to take it all the way in Lotus, which is crazy to me. I mean, hey, more power to Misa. Incredible performance here to shut Mir down in their boats. Brilliant performance on the new composition. Well, new old composition, I guess, maybe.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, look, MP, a creative game needs some creative calling, but thankfully we have some creative minds over to the analyst desk to break it all down.
Funnily enough, I think that's the most accurate thing you have referred to this desk as. I think creative is maybe the one compliment you could give to my mind. Either way, the first upset in quotation marks that we have seen comes on day one in playoffs. That is impressive from Misa. I mean, we were talking about the stats just starting before this map, obviously, because you look into this map, it was picked by MIR, and that is a good reason for that. They have a massive win rate this year on this map, and it did not look like it in that first half, Echo.
It just, out of nowhere, they just come in and dominate MIR. They lost a couple of rounds, especially in that second half, those 6 rounds. They probably didn't need to lose all of them. But they still just looked absolutely incredible. The individual, specifically from Kushner, he looks so comfortable on this Phoenix. Maybe it's not as theoretically perfect as something like a Raze, but hey, if this is how you are on Phoenix, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. Big congrats to Misa for pulling that one off. I saw many things coming. Many things I saw coming, but I think to elaborate what happened here with Mir is also worth an entire dedicated segment. So, you know, I'm just waiting until we hear on the ear that you're going to have an interview, and then I'll dive into it.
Well, funnily enough, Zesh, wouldn't you
yours.
know it? I have an interview ready with Brave here, so I'm going to say goodbye to you guys for just a moment and say hello and congratulations to Brave. What a performance.
Hello, thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, first off, right. We've got to talk about it. Going into that second map, you knew that it was going to be definitely favored for MIR. You know their stats on it. You'll have prepared for this one. What happened there? Because your team's win rate this year, maybe around 30%. Theirs is up towards 90% this year. Were you expecting such an easy first half?
Actually, yes, because it all depends on us. Like, if we play good, if we like show our performance, like how we are, it's gonna be easy every match. But we are struggling to show it, you know. That's why. So if we play good, team doesn't matter. We can do like 12-0. It doesn't matter. But sometimes like we have miscoms and our decision making is not good, and then yeah, that's it.
Okay, would you say that that's the reason you qualified in second out of the groups, is just that match against Reborn just wasn't quite to the standard that you would expect from your team?
Like in Reborn match, like as I said, like if we played like today on the Lotus, like first actually we didn't play like good all minutes. Like we struggled a lot, but we still win. But like if we played like half of the Lotus T side good, like against Reborn, it would be easier. But we don't look like if we are going out first or second place, it doesn't matter. It's just like we are going like step by step every match. It's like we don't have the goal like we are going Berlin or something. We have the goal that we need to beat this opponent, you know. That's how we move.
Right. Yeah, okay, good. Well, speaking of which, you have Reborn again tomorrow, and I just want to know what your thoughts going into that is, right? Do you see what happened in the group stage and you think, this is going to be a difficult game, or are you looking at it going, thankfully we can get another attempt against this team?
We played against Reborn like 4 times, I think, maybe more, but I remember 4 times. 2 times they won, 2 times we won. But when we won, like it was so easy. Like not always easy, but like if we play good, if if we make decision good, it's easy. But like as I said, we are struggling sometimes. If you don't struggle, it's gonna be easy match. But if you struggle, like it's gonna be hard match.
Okay, well, congratulations once again on the win. Best of luck with your game tomorrow and with the rest of your playoffs. Hopefully, we can see some more of that from you because that was impressive.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for talking to me. See you around. What a start for Misa. And look, exemplified, right? Saying, look, that was just when we play our best. That's what happens. Do you agree on that point, Zesh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Misa is far away from being the team that is absolutely unconvincing and undeserving to be here. Far off. They do deserve their place, even if they sometimes struggle. And I think it's really nice to see that they, with the tests they have in this tournament, can prove their value. However, it brings me to the point that, on the one hand, it's an amazing showing from Misa. On the other hand, what Mir played today is beyond what I could have believed, to be very frank with you. You want me to elaborate now?
I would love that, to be fair, yeah.
Yeah.
So I should have just...
We have a bunch of clips, no? We can, we can watch them, no? Let's watch them.
Go for it.
So we just go back to back with those clips. And I'm a strong believer in one thing when it comes to playing this game. When we take a look at the clips, there's a way of playing it safe, and there's a way where fear is absolutely dominating you. And those players. That clip was a bit short, but the most important point, maybe when we look for the other clips, we will see that fear was dominating the defensive side of Mir. And that's insanity. There were 4v2s, 5v2s, 4v3s, situations where by paper you win like 3 out of 4, 75% win rate. And they choose to, when they are in the advantage, to let fear run them over, to be unaware of the situations that still can happen with the remaining time. Sure, they're inexperienced, and this is why it matters for those teams to win this. But this round, for example, was one of the hardest to watch in my entire career. I have to really admit it, that whilst I wish this team the best, and this is such a great learning experience for them, and I know it is, at the same time, this hardly happens when you have a slight bit of confidence or full clarity in your head of what you need to do. And this one, something dominated them that is not Mir.
It feels to me like the confidence for Misa was there, though. Like, if you look at the opposing side, they were in these disadvantaged situations and they were fighting with confidence, with aggression. They were taking those swings. And that's what won them, that Lotus, was their confidence and the fear from it.
Sure, the confidence is all great and nice, and this is all good. I mean, you are supposed to fight. You're not supposed to cower in a corner and pray that the round is going your way. But this is exactly the opposite. This is exactly what Mir has done. And this is obviously, as harsh as it sounds now, extremely important that they go through this and realize what absolute fear just dominated them, what absolute passiveness just dominated them in this game, and work with it. Because whilst, this sounds all very harsh, it is probably one of the most valuable lessons in this team's career, in those players' careers, because they need to take it with and know that they cannot repeat this. Because fear in this game, over exaggerated passiveness, will get you nowhere. And this was displayed today.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket, see where today's events leave us, because, tomorrow we're going to get into the weeds of things, right? We're going to start saying goodbye to teams. We're going to start pushing teams up there into the top 3. So this is where everything gets all the more important. And for all those teams in the lower bracket, last chance saloon for them. There's some good teams down there. Obviously, most of them are teams that came through as the second seed, as it were, coming through as the the team that didn't get through in first in their group, essentially. And that's to be expected. But EMEA is down there with them, and they're going to have to find a glimmer of what they had in the group stage this time around, because we highlighted how much they had improved in the group stage up until stage 3. And if it doesn't go their way in the playoffs after finally getting a good group stage, that would be heartbreaking for them. So tomorrow, obviously, the upper bracket games, Na'Vi Junior versus Enterprise Esports and Misa Esports versus Reborn. But I think we're all looking towards that lower bracket now to see if EMEA can continue their run, or if they unfortunately go out the first time that they really have a good group stage, Echo.
Yeah, it would be such a shame as well. Like, they've been on this upward trajectory, getting better and better, and then for it all to just close out in a 0-2 in the playoffs would be disappointing, to say the least. But Job Life, it's going to be a very fun game. That's going to be the off-stream one. We'll be looking at Focus Mandatory. I think that's going to be an absolute banger for the lowers.
Yeah. Zesht, any final thoughts on today's action before I sign things off?
Oh, today's action, you say? I think today was very exciting and interesting, full of intricate mysteries that no one was able to solve at the end of the day. I think the top dogs were worse than we expected. However, it's fine. Tomorrow's a new day. Maybe the nerves, for whatever reason you have. I mean, there's a lot on the line. We cannot forget there's VCT Stage 2 playing, actually, like, on the line. Those nerves, maybe they're off now. Maybe we can see the true, full confidence, chest out, brain on type of Valorant that we know from these teams. Because today was a good taste. We saw many great rounds. We saw many great plays. But I think this was mandatory for some of them. And this brings us tomorrow to even a better day of Valorant.
Wow, I don't think there's anything we could add on to that would make it any better. So I'm going to leave that sparkling words there up on the wall, and I'm going to say good night, everybody. Thank you for watching our games today. We'll be back same place, same time tomorrow. I hope you join us then as well. Goodbye.
Defenders win. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. We're done. I'm out of here. One enemy remaining. Sit down, nice. One enemy remaining.
Stay in your lane, wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That when it's degree, that kick back. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Checking the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up. Might land on